Oh my days, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to GUKPT Luton Week, and for the first time ever, when that camera gets sorted out, which he does already in the one hand, we think it's a world exclusive, we think it's the first time it's ever been done, we think it's going to be a lot of fun, and we think Jay's going to talk a lot more than me tonight.
We'll try, Tal. We'll see. Good evening, everyone.
6-card PLO from Luton, the cash game. That camera there changes instantly, and then we'll get to the action. He's been doing his swatting, he's been doing his checking up, he's been getting himself, he was up all night in the study.
Yeah, something like that.
Afternoon, you got good evening, Jay?
Yeah, looking forward to it, Tal. We're starting a bit late, guys. It was just getting everything ready, wanted everything to be perfect for start, so cameras just changed there, and we should be underway. It is a 5, 10, optional 25, 6-card PLO, 7-handed, min 1k, no maximum. The guys have been playing for about an hour already, so I'm unaware of who's up, who's down, but we'll try and get some information on that for you. And then very shortly we are going to jump into the action here and get some 6-card going, Tower. You looking forward to it?
Well, yeah, I know how to play this game. I'm an expert. I'm an expert in my house at 1p, 2p.
There you go. There you go.
I used to play this a lot.
Everyone's tuning in. Good afternoon, Joe, John Maddox, Span, Elderly Maniac, Frank Thomas. Good evening to you all.
Ewan Jones as well. If you're watching Ewan, I did tell him it was coming on from 8. I hope he's tuning early. I said he'd be on at 8, but we are here. We think it's the first ever live stream of 6-card PLO. So you're watching a world first. Yeah. Oh my days, this should be a lot of fun indeed.
So cameras are sorted, guys. We're going to jump into it. Going to run you through who we have got around the table. 1 is Mitch Hynam, in 2 is Chandra, in 3 is Mo Muse, 4 is Neil. In seat 5 is Carl Shaw, seat 6 is Gary Banks, and in 9, well, seat 7 for PLO is our online qualifier, who is Mark. Online run a giveaway every month. Get yourself into these live stream cash games, get your first £1,000 bull up, and check out all information on that for Grosvenor Poker. And we see Carl here with jacks full of tens. Just going to bet, and no action from him. Saw a couple of hands not showing. Hopefully that's not the case throughout the stream. It's really weird actually, Tal, just looking at the graphic and seeing like 6 cards next to each other in a graphic, and when there's any all-in and call situations, might have to get some speed talking on to talk through all the outs potentially. But any questions, guys? Anything you want to fire away at Tower or I? Anything regarding 6-card, any strategy, anything you want to know, let us know. And this what's happening here, guys, with the board, it's going to the wider shot is actually set to this shot, the flop cam at the moment. So this, I think, is going to change very shortly. But just for now, when we go to the wide shot. I think
PK said 2 hands that it does get sorted out. Jay must be in heaven, Wag. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. We'll give you an update as well on the mini that is going on, and if we get any action regarding the mini, we will we'll give you that as quick as we can. But there's plenty going on. There's a high roller in the room. There's the Omaha in the room. We've got the cash table. They do get sorted out. They really do. Yes, Katie Swift.
Tower's not happy with you,
yes, Katie Swift. World exclusive with expert analysis from Jay Harwood. Not even mention the Tower in anything regarding. I can't believe it. But he is the man. He is the man. It's his specialist game. He loves it. It's his game he plays when he plays cash games himself.
Yeah, around these sort of stakes as well, Tower, so it's very nice for me. I know quite a lot of the players in the lineup, over probably 50% of the players sat here. 4 of them I know pretty well. They play a lot of 6 cards, so it'd be nice to dive into some hands. Gary here just potting it with the aces 1 suit. Just happy to get money in the middle here with these aces, especially on the button with position.
Axe, good evening, Axe. Good to see you at the Battle of Malta as well, my friend.
That's a classic Banksy's flop here. And ace a6, he's probably going to check a lot of the time here, Tower, hoping someone can catch up with like an underpair that makes a boat on the turn.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Katie. He's been really looking forward to this. He has indeed. He's done a bit of swatching up as well, but coming straight from a cash game, probably playing 6 cards to do some comms on it.
So Queen of Hearts, no, it should just check to Gary, who's probably going to take a stab. And on this board, when we block in, obviously top boat, impossible to have. We want to choose a really small sizing with quads. No need to pot it, just want to elect for a really small size. Just hope that someone's pinged 8s full, 6s full, or Queens full potentially. Or Mo actually leading for 50 here, going for blocking with his kings would be the best hand if no one had an ace. But once Gary does bump it up, really small size and choice, good to see. Not much we can do but fold. Yes, marker there. So the hand rankings work the same as Hold'em's. So obviously Royal Flush going to be the best hand, high card going to be the worst hand. Need to use 2 cards from your hand and 3 from the board. Can't have 1 from your hand, 4 from the board, 5 from the board, none from your hand. Has to be exactly 2 from your hand and 3 from the board. So same scenario as 4 card or even 5 card if you play that. But we'll try and get this camera sorted. I'm going to quickly message PK and see how long it's going to be. Imagine high card winning in 6 card. The scenarios that high card does win in 6 card a lot of the time spanned is with trips on the board, obviously, and you got like ace king high in your hand. That's usually the scenario where you see it win. But other than that, very rare. So looks like 25 straddle is going to be on most hands. 5, 10, 25. A bit annoying with that camera shot, but we'll deal with it for now, and hopefully we'll get it rectified as soon as possible.
So there we go. Is it even possible to hit a no pair in this game?
Yeah, it's possible.
Is it really? I'm guessing it's not if 6 people see a flop.
Yeah, if 6 people see a flop tower, someone will be making a pair. So Mitch here, he's got aces, just 1 suit, but really nice aces, Queen, Jack, 9, 8, all working together. So just going to put some money in the pot and makes it 500 here after what I think was a limp from nil. Okay, so Neil only had 500 back, so Neil was all in for less.
King flop, King 4-2.
Yeah, not the flop we're looking for here is Mitch. And it looks like he's just going to bet here with the aces. Going after Chandra, and Chandra with the ace 5-3 wrap here on 2 diamond board. Neither player with diamonds here, but Mitch just happy to get it in with the aces here. Not really much going for us. Yes, we have the ace of diamonds blocker, but 8 of spades on the turn. So that's going to Mitch still out in front, and King of diamonds on the river. So that's going to.
Oh yeah, just the quads.
Yeah, that's for nil. But Mitch is going to win a pretty tasty side pot here, Tower, with aces against Chandra. Neil's got the quad kings as we can see, but Mitch with the aces getting it in, and Chandra just calling with the ace 5-3 wrap on 2 diamond board Tower. A notable point, like when you've got these like ace 5-3 wrap here on a flush draw board, like we don't have the ace 5 or 3 of diamonds in our hand, so 3 outs from our wrap are actually going to be no good a lot of the time. Times that the ace 5 or 3 of diamonds rolls off, obviously bringing in a flush as well. But Chandra just may be happy to have a spin.
How often do you fire into a flop with 2 diamonds on it, or any kind of flush draw, when you don't have the flush draw in your hand?
It depends what your hand is, Tower. It depends on a lot of things. It depends on where your position at the table, if you are the pre-flop aggressor. Like on a board like that, King 4 deuce in position, like even if you had like Queen high diamonds and just a pair of kings, it's probably going to be a nice continue, heads up, even 3-way. But there's a lot of factors that you need to take into account. Different spots are going to depend on obviously position, stack size, who's the pre-flop aggressor. There's a lot more that goes into this game than first meets the eye. A lot of people, when they first learn 6 card, they think it's just a punt and you're going to get it all in, and equity's running fine, whoever gets luckiest wins. But the real skill comes into it when you are playing 500 big blinds deep plus. This game could potentially get there at some point today. Everyone started pulling up like 1Ks, 2Ks, but I think there's been a lot more pull-ups since then. But hopefully we do get to dissect some hands that go post and try and give the people watching a bit more understanding of what's going on, or what would be a good play to make in the situation.
Up the gas. Good evening. Come on, Chandra, he says. How's the old Bristol Rovers doing this year? Still remember the final game of last season.
Jay, what's your top 3 tips for 6 card PLO, please? Top 3. I think the main one, Kate, and I say this to a lot of people, is to understand your hand in terms of equity rather in terms of value, if that makes sense. So, for example, if you've got, say, a straight tower on 985, like 7-6 is completely different to a straight on 5-6-7 to 8-9. It's completely different because it's all about how often your hand's going to stay the nuts by the river. Like 7-6 on a 9-8-5 board, there's actually 27 outs that can come on the turn. That means your hand isn't the nuts anymore. And then if it's still the nuts on the turn, there's now 30 outs that can come. That means your hand's not the nuts anymore. So this actually means your hand's only going to stay the nuts about 1 in 5 times. Like 7-6 on 9-8-5. This is where a lot of like people who just start playing the game get confused. They think, hold on a minute, I've got the nuts, I've got the best hand, but they don't understand how often that hand is going to stay the nuts. And it's important to realise the equity that your hand has within the pot, not in terms of hand strength, if you like. Rather than looking at it as the nuts, you need to look at it in terms of, okay, what's our equity here? How often is this going to stay the nuts? And understanding the game from that perspective. I think that's a really good tip for those that are just starting out, looking at equities rather than looking at hand. And especially in 6 card, another tip is being aware of backdoor equity for those like backdoor runners. Like there's some situations, let's give another example, 9-3 deuce rainbow and you've got 8-10 jack queen king ace. Like you're going to turn a wrap just over 50% of the time.
To me that looks like Mitch has got an absolute premium.
Let's have a look, Tower.
9-10 jack queen 2 spades, 3 spades.
Yeah,
maybe.
Mitch's got a very nice hand in 6 card, very nice, especially on the button as well. However, this is going to have to be a check back from us a lot of the time as Mitch, like firing in these multi-way spots with this particular hand. So better to just realise our equity sometimes with the third nut spades. 6-8, 6-3 can all be out there. Doesn't look like it's only Carl actually here with the straight and no one with a boat here, and looks like Mo is going to take the initiative, blocking the straight, blocking the boat with a 5 in his hand, firing for 400, and it's going to work. Tower versus all these hands, and
is that literally because it paired?
I think even if it doesn't pair, Carl's going to have a tough time continuing with 2 players behind him with the second nuts here.
So welcome to the first ever 6 card PLO live stream with me and this guy to my left, Mr. J. Harwood.
There we go, there's the outer shot.
Oi, full room as well. High roller going on. The what else we got going on? We've got all sorts going on. We have literally got all sorts going on. PLO, the high roller. There was a satellite earlier. I think there's another satellite tonight, a little bit later on. There's cash going on. On the first ever 6 card PLO live stream anywhere in the world. Where's Swallowfield?
I don't know, I saw that tower.
Shall we have a guess? Gary loves his PLO. He was going to come down for the tournament. But he's in Swallowfield. That I couldn't even place in the entire world.
South of Reading, there you are.
South of Reading.
There's a Mitch in the cut off here. 10s with a nut suit, just going to let it go. like you can plausibly limp a lot of hands in 6 card as well. It's not like Hold'em where most of the time you're always just going to raise it up. Like there's a lot of hands that you can potentially limp call. Equity's running so fine in pre-flop situations, so can see a lot of flops in this game. So we got the nuts here for Neil flopping nut straight, but Carl with the nut straight with the ace of hearts blocker. So he's got the future blocker here, bear, as well as ace king queen, so going higher. So probably going to see a pot here between Neil and Carl. Mo with top set and the queen high hearts here as well, so Mo's probably going to be coming along here at tower.
Yeah, I like that.
So he's led for 100 here. We got no reason to raise here as Mo. We just want to call, take our equity and see a turn card. Obviously thinking that 2 queens in his hand, blocking king queen, but in 6 card these blockers go down in value as what they'd be in 4 card or even 5 card. With 6 cards in our opponent's hand, so Mo does call and gets the lovely news on the turn.
There's the boat for Mo Muse in seat number 4.
And now Neil just puts it all in tower, and he is drawing 2 and 9.
They're in. Trip 9s for Neil on the turn.
And just the one out here.
And it's not the 8, obviously does bring the straight, but pair board like that, Jack's full for Mo.
Schedule for the grand final. We'll hopefully have it out probably in Blackpool, won't it?
Might have it before. I think they're working on it. If there's any news from Jim McShane this week, we'll let you know here in Luton. He will be in the building at some point during this week, if we do get any information. And then when we go to GUKPT tomorrow, then what we will do is give you the information regarding Blackpool's schedule, and any information regarding London we'll give you. All we know is the dates are exactly the same. 1st until the 18th of December, and then we'll let you know what we're streaming and what's going to be occurring on the streams. We'll get news to you as quickly as we can. There's plenty going on between now and the end of the year, that is for sure.
Yeah, we've got World Cup coming up as well. It's going to be a strange one in the winter.
World Cup final. Was that the 18th? I never check it. I don't really matter. This first one's just bizarre.
That is bizarre from Mark. Mark's folded a really nice hand there. Was under the gun, but definitely... Okay, but he might be the straddle. I've just seen Mark's got a chip in front of him, so Mark is actually in the hand here, and looked like he had a pretty monstrous hand. Looked like an ace through 9 rundown.
Ace, queen, 6, 2 spades.
Yeah, so Gary flopping best here in terms of equity, flopping 1 pair, gut shot and spade draw. Oh, action tracker. Just catching up. He's getting Mark back in the hand. That's what he's doing. He's just realised that Mark's actually called pre. I have to give him some time as well, because it's going to be Mikey's first time, obviously.
Doing the Omaha.
Yeah, tracking a 6 card PLO.
Yeah, absolutely. Ace, queen, 6. Checked. Well, better 25 and called in 4 spots.
Yeah, it's an optional 25, Gary, but it looks like everyone's doing it. So we see Gary here turning the nuts in C8. And I'm pretty sure I saw Mark with an ace-high rundown tower, so I'm pretty sure Mark has the nuts here as well.
Yeah, well, Gary's got a good redraw with the Jack-8 spades.
I could be wrong.
Hitting Broadway as well.
Yeah, so Mark must have had the hand I thought we had. So if he did have the ace high rundown, he's obviously got ace queen 10 with it. So nice redraws going on. Not sure about the suits, but Neil's going to get involved as well here, Tower. Not letting his straight flush draw go here. So we got 3-way all in. Mark and Gary with the same hand. Queen of clubs on the river, and I'm pretty sure that means it's going to be Mark's pot. Yeah, he did have the ace queen.
Yeah, ace queen. Nice. River.
And unlucky for Banksy. Mark takes a nice one. And Neil was drawing to the 9 of clubs, couldn't find it.
Do you think these will run it twice or three or twice?
It's
three times?
down to the players' tower. It's always the players, whatever they want. Obviously, if someone disagrees, it's always going to be one time, but options to run it twice. You see it a lot in PLO, how fine equities are supposed to be when the money goes in. That
Yeah.
a lot of the time it's going twice. But at the moment, like 25's on every hand, so some players are 40 big blinds deep, sitting with a bag. If this does get 200, even more big blinds deep, I think it could be a very good watch, good game. A lot less all-ins. Actually having river decisions.
Can we just run it twice?
Yeah, only twice. Only twice. Because obviously the number of cards in the deck, assuming we're 7-handed.
Yeah.
Rod and Laura watching from Battle of Malta. Hello, everyone.
Aye, aye.
We miss your tower.
No. You have to stand up. That red light there. Hi, Laura. Hi, Rod. Great to be in Malta for the Battle of Malta, and it's been amazing to work with you two guys for the last 7 days. Mwah. And I'm sure we'll do it again very soon. Hope you're enjoying the live stream. First ever live stream of a 6-card PLO. This guy knows his stuff. This guy knows things that don't involve 6-card and PLO. But good to have you on board watching in Malta. How's Malta going? Are they down to the? Have we got a winner yet? Have they got a winner yet in the final of Malta? Johnny Kelly did a couple of hours on the comms earlier, which was really good. But good to have you all on board, and I hope things are good. We're drinking plenty of water at the minute. Oh yes.
So Mikey, I think, is coming over just to give a ruling on the run it twice situation.
Yeah.
And basically, ruling should be in PLO tower. If the short stack in a three-way coup wants to run it once, then they will run the top board once. But however, if there's a big side pot, the 2 players in the side pot can agree to run it twice for the side. So what that would mean is if the short stack won the first pot, he'd take the main pot, and then the second board would be for the side pot. So it'd be the 2 players in the side are basically running both boards twice for their side pot, if that makes sense to you guys. 3 left in the Battle of Malta, says Jungle Cat.
Awesome, nice one, Rod. I saw a Wolves shirt on there. Young lad from Wolverhampton, who looked like the Milky Bar kid. He was playing.
I need Chandra to get his hand in the box. Like Queen, this is a nice one to potentially limp as Mo, or even raise Queen, King, Queen, Jack, 9-8, 2 suits here. Second nut, third nut. Queen through 8 all working nicely together. This is what you're looking for. You want hands that are going to work well together. Hands where you can flop straights in 2 pairs. Hands where you can flop wraps in 2 pairs. Where you can get a heap of equity within the pot, potentially on the flop. And Gary here with the old triple suited Shablammer. Ace, King, 10, 9, 8, 5.
The Shablammer.
All 3 suits.
The Shablammer. Lockdown looks very middle of the boardish.
Yeah, Chandra needs to, he just picks his cards up straight away and doesn't put them in the box. Maybe we need to have a word with him, can't see what he's being dealt.
So unfortunately not.
7, 4, 5, 2 spades here. Gary's just got a clear check, not firing into 3 players out of position with our hand. Nice starting hand, but now fine to just check, wave the white flag, and Chandra firing here. And Mo we're just queen high spades here, Tal. This is a fold, but Mo may like to get involved here. Obviously, we're in horrendous shape versus second nut on nut flush draw, so just going to let that one go. And over to Neil with an unknown holding, just 600 back here. So Neil actually getting nearly 4-1 on the call, which means could actually put it in very wide there as Neil getting that price in 6 card, but must have had bag of bones because they hit the muck, and Chandra going to take a nice little grand profit uncontested on the flop. Imagine having 3 suits and not flopping a flush draw.
If anybody at this table fancies a home game, let me know. And they're explaining the rules. Says Razor, how are we doing, buddy? Razor Fazeli.
Yeah, if anyone has any questions or anything regarding 6 cards you just want to know, anything you're not sure about, just fire away and we'll do our best to answer it. Any strategy.
The VIX rule is only 1 burn and then they run it into all the remaining cards.
Yep, that's exactly how it should be done, Tower.
Yep.
If it's run twice in 6 card, assuming you're 7-handed, which we are here. Maximum capacity 6 card table. Chandra, put your cards in the box.
Chandra, put your cards in the box, man.
So this one's limped all the way around here, Tass. We've actually got a family pot here.
Beautiful. There we go, Chandra. Thanks very much. And he's calling me, well, Ace Queen 9722. Any twos about 852. So bottom set for Chandra.
Yeah.
2 pair for Mitch.
Yeah, Chandra's flopped huge here, Tower. We've got a set, we've got gut shots and the nuts, and we've got the nut flush draw here. So huge flop here for Chandra. You do need to tread carefully, like Mo, for example, here, Tower, in this sort of pot. Once we go 6-way here,
yeah.
Yes, we have the 6-7-4 wrap, but it's not the clean end. Like it's not 6-7-9. There's potential to potentially lose a big pot against like some 6-7-9-8 hands like that. But Mo is gonna call here. But like a hand like this, 6-way, personally, with 4 players behind, probably just want to be mucking it. Too many times where we make our hand and are either chopping or are beaten by the nuts against the second nuts. Carl's going to come along as well.
King of spades on the turn.
Yeah, so that's a complete brick. Shouldn't really change anything unless someone's holding pocket kings in their hand. So Chandra firing another streak here. And this is where we should lose Mo, Tower, and we should lose everyone, to be honest with you. King for nil on the turn gives him a pair, but all of these hands should really be going into the muck, whether we see this. This is an action game, so we might not actually see that, Tower. This game's been pretty lively before we were on stream, and there we go. Cool. There is the call from Mo, but very, very loose. The fact that it isn't the clean end of the wrap, and the fact that the times that we do make our wrap as well, in our hand we're sitting just with a 6 of hearts, so 3 of them outs are actually dead the times that a heart comes. But Neil, I know Neil, he likes to get involved, he likes to see all 5 cards. This pretty standard fold here, but Neil does now have top pair to go with his double gut shot, so may get giddy. And there we go, Tower.
They're in.
He's going to take the double gutter shot to the nuts both ways, and his top pair into the middle. And now back on Carl, who has the dummy M wrap, and he's just out the way. So Chandra, 67% equity, 3-way on the turn, Tower. That's heaps to have in 6-card PLO.
So that was 500 from Neil. Queen of clubs. So the set of twos win.
Yeah, set of deuces are good.
Set of twos do win.
And Chandra's all in, and deuces are going to be good. Just ace king for nil. Chandra's going to scoop a 5-bag pot, Tower. All going the way of that man. How are we doing? Peter Mock, if you hold the upper nut straight on a rainbow board but not got much of a redraw and it goes, you bet pot all in, call from different, are we supposed to fold? Now, it all comes down to what the board texture is. I spoke about it earlier. It's completely different having 7-6 on 9-8-5 to it is having 9-10 on 8-7-6 rainbow. Like, they're completely different hands. Reason being, the 7-6 is only going to stay the nuts around 20% of the time, whereas the 9-10 is going to stay the nuts a few more times. It's around 40%, I'd say, just under 40%. The 10-9 on 6-7-8, around 38%, I reckon. 37-38%. That sounds about right. So it's important to note how often the nuts changes and how often that's going to happen. So like with 9-10, it's a lot better to get in 9-10 than it is 7-6 on the boards I gave examples of. You got to understand how often the nuts is changing on the turn. With 7-6 on 9-8-5 rainbow, the nuts is changing 27 out, so over half the time. I've actually, if you want the actual percentage, it's going to change. So it's going to stay the nuts 37% of the time on the flop. And then if you still want it to stay, if you have the nuts on the turn with the 7-6, it's going to go down to 29% of the time. So by the river, it's going to be the nuts around 11% of the time. And that's the best way to understand it. And I say this to a lot of people that play PLO. People look at their hand, they don't look at their equity, and that's what you've got to do in this game. You don't want to be looking at your hand in terms of hand strength. You want to be looking at your equity within the pot, how often your hand is still going to be the nuts on the turn, figuring out how many outs are going to change the nuts. You need to take all these factors into account while playing 6 card.
Raise to 300 from Mitch with the kings. Chandra says, yep, I'm in. Yes. See, I'd said that were a bag of spanners.
Yeah, but the thing is, Mitch's kings here, Tower. These are we're triple suited, yes. But the thing is, a lot of the time, if we are met by a 4-bet, this is just disaster for us, and we're probably going to have to let them go a lot of the time out of position, depending how deep we are. Against Gary's particular stack size, we're going to probably happily get them in here, triple suited kings. Maybe that was the plan of Mitch. If he thought, I'm happy to 3-bet, get this in versus Gary's stack size, then fair enough. But if we're in a deeper spot, these kings are probably just going to be a flat for us as Mitch in the big, bringing in Chandra and Neil as well behind us potentially. But is going to just get it in versus Gary. That was the plan from Mitch, and now repots it, correctly deciphering that Chandra or Neil cannot have aces behind because they're just going to raise themselves. And Chandra with the ace queen 10 7 5 3 tower in it goes. And the fact that Gary's got aces and jacks here, Mitch is actually on course to win a huge side pot here against Chandra Tower, because he's going to be well ahead of Chandra for the side. The fact that Gary's got 2 aces and 2 jacks in his hand, very key cards in Chandra's hand. And
well, that's a flop of 5, 10, 9, 2 spades. I don't think Chandra's got a flush draw at all, has he? 8 of diamonds.
Well, he's got 10-5 for Chandra, so 10-5. Is that going to beat the Kings of Mitch's? I think it is. 10-5. Yeah, it is. He's going to scoop the lot. Chandra going to scoop the lot with a 10-5. Puts it in.
Days, man.
11.3k going the way of Chandra.
Aces, jacks, aces, doubles. Oh my
There's a 10k side pot between Mitch and Chandra there, Tower, and Chandra just happy to put it in. With ace queen 10 7 5 3 here, and unfortunate for Mitch, knew what he was up to, knew that Chandra or Neil behind him are never going to have aces in this spot, so just isolated Gary with the kings. But Chandra coming in with a mediocre holding and taking a 10k side pot off Mitch Hynam there. How you doing, Mick the Mod? Good evening to you.
Oh, get your seatbelts on, boys. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Evening the mod. Evening Gary Miliotti.
Yeah, Mitch was only in for a grand tower, so he spanned that grand up to about 6-7 bag, potentially 8 bag, and just gets it in there for a monster side pot. Irrelevant to Gary's hand, he's thinking about the side, and Chandra's 10-5, somehow holding after Mitch actually. Yeah, Mitch actually flopped pair in second nut flush draw here, so Chandra scooping.
The 10-5 of Chandra. Oh my days. So Gary getting full unfortunate. And Chandra up to 11.3 already. In his late 80s is Chandra. An absolute legend in Luton.
Chips.
Chandra's come to gamble.
You're not wrong.
He's a 90 now, and he's an absolute legend.
89 complete, running 90.
You're just moving in there, so we've brought the cards in the box for us. Cheers, Mo. Been playing cards in Luton for as long as Luton could have had casinos.
This is live stream.
I think it's just a tenner.
Yeah.
It's just a
It's
tenner.
like
Mike.
5% capped at 10 or something.
Yeah, 5% capped at 10. That's what all our live stream games are.
Pretty standard. Swan's on his way tomorrow for the main, unless he decides to have a drive down a little bit later, looking at this lineup. Chandra, Albert, Williton and Stu Rubin, all over 80 and still playing cards. That's the beauty of the game. So Gary changing his money for chips. Been unlucky in the first 20 minutes of the stream. We're on till 2 AM, me and Jay tonight. And then tomorrow we're going to be concentrating on the high roller day 2 till we crown a champion.
Yeah, Gary sits down and triple suited jacks here with to the nut suit of diamonds.
Nice.
Yeah, also nice that not holding the jack of diamonds, so sometimes when we flop the set, potential to flop flush draw as well. And Neil always defending this one in the straddle. Well, no, Neil, there we go. He is going to bump it up. In fact, the ace queen 10 9 6 5. Gary not going to be going nowhere. Mark shouldn't be going anywhere either with this hand on the button here. King queen 10 8 7. Cards working nicely together. And then Mo does have a nut suit and a second nut suit 3 4 5. Little bit of connectivity. Doubt he's going to be folding this one, closing the action tower, and I think we're going to be going 4 weight. Going to put over a grand in the middle.
Indeed it does. That's exactly what's just happened. 4-2 the flop. So just changed up 1500.
Anytime, Gary, we're happy to be here. I'm happy to be here.
Flop time, all diamonds 843.
Yeah, and that's just beautiful for Banksy. Been running bad, but flopping nut flush draw here. And just an interesting point tower. It's only a little point, but it's an interesting one. When we do flop the nut flush draw, and we contain the king of diamonds as well, like sizing, want to go a little bit smaller. Don't really like, we could go £300-400 here potential as Gary, blocking obviously some of the continue range from us. We prefer to have ace-x of diamonds without the king of diamonds, potential to get called by second nut flush. But
is that just trying to keep the queen x of diamonds in?
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly that. So just go in the smaller size there. And as well as that, like the times that we do flop the nut flush draw with the king in our hand as well, and we have a pair in our hand, so a boat blocker, these hands can be really good checks as well. They can start going into the check range, because we do want to have some... If you're playing against good PLO players, good 6-card PLO players who are competent and really think through the hand and the game and how it works.
Chandra's not going, is it? Oh,
no.
I thought he was putting them in his pocket.
Yeah, so we do want to mix in some checks with nut flushes as well, and the best way to choose which hands we're going to start checking with are the ones that do contain the second nut blocker as well as a pair in our hand. So if Gary had an 8 there in his hand, that is potentially a very nice hand to check as the nuts there for us as Gary. Assuming, obviously, we're playing against good, competent opponents. If we're in a game where people are just going to call 7 high flushes and stuff like that, we can just come out firing. But important to understand as well who you're playing against in the game. If you're playing against some wild cards or if you're playing against good competent pros, strategy is going to differ depending on that.
See, my expertise comes to the table. That burger looks great.
The yellows are 1k, they're 1k plaques.
I thought they were 500s, right?
No, they're 1ks.
Oh, right, okay.
The little blue ones are the 500s.
Oh, right. Yes, you're right.
It's a nice hand here for Mitch. 6 to 9 run down with ace king, nut suit and second nut suit. So bumping it up on the button after a couple of limps in front of him. And back on Gary here. Yeah. Just call him with the kings. Good to see. Same situation. It's just not nice for us if we do pot it there as Gary and we get set in. Always going to be up against aces, so fine to just call, close in action, take a flop.
7, 5, 3, 2 diamonds.
So 6-4 of Carl making the nuts, and big flop for Carl as well. He's also going higher with that 8 working. So I'm just going to be firing out here as Carl. Like these are the boards we can go big on tower as well. It's important to understand like how to build your sizings in 6-card PLO. Like a lot of players when they just start, they think the only sizing is pot, and it's just pot, 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 pot. Oh wow, Mitch has got a big hand here as well. Actually, tower top end wrap. He's got the clean end.
He's also got the good shot for the straight flush
and the nut diamonds as well. So this is a huge flop for Mitch Hynam here, flopping nut flush drawing clean wrap. Like even against bear 6-4 here tower, we're basically going to be flipping. It's only going to be really fine in terms of equity, so Mitch can really put a lot of money in with this particular hand here. And these are the type of hands you do want to be putting a lot of money in 6-card hands that have great equity within the pot. So obviously any diamond making him the nuts, any 4 making him the nuts, any 6 or 8 making him the nuts, and as well as that a 9 making him the nuts. So Mitch's equity here, no matter what he's up against, even if he's up against 7, 7, 6, 4, he's still going to have heaps within the pot, and this is where we really do want to start building. And Carl is in with the nuts, and Mitch gets there on the turn, but so does Carl. Carl with a 6-8 working as well, so Mitch with a free roll, and they're going to chop it up because neither player with a boat, I believe. That should be a split pot, and it is.
splitting the pot, and we've got a hit and run. Seat 2 is off. Gone from 1k to 11k. Thanks for coming. See you later, guys. See you in Luton tomorrow. Chandra, the nice lad, is off.
10 bag. See you later.
That's it. He's played 10 hands. Here we go. Oh, they get bedtime.
Help me up.
There you go. Only came for half an hour. Next!
Mo's going to the hot seat tower. He's like, I'm having that seat. So I don't know who's on the list.
Pesky, watching on Facebook. Good evening. Hi, Jordan. We always stream cash on a Wednesday. We don't do the mini main final. We'll be doing the high roller tomorrow as we get to the final. But we don't do the mini on the Wednesday. We always do a live stream cash because we can now. People want to watch it. It's a different variation of what we normally do. It is a bit unfortunate that the mini does run at the same time as the cash, but we're able to do cash now for the first time, and that's what we do on the Wednesday.
Yeah, I agree, Gary. That is the one thing. Obviously, in casinos, you can get up exactly whenever you want. You can win a pot and leave straight after if you want to. It's just like etiquette within the game. Obviously, the youngsters, I think, of the game all know and all aware, but maybe the older crowd, not so much. And it all comes down to etiquette. And I'm guessing if Chandra wasn't winning as much as he was, he probably would have stayed, but I can only make that assumption. It's just jumping back into it now, and Mark with aces, but neither to a nut suit. 3 clubs in our hand, but the king, queen, 10, 9, very nice to have with pocket aces in 6 card. And 9, 9, 4, 2 diamonds. Now let's see the size Mark opts for here. He's our online qualifier once checked to, but Neil's flopped the boat here with his pocket 4s and just going to put it in, but this is going to be an easy call here from Mark.
Mark will be calling.
Yeah, all the overcards working, needing a 9, queen, 10 or ace. And brick. So Neil is going to get the hold with the pocket 4s there. Unfortunate for him, but Neil does get a well-deserved double up. Hasn't been the best start for him. Getting the hold. A lot of them paired boards there, Tower. If it was checked to Mark,
what was that coming into C5?
Oh, Kellett's here.
Oh, the hand that you commentated on with the bluff on the river in the Vic.
God, that was a long time
was
ago. Yeah.
One of the best hands for calling what a player should be doing, I think, ever. And it was absolutely perfect. He did exactly what you told him.
What I told him, like, I got him on the other end of the mic. Yeah, so Kellett looks like he's got 5k there, ready to take his seat at the table.
Jack, put me on the list, please. Okay.
So Rich Kellett will be sitting down after the button moves round.
So Neil calling blind on the button, and Carl going to make it 1, 2, 5 from the small. Gary's in with a nut suit, 4, 6, 7, 10 jack. A little bit on the loose side, but we've got a nut suit working, and obviously Gary thinking Neil's always going to be calling behind wherever his hand, and position on the aggressor as well as Carl.
Flop time. 2, 2, queen.
Yes, another paired board, Tower, and like the boards that are paired, these are the boards as the aggressor we can be continuing on, like in freeway, like C-bet for example, as it would be in Hold'em, and Carl is going to continue. However, like on these boards, Carl's actually gone for 300 there, 3/4 pot, but on the paired boards, they're the boards where we can size down, like we can go third, we can go half. Like on the rainbow paired boards, our sizings are probably going to be between quarter and third, and then on the flush draw paired boards, probably between third and half. And it's interesting how I build my sizings in PLO regarding what boards we're C-betting, what sizings we're C-betting, and it all comes down to the boards that are going to be changing the nuts a lot of the time on the turn. They're the boards that we want to size up onto, like the, say, 6, 7, 4, something like that, where the nuts has potential to change a lot on the turn. They're the boards we want to choose the higher sizing. However, like the King, 7, Deuce, Rainbow are the boards we're going to choose the lower sizing, because nuts, kings is only going to change when an ace comes on the turn as the nuts. And that's the best way to look at it if you're thinking about PLO and building sizings, what sizings you're going to be continuing on. Similar to Hold'em, really. If you look at Hold'em from a basis like on the drier board textures, you're going to choose a smaller c-bet size. It's the same in PLO as well. However, there are c-bet sizes of a pot. I'm more inclined to do those on the really wet boards where there's 2 to a flush, 3 to a straight, stuff like that. But on the paired boards, they're the boards you don't really need to be choosing the large size, because a lot of the time we're only getting continues from trips or boats, and that's sort of the reasoning behind it.
Call blind, live a little, so he did.
Terry jumped in the high roller, Gary.
He's in the high roller, so he's not in the cash yet. He said he might jump in later, but he is in the high roller at the minute.
So ace jack 4. I think that was checked through on the flop. 8 on the turn. So Neil actually with the best of it here with aces and 4s top and bottom. Does have gut shot in there as well as diamonds working. And this one's checked over to Cole. It looks like Cole's going to take a stab now with his top pair, blocking aces up. Hands like ace 8, ace 4, which probably may call once. And then we do have these future blockers in here as well as Carl, and I'm hoping if we're firing this on the turn as Carl, the time that the river is a queen, king, 9 or 7, that we are going to bluff. However, we don't need to now.
10 of spades on the river.
River in a set. And nil with ace 10. And this is just going to be check, tower, or at least should be 3 straights out there, 9, 7, queen, 9 and king, queen. So Carl with the 6 nuts here on the river, just hoping to take this one with the 10s, which are good.
Indeed. Mike said, why is this not on the little stage that they've got in Luton? The rigging doesn't fit. The rigging doesn't fit on the stage. Brand new rigging for the live stream, and we've been in this position now for, this is the 3rd year that we've been here in the corner, top right hand corner. Well, that's the reason. Evening, Jerry. It says, good evening, Jay. It's our Mick the Mob. Thanks for a great weekend in Leeds. Can't wait to do it all again.
How we doing, Jerry?
Your final table, the seniors, didn't he?
Come up, and the bounty the night before.
And
He
the
come
bounty
up to
the night,
me.
wow.
He was chuffed. He was like, I watch the live stream all the time. I final tabled last night. I final tabled the seniors.
Awesome.
I think you come runner up in the seniors as well. So profitable leads for Jerry, I'm sure. So good to see you. Nice to meet you, Jerry. Thanks for always tuning into live streams. Always nice to put a face to a name.
The bacon ruffles is in the building. Good evening.
Luck and lager goes a long way. I'm sure there's an element of skill involved, Jerry, somewhere along the line, even if you didn't realise it.
5-4 queen flop.
Yeah, and
Carl's got
Gary here with a big hand.
gutter ball. Gary's got
Just
the top end wrap.
Just missing the 8 tower from the clean super wrap here. Gary had the 8 in his hand. He would have a monster, but not having the 8 here, meaning that the times that we do make our straight, times it does come a 6 or a 7, we're not going to have the nut end. So something we'll need to be aware of. So Mitch raising to 700 here. So Gary's just going to call and see a turn. Like a lot of the time here for Mitch Tower, it's just always going to be pocket queens, 3 of spades on the turn, so just Gary getting there. But may get paid off here, because if times that Mitch does have queens, more often than not, he's going to have the queen of spades in his hand 66% of the time, and then obviously is likely to have another spade with it. So it could be top set and flush draw here, Tower versus the 6-7.
So they're just asking, can they run it twice?
Yeah, so could have 6-7 as well here though, by all means, Mitch, but I think it's more likely to be pocket queens with the queen X of spades.
Well, there's a straight for Mitch at the straight.
We'll find out now. No, we don't know what Mitch has got, Tower. His card's not showing, but looks like he didn't have the spades.
No.
Didn't have the spades, and 6-7 for Gary.
6-7 scoops.
Gonna be scooping.
The 6-7 scoops for Gary Banks in seat number 8. There, he's won a pot, Laura. He's won a pot. Greetings from Malta, SE4. Unless you've already moved on to another country. You had queens, so a set of queens. From Constanta. Where's that? I've heard of Constantinople. That's a country. Or is that a capital city? So Mitch had a set of queens. Got it. Dragging in chunks. Romania. Already got to Romania. He was in Malta last night. Don't mess that a seafood. On the coast of the Black Sea. Very nice indeed. Hope you enjoy Malta. And all you tuning in from Malta watching as well. Good evening. It's only an hour in front, Malta, so it's easy accessible. I like it.
Yeah, so still not as deep as we like for 5, 10, 25, but getting there, Tower, with a lot of big pots ensuing. Just be nice to get to some spots where we go flop and there's like a potential 3-barrel bluff hand or something like that, so you guys can get sort of an understanding of the spots that we can be firing as a bluff in PLO once we get to the river. How are we doing, Andy Allison? Good evening, guys. Tuning in live from Stoke-on-Trent.
Nice one, Andy. Oh, Stokes well. Here's Jack 5, Rainbow.
So bet from Banksy. Ace of clubs on the turn. So these turn cards here, Tower, as Gary, we now want to choose a really small size on the turn. We want to go like quarter pot here. Once this top card pairs, as we were the aggressor on the flop, we're going to have the ace jack, the sets, these type of hands. So on the turn here, this is where we want to be sizing down. Like once the boats are out there, we just fold out. Like if they've got like the king, queen, 10, the 2, 3, 4, the wraps, hands like that, or hands that don't contain an ace, whether we go pot or whether we go third, they're going to be letting that part of their range go. PLO. So these are the spots on turns when a card pairs and you're the aggressor and it's checked you again, regardless of range or your hand. You just want to be firing small. Even if you've got the King, Queen, 10 yourself there as Gary, like definitely a spot we can still bluff and give ourselves a really nice price on getting it through. And I think that's I think it's the main leak you see from players that just start playing PLO. They only think like there's one size. We're always going to be choosing pot on turns and rivers. But once you play the game more and you just understand how it works and how equities are working, you can start choosing like the best sizings, in my opinion.
Hi, Macca. Where he is in the house? I'm not sure. I've not seen the front of his t-shirt.
He's in the house.
I've not seen the front of his t-shirt, but on the back of his t-shirt it says GOAT. G.O.A. And I hope it's not a picture of himself on the front of it. I've not seen the front of his t-shirt, so if anybody knows what's on the front of his t-shirt, please let me know. 5, 10, 7, 2 spades. No spades. Oh, 10, 6, 4. Mo. Up, down, wrap for Neil.
Yeah, Neil's got clean wrap here, clean full wrap here with the
Neil's
the
in the
Jack
hand.
8-9.
Yeah, I bet it's 200. Kelly's not in the hand.
Yeah, not much going on for Cole here, so it should just be heads up to the turn between Mo and Neil, which I think it is.
Yeah. 2 of clubs.
Yeah, so not changing anything. 10s remains the nuts here. There's still plenty out there, and Mo now checking with his 2 pair 10s and 5s, and Neil now picking up even more outs. 3 was already working actually, so I've just seen Neil had the full wrap there with the 6-4 working as well. So Neil firing for 400 here as a bluff. Don't mind this at all here as Neil. It's not actually the worst spot to be bluffing tower. Once checked to us here, we've got decent equity. We're blocking top set, so unlikely we're ever going to get check raised, and we get to realise that equity on the river.
Well, there's the flush, and there's the straight.
Yeah, it's a 6-8 for Neil, and it's going to go check, check, and Mo's going to take it with the 10 high flush.
Yep. Dan Peacock says Muhammad Ali on the front of the t-shirt, not Wadey.
How are we doing, Apocalypse? This is the 6-card PLO. Barry Grime on Facebook tuning in. Good evening.
Evening, Grimo. You not fancy a gamble yourself,
yeah,
Barry?
I thought, he probably doesn't fancy Luton. That's the problem, Tower. Probably fancies the 6-card PLO, but just not the location part.
What with the live stream cash in Blackpool and London?
We don't know yet.
Whatever you choose. Deuce to 7 low ball, I think, is an option.
Deuce to 7 single draw.
Do we always get rid of triple cards? Like we just fold the triple aces there?
Not necessarily, Tower. It depends, obviously, what your workers are with it. Like 3 aces isn't as bad as it looks. Yes, obviously, we're blocking our set outs, but like if you've got triple suited aces, like all to a nut suit, you're going to be continuing. It depends a lot of the time, Tower, on your workers with it. And I didn't actually see the aces. I missed the aces that hit the muck, but if we've got like trip 7s in our hand, something like that, a lot of the time it's going to be hitting the muck, unless it depends on our hands, because we could have trip 7s with 2 aces in our hands, working with 2 nut suits, something like that we're going to be continuing with. But yeah, you're right, and want to be staying away from trips dealt in our hand.
Yeah, too far for Grimo to travel down to see for the live game in Blackpool. Get your name on the list early, Barry. Entertain us with a bottle of red.
There's Neil flopping and up and down here, and just going to come out firing. Future blockers in terms of the 6s as well. Potential bluffs on any 3 or 7. Or 7 will make him a straight, any 3 or 8, I should say. And just going to get that one through. This is first ever 6-card PLO stream we've done, guys. Software recently come out. We thought we'd give it a go. We've got a cracking lineup. And we're here till 2 in the morning, so 2:30 on streams. There's still plenty of action to go. I will pop out every hour and a half, 2 hours, just for a quick 5-10 minutes of fresh air. I have to leave tower in the realms of 6-card. I'm sure you'll be fine.
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. Watch the live stream in the smoking area. We'll see how we're coping.
I don't think so. I don't think there was any side games agreed on Span when they started, so no side action regarding the quads or flush game.
Raise it up. There's the 125.
I just caught a glance of Mitch's hand there, Tower. He's got Queen, King 6, 8, 8. I'm pretty sure. So I can't see Mitch's hand, but pretty sure he's got Queens and 8s with King 6. Didn't catch the Zook. Well, let's sweat this one from Mitch's perspective then. There we go. Yeah, it looks like 8s, Queens and King 6 for Mitch.
Here come all the cards.
Sorry, Kings 8s and Queen 6.
Yeah. Cheers, guys. Thank you very much. Perfect. Only needs doing once, then you can pick them up and do what you want with them. Not wang them at somebody.
Yeah, so let's see if Mitch does find the continue here, Tower. This is a board that I think we can happily be continuing on here as Mitch with the Kings, obviously ahead of any hand but 3x or deuces. So does just elect a jam here, and with the SPR, don't mind this at all for half pot with Kings. This is perfectly fine, and shouldn't really get looked up in any spot here. Mo just with ace high and no draw, and Neil just with pocket 10s and a deuce as well. So I doubt Mitch is going to be getting called here, Tower, but like if we were deeper and Mitch's move wasn't just all in, like this board 1200 in the middle, like it's going to be like around a 400 continue for us third pot, just because it's a situation. Wow, Neil's going to make the call with pocket 10s, draw into just a 10 or a deuce, Tower.
Obviously here comes the 10 of diamonds. No, the king of clubs on the turn.
That deads it, and Mitch will get the full double.
5 of diamonds meaningless on the river. The high roller is going on in the background. We'll be concentrating on the high roller day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot of turnout for that as well. It's been some faces in that field already, same as Leeds. It was some real names that travelled up to Leeds or down.
Yep.
It looks like the same for Luton.
58 in the 2K. That's the high roller price here in Luton. The PLO had 131, sorry. 131 in the PLO tournament, 456. The mini main is finished. The mini main is finished, so we'll get a screenshot of the payouts for the mini main sometime during the evening to let you know exactly who won it.
I'm guessing that.
As soon as we get the information regarding the mini, we'll stick it on the screen.
So Mo ace queen jack 10, 5-3. Nut suit, third nut club's working as well. This is one we could definitely limp in from gun, limp call, but Mo just happy to raise it up to 75. And Neil's in with an unknown hand. Looks like Carl going to come along on the button. Gary with the absolute Raz out the way in the small. And Mark with aces to one suit, just going to call here, Mark.
Queen, Queen, 10. That's a nice flop.
For someone, Tower.
For Mo. Just 99% on the flop.
Yeah, and we're not sure what Carl's hand here is, but as Mo, this is one we can definitely check with an ace and jack in our hand here, Tower. Simply the only bad card for us on the turn is a king, so we can play this one slow as Mo. If we just had the bear queen 10, we can definitely come out leading, but this is one that's fine to check here with ace and jack working as well. So just going to check call. And Neil come with the jacks.
Neil come to play.
Looking for the running jacks or deuces, which aren't live because Mo's got the check mark and Carl is drawing dead as well. So both kings must be in the muck. So Mo with the check mark here and going three-way to the turn. 6 of diamonds. Oh, and look at this.
Yeah, Carl's going to fire.
Carl. So Carl just making the assumption here that neither Mo or Neil are ever going to have queen 10 because check to him on the flop, and Mo was the initial opener pre, maybe thinking if Mo's ever got a queen he's going to be continuing, and then once the initial raiser checks, Neil's probably going to do the same thing. So that could be the thought process of a Carl, maybe thinking that Mo's a little bit capped as the pre-flop opener and Neil is 2 once it checks to him on the button, which makes sense. But now we've just got a fold met with this raise from Mo. So Mo playing this in this manner actually gets maximum here with a queen 10. And like, you're going to flop the nuts a lot when you play this game, guys, but it's important to know like your work, well, your other cards workers, whatever you want to call them, like how they fare when you flop the nuts. Like, do they change anything on the turn? Like the ace jack there, for example, makes the queen 10 a very nice check, but as I mentioned, the bear queen 10 is going to be one which we're just going to be leading for third pot almost always. So your workers in your hand are going to be important as well. Dependent on what they are is going to factor in on your decision of how to play the hand. Yep, see Matt on the final table.
He is, yeah, don't know how he's gone on yet. We'll get the result as soon as we can. Any recommendations for local hotels in Luton? John Lowe thinking of travelling down Friday, Saturday night. Premier Inn, 5-minute walk. The Icon, 5-minute walk. Plenty of others around as well. The Thistles in as well. Yeah, Premier Inn just off the motorway as well. Plenty of options in Luton. Get on that booking.com. Others are available. Aces, kings, double suited.
Yeah, very nice hand here from Mark.
3-bet in hand. Right round to Carl. The only person with a chance of giving Mark some action, which he does.
To be honest with you, Tower, like, you're in heads-up situations in 6 card, your fold to 3-bet if you're deep enough with position should be very low, like can be close to 1-2%. Like, you're not going to be folding to many 3-bets with position in heads-up situations in 6 card, and this is all due to all down to how close the equities in these spots are supposed to be running. So
we're getting
this
action
is
here.
just going to get in here, and Mark with the nut diamond draw. Also an ace and king making himself the nuts. The 9's good as well, would make him the second nut straight. So Mark with the catalogue of outs here, Tower. However, there must be a fair few in the muck here, because Mark should be around 50% in this spot with this particular hand, but he's only actually 34%, and that is going to kill a lot of the outs and Mark on the turn. Now needing to find an 8, ace or king, and it is a king.
Ouch.
Finds the king on the end. They're running it twice, and Jack on the turn. So now picking up even more outs. Wrap, and gets there with a wrap. King 10 is good for Mark. So going to win both here versus the set of Carl. Unfortunate for Carl, short was 60% there because of the dead cards. But Mark with an absolute monster tower. Never going to be folding that one. Ace and king or diamond making us the nuts, as well as a 9 making us the second nut straight. So was a monster hand there from Mark. It said he only had 35% equity, but that's down to dead cards, guys. Mark might even be equity favourite in that spot. It's very close when you're not accounting for dead cards in that scenario. So hour and a half in to the stream, we saw Chandra leave us the big winner. 10 bags in his back pocket and off, but still with plenty of action to come. Finishing up at 2 in the morning today, guys. So 2:30 on stream, and the more that people are pulling up, the deeper the game's going to get. It's as simple as that, and hopefully the deeper it gets, the more post-flop play we're going to have, the more river decisions we're going to have, and might actually be able to delve into some analysis. Post-flop at the moment is still fairly short because of the 1 came in pull-up, but potential to get deeper in a couple of hours, especially with the booze flowing as well. See a couple of players with some alcohol in front of them.
Yes. Yeah, the old alcohol flowing. 6 card, not see anything yet. Call. 6 card PLO, first time ever here in Luton. Hanging onto the frame. Maybe not that. Couple of gins. Hanging onto the set.
Loads of you tuned in on this Wednesday night. Great to see for our first ever 6 card stream. As I said at the start, if you've got any questions, anything you don't understand, just fire it my way, and hopefully I'll be able to answer. This is probably the game I play most nowadays, 6 card PLO, these sort of stakes as well. So right amongst my remit here, and it's a good watch as well. Decent lineup, few pros, few wild cards, some entertainers on the table as well. As we got Cole here with aces to 1 suit, queen 10, 3 deuce working with it. An 8, 3 deuce rainbow board here. So Cole does flop bottom 2, but met with this lead here from nil for 400. Kellett just out the way, and looks like Cole going to set him in here with a bottom 2 pair and aces. And if I know nil here, it's going to be 4, 5, 6, something like that. Maybe he could have a set. Pocket 8s for sure is in there, but probably going to, there we go. What's he got? 5, 6, 7, 8s. He has got 8s. Nil. Top set, and Carl is drawing fairly thin here. Only drawing to an ace at the moment. Some backdoor possibilities. Jack of hearts isn't one of them. So Carl drawing to an ace, and only an ace now, and it's a 7 of spades. So Neil with pocket 8s is going to get a double. Greg, what would you say the biggest difference between 4 card and 6 card is? Probably just going to be, obviously equities are running a lot finer. That's a big difference. The other thing as well, like in 4 card, like the blocker effect, for example, if you've got pocket 8s on 5, 6, 7 and you're running it with blockers in 4 card, it's a lot more, it's going to work a lot more in 4 card rather than 6 card, because although yes you have 2 8s in your hand, there's still 2 8s out there. So in 6 card there's obviously a hell of a lot more permutations for a player to have an 8 in their hand. So the blocker effect is going to reduce a little bit. However, there are still spots where we are going to run it with the blockers in 6 card, in spots where potential opponents cap ranges, where you're up against someone who's never, for example, checking the nuts twice and would start leading turn when they checked you twice. You can start running it with the blockers more often then. But obviously, just the equities, be aware of how fine the equities are, and even with top set, some of the time you can be behind. Like for example, on Jack 7 4 2 hearts, and you've got pocket jacks, and you're up against 8 9 10 5 6 ace x of hearts. You're only 40% to win the hand. It's stuff like that, which you have to be very aware of. You see it a lot. I see it a lot of the time, like in PLO recreationals, like not understanding how fine the equities are running. They'll get it in with top set, which is the nuts at the time, but they don't actually realise, although they've got the nuts, they're actually behind in terms of equity. So this is a really interesting game where you can get it in with the nuts and actually lose the pot more often than you're going to win it. And I think if you are looking to go into the realms of PLO or 5 card or even 6 card, you need to be aware of that when playing, that although you can have the nuts at the time, in terms of equity you actually have the worst hand, because you want more equity within the pot. You don't want the nuts and 40%, you prefer the nuts and 60%, if you get what I'm saying. This is by far the most enjoyable form of poker. It's criminal that not many poker clubs have it as a regular. I know there's not many out there. I know a lot goes on at the Vic, to be fair. Like another thing as well, another like little thing on this board, especially like paired boards, understanding that you don't want to be choosing big sizings on this board, because you're only getting continues from the trips or the boats, and so the small size is going to work best. The best way to explain it, I explained it earlier, I gave an example, but you want to, regarding how you're building your sizings, you want to be going larger on the boards where the nuts is more likely to change, and smaller on the boards where the nuts is less likely to change. Sorry. So like our smallest bets are going to be on like the ace king boards. That's where we're going to bet like 20% continue, stuff like that. Our biggest bets are going to be on like the 9-8-5 2 to a suit board. They're going to be our bigger bet sizings. So that's the best way to start building your sizings in 6 cards. Start understanding how often the nuts changes on turns, and then you want to be going larger for the times that the nuts are going to change more often, and smaller for the times that the nuts is going to change less often. And that's a good starting point if you are looking at what size to go, rather than just saying the three letter word of pot that so many people love saying in 6 card. Yeah, Jerry, I play a lot of 6 card, not so much in casinos, but I do play a fair amount of 6 card nowadays. Some online, some live, but not too much in casinos, unless it's the 4, 5, 6 at the Vic once a year at the grand final, that usually I'm not working, so get to play. So 5-way action, I believe, here, and 5, 6, 7 2 diamond board here, and Gary flops the world here. He's got the full 8-9 going all the way up, so never going to be not having the nut straight, assuming the board doesn't pair or a diamond doesn't come off. And Gary does choose to check this one for that reason, and he's going to get Mitch here. Not Mitch, sorry, he's going to get Mo here. It's Mo sat here with the 8-9, and this is what Gary wants. This is why Gary's checked this spot, because he's just got heaps and heaps of equity here, and he wants to get it in for a big pot, wants to have redraws against other bear 8-9, stuff like that. Wow, Neil's just put it in with, go on, Neil, middle set. After all this action in front of him, pocket 6s for Neil, getting it in, and believe it or not, Tower, he's not actually going to be doing too bad against these 2 particular hands, nor Mo nor Gary with a 7, 6 or 5 in their hands. So I think Neil might actually be smidge equity favourite here, three-way against Mo. And there we go, yeah, Mo and Gary. And that's all to do with there not being a 6, 5 or 7 out there. They're all live for Neil. So somehow Neil's actually going to get it in a golden spot for himself here. And Gary putting Mo under it here. And Mo does have the nuts. But with his 8-9, he does not have a single redraw tower. That is the problem we've got here. And does just choose to let the 8-9 go. The bare 8-9. Fair play to Mo. And look, you see here, Neil's actually favourite tower, as we said.
Gary shows the 8-9. Neil shows the set.
Gary turns a flush meaningless. Neil still
Needs to pair.
searching for that board pair.
And it doesn't.
They're going twice.
So the flush, first one for Gary. Does the board pair. No, flush again.
So 7, 6, 5 or 3 required.
And it's
an
not.
ace again.
Scoopy for Gary again.
Yeah, so Gary caught a bit of heat. Up to 7.8k now after a pretty brutal start.
Yep. Yeah, he had the nuts that literally no redraw, says Brad.
Yeah, and it's another one of them situations that we spoke about. However, like I say, 8-9 on 5, 6, 7 is the top end straight. Only, well, it's a bit more because of the flush draw outs there. What is it? 20 outs. So 20 outs, 20 times. Sorry, there's 20 outs that change it from the nuts on the turn. So it will stay the nuts around 60% of the time by the turn, but by the river, it's going to be around 35%. So, and it's important as well to notice as Mo there, working with the 8 and the 9, which isn't a diamond. Because we don't have an 8 or 9 of diamonds in our hand, it's very likely that we're up against an 8-9 with an 8 or 9 of diamonds in their hand, if not 8-9 of diamonds, which is going to have the flush draw, which is just going to be free rolling us most of the time there as Mo. So I think betting once for only a couple of £100, and then after all that action, folding with the 8-9, knowing that he hasn't got a single redraw, is perfectly fine from him. Yeah, especially in free weight. Even more reason. We saw, I think he had like 10% when he was in the tank in a freeway queue there with his particular hand.
Can you both scan the cards again, please?
5 to the flop.
Looks like it is, Tower. It's a juicy game. Enjoying it.
Flop time. See all the cards on the left hand side. 6 card PLO. 10, Jack, 3, 2 spades.
Yeah, I think it's a nice one for Carl flopping. Yep, nut flush draw here with a dummy end straight flush draw. So 9 of spades would give him a straight flush. We got Neil with top 3 pair here, Jack 10, 3. So blocking all the sets. And even Mo here working with the wrap here. Not clean because we don't have the king in our hand. However, bottom end of it would be clean for us. It's only the times that a queen rolls off that we wouldn't have the nut straight, so he's going to get involved as well.
Pairs of 3 on the turn.
Yeah, it's a lovely card to see here for Neil. However, like if I'm Cole here, Tower, these are the spots, as I said, like Cole plays a lot of PLO, I'm guessing, because this is like exactly what you want to be doing on these turn pair board pairs. These are the sizing acts that you want to go here, because we're the aggressor on the flop. We're repping the jacks, we're repping the tens, potentially jack 10-3 in there ourselves with spades. So we want to go for these really small sizings just to fold out all the hands like the wraps, the spade draws, jack 10 bear, stuff like that. However, on this occasion, we have run into the full house of Neil.
And he's all in.
We're all in. Fold.
And Mo is drawing Fin Tower,
Very.
so needs a queen.
King of diamonds hits the river. No good for Mo. Neil takes a pot with the jack 3.
You alright for 10-15 Tower?
No.
Are you? I've got my phone. So if an emergency, let me know. All right.
Okay. You go. I'll
Remember,
be fine.
2 from your hand, 3 from the board.
Don't worry, I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. I'll be fine, honest. Don't worry.
All right, go easy on him. Tower and the 6 card just for a load for 10-15 minutes, and then I'll be back to cover the action.
I know how to make a run. We're
run.
all right. We're all right. Make runs. Does a run beat a flush?
Not in this game.
First time ever. 6 card PLO. We're in for the night. Here's the coffee. Evening, everybody, wherever you are. Malta's watching. Plus, wherever you might be around the world. Hope you're enjoying the first ever 6 card PLO live stream anywhere in the world.
Back.
Miss gets out of the way. Mo. Ace is suited. Ace 8-7-5 2. Call from Neil with a bag of spanners.
Fold.
But they'll be working in some parts. Mark, a nice juicy hand. Kings suited. 9 jack 7 2 clubs. So the nut flush draw with a gutter ball to the straight flush, but we know he can't hit it because Neil's got the blocker.
There's only like, there's like 3 options in there, I've got one of them. Add the noodles to the dinner, like instant noodles.
Neil flops it best.
Fold. Fold.
So 300 a call from Neil, which he does.
You and I, son.
Nut flush draw gets out of the
On
way.
that.
Interesting.
Check. Check.
And then the flush does hit. So the nut flush would have
Check.
scooped a nice one.
Flush.
And Neil scoops with the 10-iron flush. Steve Jackson's in the middle of the North Sea working and watching the poker, living the dream. Living the absolute dream, Steve. You're not wrong. In the middle of the North Sea. Stay safe. Enjoy the poker on your breaks. We are live streaming from Luton all week. Show you the setup, what we are streaming very soon. Mo calls the 25 while he's tucking into a bit of supper. going to see another family pot here. Trip jacks for Neil. Kings. Aces suited for Cole. Kings, ace king suited. Double suited kings for Mitch. And his equity 0%. Wow. Well, we've got two pair of kings and kings, to be fair, so with Rich Kelly having the kings as well. Flop of 8-5-3. Call with the up and down straight draw and a set of fives. So call does lead. Bet 500. And this is folding round in turn. Two pair for Mo. With a backdoor small flush draw. I think this should go in the muck. No, I'm calling. Neil with the draw to the straight. Calls. Pairs the 3. And that gives Mo a full house, but it also gives Carl a boat as well. Bet a 9 from Mo. Neil gets out of the way. Carl should put the lot in for 1.5. And we are calling as Mo Muse. And it shows him the fives. And it's a 10 of hearts on the river. So Carl is going to double. So bet all in 15.25. Carl gets back up to 5.7. Change the dealer. Sean is in place. So Rich making the call. Not fanned him out. Well, there we go. Ace King Jack. 10. 4 clubs in his hand. There's Mr. Kelly. Call with King Jack. 4-way to the flop. Ace Queen 4. Brings a set for Carl. And the Royal Draw. That is not a bad flop for Carl Shaw. The Royal Redraw with a set of 4s on the flop. Top 2 for Neil, who won't be folding. Any clubs on the turn. Set of 4s still in the lead. Rich with the complete Broadway wrap. And now 2 pair. We have 8.25 from Neil.
Players and dealers in the side, we're now on a 15-minute break. Please do leave your chips at the table and make your way out of the cover room. That's a 15-minute break in the side.
Careful, Neil, says Carl. And a 7 of clubs on the river, giving Carl with a set of 4s the hand. And it shows the King Jack of Diamonds as a redraw. And it is good. Evening, one and all. We are streaming from Luton. Rest of 2022 looks like that if you've played all the events. Hope you enjoyed Edinburgh, Birmingham and Stockton. So my covering Mark Eglinton Odegi winning the leg in Stockton. Next weekend, or 2 weeks time actually, Coventry, London, Manchester and Sheffield have deep stacks in 25, 25s and a G400. And then Blackpool is our next live stream in 6th till the 14th of November. And then Leeds, Portsmouth, Leicester, Edinburgh the weekend after for the 25, 25s, deep stacks in G400s. And then the grand final 1st until the 18th live, and the 19th will be the final closer of the year. We'll bring you the Luton schedule very soon. So call. Family pot yet again. Three, 3, 4 is the flop. Kill it. Rich has got a 3 in his hand. So has Carl, but Carl's flopped it. Hitting the flops is Carl.
You alright?
Yes!
Alive and well?
Admirably. Carl Shaw's added to his stack a couple of times. Ian Needleman, good evening chaps. Players online 4-card ILO tournaments. Why they don't have ILO tournaments in any casinos?
I think it's more to do with just the runners that it's going to get. I think more
Yeah.
people want to play a Hold'em tournament than a high-low tournament. There's not even many people that know the variant, and if they do know the variant, they don't know it to the standard that they would know Hold'em, perhaps. So just jumping straight back into it here. This is the three blinds going against each other, and Rich here with double-suited aces, 3 suits, so this is just going to be a pot from him. And I don't think Neil's ever folded a king through 9 rundown double suited here tower, so he's got a dangler with it, but I potentially could see this one being a big pot. Mo with double suited kings.
It's obviously easier to play 6-card with a dangler rather than 4-card.
Yes, yeah, of course.
Is that why it's always more if you got the other 5 taster cards?
Yeah, like these having a 5-card straight in your hand is massive, especially when it's high tower like the king through 9. Simply because the times that we do flop a straight, like it can come Jack 10-9 where we got the nut straight, and any board pair redraws against King Queen. It can come 8-7 and we got it going higher. Like you want these hands and these type of cards that work well together on flops that can not only flop the nuts but can flop redraws with the nuts as well. So when you got fight like here, for example, we've got top 2 and a wrap now as Neil, and I think he might even have clubs in there as well. So this is just a huge flop for Neil, and it's a club on the turn. So Kellett does make top set, which isn't going to be any good because Neil definitely has Queen 10. Not sure he has the clubs. He didn't have the clubs, but Queen 10 for Neil is going to be good. Oh, Rich having both Neil's suits covered there as well. Unfortunate for him. But even this King, Queen, Jack 10, 9, 5 tower is still going to perform very well versus aces. Even double suited aces, we're never aware what suits they are, but this hand's still going to have a fair amount of equity against it. And when you are deep tower as well, like in deep situations where we're going to be playing 4-bet pots and still with 4 or 5 SPR behind, like you want to be peeling hands that don't have an ace in them to 4-bets. You don't really want to start peeling hands to 4-bets which contain an ace. You want all 6 of your cards to be live. When someone 4-bets in PLO, 6-card, it's almost always aces unless it's like a triple suited king high rundown, something like that. But most of the time, just from what I've seen over the years, it's always weighted towards aces. So straight away, we know 33% of our opponent's hand. And with cards that don't have an ace in their hand, we're going to be really live against the aces. So just a little bit of food for thought if you do start playing some 6-card, and if you do play it deep enough, like in the 4-bet situations, like you want to be peeling your hands that don't contain an ace in it, because our opponent is a lot of the time going to have aces. It's just a little nugget for you guys that are just starting to play or want to get playing. Wow, Liverpool winning 6-1. So Mark here, and Queens, 2 suits, onto the second nut. Happy to open this one up under the gun. Mo's got a lovely hand. If we were playing Svitsin, this should be a
what?
Svitsin special. It's a mixed game between Omaha and 5-card draw. So you play half the pot for the 5 cards in your hand, your best 5 card in your hand. So for Mo here, it would be a full house, and then he'd play for the other half of the pot with his 6-card PLO hand on the board. It's Svitsin special, also called Dramaha. It's a split pot game.
Dramaha.
Yeah, Dramaha.
I love it. Dramaha. So he would have, what? He'd have a full house.
Yeah,
'cause it's queen,
so
two.
like he'd have half the pot locked up because he'd have sevens full of nines as is half of the pot because he's got nine
right,
three
I see.
sevens in his hand. He's got a full house, his best 5-card poker hand in his hand. But in Sweetson Tower, it's interesting because when you go to the flop, you have the option to draw cards. So you get to see the flop and then you draw cards like you would in 5-card draw. But if you draw one card, that card's then turned face up. You can either take that card or opt to choose to draw another card. So if you do take that card, then the opponents know one of the cards in your hand. So
You just get bored one night and think, this is what we'll do. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Usually the people that think of the games halfway through the night are doing the tits. That's what normally happens.
I don't know much of Mark Tower, but he seems to play well. Just simple things from sizing, like you can tell straight away just from choosing this third pot size.
But there was a hand literally just after you left, where he folded the nut flush draw on the flop, and we couldn't understand why.
Okay.
I'm not so sure if you want to go back to it, however long you're away, but it was an interesting snap fold, and he had ace. I think it was ace, king, jack, maybe all clubs, and it comes two clubs on the flop.
And Carl lets it go. Queen's fall for Mark. That's good.
So live stream for the cash. Live streaming tonight for the PLO 6 card through until 2:30 in the morning.
Oh, there we go.
Oi, oi. And that's what's happening for the rest of the week. We've got the PLO tonight. Tomorrow, starting at 3:30, is a high roller day 2.
Thursday's Lion Day now. That's always the way I think of it. Lion Day.
And then Friday back to day 1B, and Saturday and Sunday, obviously the main event as well. So we start tomorrow at 3:30 with however left in the high roller, crowning a champion. If it finishes relatively early, we'll flick back to the to day 1A, but it usually doesn't. So we'll usually have a full day on the high roller, but that starts at 3:30. Look forward to that. But tonight is this 6 card.
Yeah, Banksy with a lovely looking hand here.
Is that the aces and queens?
Didn't catch the suits. Yeah, so once more, 8 deuce here. This is a board Gary can definitely continue on still here. Tower 2 deuces. Yes, we do lose to a bad deuce, but it's great to just flush out the equity of like diamonds that aren't going to be calling on the paired board, stuff like that. Even hands that contain a pair in them and then can go in front the times they turn a boat, but just choosing to check this one. And now Carl, don't mind this at all here from Carl. Once flop checks through, like these are the bluff spots that we can talk about. Like people say, how can you bluff in 6 card PLO? Where do you find them? Like Carl's just recognised here straight away that Neil's always going to be betting a deuce here on the flop, and Gary's probably going to be doing the same after opening. So we can just go after the range of overpairs, maybe some nut diamond, nut club draws that are turned, and with equity as well, with the 10-7 and clubs working in there for Carl, and does actually river the second nut flush here with the king 10 of clubs. And
Running
checks
well,
this
Mr. Cole.
over to Gary, who does have the bare ace of clubs, but May thinks that he's still good enough to show down here. Obviously, if this wasn't a paired board, we'd have a mandatory bluff here as Gary, but on this paired board here, it's a little bit more dicey Tower, especially versus Carl here, who can definitely have some deuce X and shows the king 10 of clubs, which is good. But I would like to see a brick there, like a nice little 3 of hearts or something, and see if Carl was going to go for the double barrel there. But these are the spots which you need to recognise where we can potentially take a pot away from an opponent. Like just making the assumptions as you would do in Hold'em. Once flops check through there, the pre-flop aggressor's checked and the player on the bottom's checked. A lot of the time, Gary's going to be firing his deuce X, and Neil's almost always going to be firing his deuce X once checked to. So once we decipher that, we are then the player that is uncapped and can have a lot more deuce X and just start going after it, and then choosing a hand that at times that we are called still does have equity to get there, like on that occasion, and up and down in a second nut flush draw. 7-1 to Liverpool. You guys finish at 2:30 and the bar shuts at 2 AM. Some bad planning there.
Well, it does actually. It does shut at 2 AM.
Wow.
If you're in Luton, it does shut at 2 AM. If you are fancying a little slurp at the bar in Luton, the bar shuts at 2 AM. What's the buy-in for Friday? If you're on about the main event, it's 12.50.
11 plus 150.
Yeah, it's 12.50 is the main buy-in. High roller's got 62 playing. Don't forget it's a 2K high roller. PLO had 131 and they're down to 27.
Yeah, it's a four-way here. Potentially just see this one check through. Heads up, even three-way. Potential continue for Kellett, but in a four-way situation, much prefer this. Just check it through. We are the aggressor. The player's more likely to have kings here on this board, but in a four-way pot, this is the much better approach. And both Gary and Neil here with the king 10. Neil with the slight free roll here. Queen working for him. Firing for 4-2-5. And like for Gary here, and like this is important, against an opponent like Neil, I don't think Neil's ever going to be limping in the cutoff with King's Tower. So like from our perspective, we're going to have the effective nuts. There are some opponents that could still have kings here in this spot for sure. But from Gary's perspective here, I think we're always going to have the effective nuts here as King 10, just from that assumption pre-flop that Neil's never going to be limping. Kings once folded to him in the cutoff. So Gary now going to lead this spot. So only hand we're actually worried about here is Gary's pocket threes. Kings shouldn't be a thing. So just going after some value versus some ace 10 perhaps. Hands like that, 10-3 can still potentially be in there. And Neil definitely not going to be folding the king 10.
No.
And
Just
it does make the call. And they're going to
chop it up. Chop it up, everybody. Chop it up. Everybody loves a chop up.
Except the dealer.
Yes.
Look at Neil, making sure we get the cards read.
Absolutely.
Good lad. Like Cole on the button here, like yes, got a deuce dangler, but this is definitely going to be a hand we want to continue on the button. Jack 10, 10, 9, 8, deuce dangler in there, but happy to come along, facing a limp. Mitch is in with the 6, 7, 8, ace, king, deuce.
Ace 7, 4.
So we've got Mitch flopping top 2 here and gut shot. We've also got Mo in here with top pair himself and gut shot. Not much going on for anyone else here, Tower.
No, got a ball for Neil.
And Mark's actually going to lead here for 200, so 2/3. Mitch just got an easy call. Never want to be raising top 2 in this situation. Just call with position on the better, take our equity. That brings Mo along. Does have a lot of nut 2 pair draws. Any king, jack, 9 would make him the nut 2 pair without a straight on the board, working with backdoor clubs as well. And 5 of spades on the turn. So huge turn card here for Mo, turning nut straight and going higher. Mitch himself turning the nut straight with top 2 pair. So he has a redraw of his own, and now going to lead this spot after being checked to. Only Mo and Neil behind him. Fires for 1.3k after turning the nuts, and Mo's going to get it in with the same hand.
He is indeed.
This is where we should lose Neil, and as well as that, Gary not going to be calling with the second nut straight tower. He'll be well aware that can never be good in this spot with the 6-3. Although it's the second nuts, 8-6 very likely to be out there. Now back over to Mark, and Mark was the aggressor on the flop here, so potential for him to have some sort of set of sevens maybe with an ace, although that's unlikely with 2 aces in Mitch and Mo's hands. But I think more often than not it's going to be sevens with spades here for Mark. Looking at the other 2 opponents' hands, 8-6 would not need to tank in this scenario, especially that he's probably going to have the 8 or 6 of spades. Looking at Mo and Mitch's hand, so I'm guessing Mark here working with a set of sevens tower and then some spades to go with it, but does get out the way. And Mitch and Mo here. Mo got the higher straight redraw, Mitch got the top 2 redraw, so this is around level, and they're going to chop it up.
Chop it up. Can you explain what a dangler is?
Yes, just the low card in your hand that doesn't really do much. So if you've got king, queen, jack, 10, 9, deuce, deuce is going to be the dangler. Same as if you've got king, queen, jack, 10, 9, 4, 4 would be the dangler. However, queen, jack, 10, 9, 5, the 5 wouldn't be the dangler, because actually it would.
The 6
Ignore
wouldn't.
that, the 6 would, because 6, 7, 8,
Yeah.
obviously 9, 10.
Basically a card that
nuts.
won't work with any
Yeah.
other card in your hand. Makes your 6 card and a 5 card.
Yep, basically exactly what Tower said. Obviously you can still make trips with it, but
Span's coming tomorrow. I don't think he'll be driving down to Luton tonight, especially as the bar closes at 2 AM. But Span worked it out last year. Because he got 6 pints in at 5 to 2.
that's how it's done.
That's how it's done. Get 6 in at 5 to 2. They don't throw you out.
They don't throw you out anyway, do they? Casinos open until 6.
24 hours.
Yeah.
24 hours, 7 days a week. That's what it is. 24 hours, 7 days a week.
So Carl, queen 10, 9, 7, pocket 8s with 1 suit. Gary with double suited kings, although the cards working with it aren't the most attractive, but still going to come along on the button with position on Carl. Mitch is in the big blind, and Mo here with ace king jack 5 3 3 closing the action. Oh no, he's not, he's got nil on the 50 behind him, my mistake. Oh, is Mo just going to put it in here with all this dead money out there? just going to flat, and Neil is going to pot it because Neil has got triple suited aces here. Queen 9 6 deuce makes it 1.2, and Carl's going to give him a spin here.
Absolutely, that's a great board. 7, 8, 8, 9, 10, Queen.
And Gary good enough to fold kings no tower. This just becomes an easy fold with pocket kings here for Gary, I think.
Double suited?
Yeah, they're double suited, but the thing is, like against ace of spades, ace six of diamonds out there, obviously bad reverse implied odds. The deuces, the times that we flop a set of deuces, we're not really going to be in love with our hand, whatever the board. So basically, call in to hope for a king here as Gary, and I think he'll come to the correct decision to let this one go. As well as that, obviously 4 spades in our hand, less likely to make a flush. But maybe the nil factor is what's doing it here for Gary. Maybe thinking nil, not necessarily going to have aces in this spot. However, usually in a
Mitch has
scenario,
put a lot in for 3.4. More snap called. Neil's never folding. Not ever.
What is going on here? Mitch can't have anything. Kings he can't have. Aces he can't have. Queen Jack 10 9 8 7 rundown's unlikely because Carl's blocking that. What on earth has Mitch got tower?
Spread your cards, Mitch. Because Neil's never folding, and now Carl is thinking, what's happening here? I've got a call. He calls. Gary, is he a family all in?
He's asking for a count. This is one
3-3.
Yeah, this is one of the other problems with obviously flatting the kings. We're not closing the action behind, and now we've probably got a call getting this price on the call.
Absolutely. 5 all ins.
6 to 1.
We're talking a 15k pot going on.
It's going to be a biggie tower, I'll tell you that. And Carl and Gary still going to have betting on the side. Good luck, Sean, sorting this one out. Pray for the dealer tower. That's what I'm going to say when this all goes in.
I mean, I'd still like to know what Mitch has got.
Yeah, it just don't make sense to me because obviously he can't have aces, he can't have kings.
He's just took a picture of them for his fans.
I reckon he's going to have Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10. We'll go with that.
Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10.
I'm going on the dead cards tower, but the fact that he's taking a picture as well, I'm guessing it's a hand he's not going to have too often. So Carl and Gary both just getting the lot in.
He can't have kings. He could have queens.
Yeah, Queen.
You could have jacks.
Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10. Something like that for Mitch.
Spread him, Mitch.
Maybe with the ace of spades in there.
There we go.
He's got the King, Queen,
10,
Jack, 10,
Queen,
6, 7.
There we go. 6, 7, 10, Jack, Queen, King.
Having a little gamble. Neither his suits lives. Heart's not working for him. Diamond's not working for him. So Mitch going to need a miracle here.
Good luck, Sean.
Oh, he's got 3 suits here, Mitch, to be fair to him. He's got the Shablammer.
The Shlabama, I do like that word. So we have a 5-way all-in, 15k pot, and it's 4, 5, 9. There is a side betting, because we've got 2 people still with money. It's checked. 10 on the turn.
Yeah, that's a massive turn card for Mitch now, Tower. He has got the super wrap here. Any 6 through king that doesn't pair the board and isn't the club is going to give him the nuts. 9 on the river. Who's got the 9?
Who's got the 10s?
Does someone have 10s? Carl's got
10,
10-9 for Carl Shaw.
Oh, sure, baby, the gentleman.
He's going to scoop the lot. 21.5k pot.
Whoa.
Going the way of Carl. Phelps the entire table, but Mark and Carl is just up to 21.9k, just like that. And the 10-9 does it.
Wow.
On the end there.
Well, if nobody pulls up, we've done.
There we go. There we go. That could be it, guys.
He's felted everybody.
Oh.
Wow, Carl Shaw. 10-9. It comes 10-9, turning river. Wow. What a game. Well done to the dealer. Big round of applause, please.
It's just Kelly,
Sean.
Kelly and Mark weren't in that one. Well, it shouldn't be too hard, Tao, because I think Carl's got everyone covered. So it's not. It's just everyone give Carl their chips, I think. I think that's how this is going to go. I think everyone's just going to be giving Carl Shaw money.
Gary might have a bit of change left.
How we doing, Mo? How we doing, Nav Garney? Hello, Hat and Tower. Good job. Nice to see the boys playing. I wish I was playing Nav. I wish I was playing in this game. Got to be here for Tower though.
We finish at half 2.
It went all in pre, Carl. All went in pre.
This is just gambling. Is there a seat for Alan? Well, there's 3 left. Obviously, like a tournament, it's
just gone from 7 to 3 Tower. Carl having everyone covered and scooping.
Yeah. Gary's just having 5 minutes. He's still at the table. So everybody looks like they're still sitting down, so they're going to be pulling back up. Carl Short has got the absolute cake.
So on to the next hand. Yep, £10 rake span. Any good? Any good value about? 20 bag pot, £10 rake. Yeah, Carl, it's too short at the moment. That's the problem. It's 5, 10, 25, and you got people sitting with 40 bigs. You got people sitting with 100 bigs. But if everyone was 20k deep, that's when we could really get into it. But obviously, if you were short stacks, like if everyone had Carl stack in front of them, then it would be a lot more to talk about going post flop. Obviously, when you're just getting it in for sub 100 pre flop, you're only going to have a slight equity advantage, very minimal, assuming you get it in with the best hand. But hopefully, we've still got 4.5 hours left of the stream, so we'll probably get a deeper game in a few hours and might be able to get to some post-flop analysis. So Mitch is back for more. That first 1k pull up lasted him a few hours. Did run it up to 8 bags, but Chandra, if he was watching that earlier, felted Mitch in an 11k pot and he was out of it. Straight to the bank. So Carl just sitting with the absolute cake, as Tao said, in front of him now. 20 plus bag stack. And Carl was a loss, big winner on our last cash game stream, to be fair, so might become a bit of the furniture if he keeps running like this and scooping the lot when we do go live on stream. Oh no, Kevin, this is at G Casino in Luton. And Neil just gets the check mark straight off the bat here with the Jack 8. And this one checks through. 7 of spades on the turn, where should see Neil start leading now. And does, but not going to get any action from Carl and nor Mo either. I doubt he will, Mick. I doubt he will change his game with that stack. I think he'll just continue playing same game that he's been playing. You'll be in it to win it. A 5-way all in, I wasn't expecting that. There was a massive side between Banksy and Carl, but it all comes back to pre-flop as well. I said about Gary, with them particular kings on the button, in a spot where it could definitely be up against aces. Was earning in for a couple of £100 and then called the pot of nil after Carl called. Maybe nil being nil had something to do with that, but I think those situations where we can potentially just fold and then we call the 12 and then we're getting priced in after all the all-ins and now we're putting the money in. But basically everyone with a hand that they fancied having a pump with that. The only legitimate hand out there was really nil. That you would want to get in for that many big blinds, but people like having a gamble. And Mitch here setting the trap, limping under the gun with the aces, going to go for the limp raise here versus Mo, especially versus Mo's stack size as well. When we limp raise here, SPR on the flop is going to be around 1, so we can just put Mo in. Oh well, Mo's shorter than us actually, so even less than 1. We can just put Mo in on almost any flop, especially this one when we flop top set. Ace King 4. Wow, Mitch going to allow him a freebie here with the ace of clubs working and jack of clubs on the turn. So now does bring in the flush, but no player with it. And Mitch fires for 200. And Mo with a quick fold. And Gary's back for more. But with equities running so close, don't you just kind of have to keep putting money in once there's loads of callers? With certain hand spans, yes, like so much better to have like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 there triple than it is like them kings, like simply because we want hands that are going to be able to make the nuts in these multi-way situations, and having 2 second nut suits is really bad once we put it in 5-way, because more often than not they're going to be dead versus the nut suits. So all we're searching for really is a king, and once more thinking about the range of those 5 opponents, like there's potential king X out there as well that can be in them hands, obviously high cards. So I would much prefer to see a get in there with like 5 through 10 triple or even double rather than that particular hand, because it's all about being able to make the nuts as well. Like with 2 second nut suits, when we go all in 5-way, it's very unlikely that they're going to be drawing to the nut flush. It's very likely that ace X of spades and ace X of diamonds are going to be out there, so a lot of the time we're just searching for a king. However, with a hand like 5 through 10, like that's going to perform a lot better. It's going to have the medium to low board coverage where we can flop like 2 pairs and straights and have a lock on the board against ranges that are going to be full of a fair amount of high cards, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, we're still going to have a smidge of equity, but even 5-way, like 20% is obviously going to be the right amount that we need. like if you run through a 6-card calculator, aces double versus them kings double, and then you run aces double versus 5 through 10 triple suited rundown, you'll see it's actually not significant, because it's probably at least an extra 10% equity we're going to have against that hand, which in 6-card PLO is going to be fairly significant. Yeah, but yeah, it comes back down to the first thing. It's fine once Carl opens in the cut-off to peel the kings, but what we need to be aware of in that situation as well, Carl's actually effective under the gun because the 50 straddle was on. Under the gun +1, Kellett folded, didn't he? So he's technically opening from +1, although it's the cut-off with the straddles on, and then nil in the third straddle was then potted it. And a lot of the time in PLO, when you do open EP and you're met with a pot from the blinds, that's very weighted towards aces. Maybe not in the case of nil, but with a lot of players, that's what you're going to see when you're opening EP and they 3-bet out the blinds. A lot of the time, it's just going to be weighted towards the aces. But personally, I think it's fine from Gary, like, to peel the kings on the button, facing the cut-off open from Carl. But then once Neil pops it for 1200 and we're only in for 200, I think we can just save ourselves a bag and get away from those particular kings. 4 spades in our hand, 10, 5, deuce, deuce is not the most attractive. But in the moment, you can see all the money in there and may sway your decision. These are much better kings, obviously, on first glance. Very attractive looking hand here. The King, 10, 9, 9, 8. And Mo happy to defend in the big blind. Has a triple suited hand. And a flop of 10, 5, 6, 2 spades, 1 heart. So good flop here for Gary. Met with a lead here from Mo. Mo just leading with his nut flush draw and his up and down, and potential for some fireworks, but Mo's only short looking at his stack. Gary with the best of it at the moment, but ace on the turn is going to give 2 pair to Mo, so Mo's out in front and Gary gets there on the end with the king. Third nuts on the river for him, neither player with Queen Jack, and Gary Banks takes it down. Mo turning the best of it with 2 pair. Now Mo looks like he's out of here. No chip left in. Oh, he has left some chips in the seat, so Mo's probably off to the cash desk. And the thing is, Span, as well, you don't usually get a game as action as this at these states. Usually you get one where you're going 3-4 way, but we've had multiple pots going 5-6 way, 4 way. Like, in a different lineup, potentially you're going heads up or 3-way a lot more in 6 card. Yeah, and stacks are obviously, other than Carl, is fairly shallow, and Mark in seat 9 as well. He's got, I'd say, about 6k in front of him. Kellett pulled up 5.
I'm back, honest. Here we go. What's been happening?
Not much.
Went at the right time. Did everybody come back? No, nobody's left, have they?
Nope, Gary come back. Mo just got stacked. He's off to get some
Again?
chips.
Oh, man. The room is buzzing. The high roller's going on, the PLO's going on, cash is going on. And this cash table. It's great to see. Luton coming out in force yet again. GUKPT week. Show you the full schedule as well after this hand and what is happening in Luton for the rest of the week. We know what we're streaming, but we will show you what's actually happening.
It's Gary now opening the jacks here.
Flop time. 7, 10, 4, 2 hearts.
So Gary flopping up and down here with the 5-6, Jack 9 working, so he's got a double gut shot to the nuts here. 8 or 3, well, an up and down and gut shot. And Carl firing for 1-7-5.
6 of clubs.
Yeah, and Gary's
for the
just
straight draws.
yeah, and it's just a mandatory bet here. Gary have checked to, but Carl's going for another street here because he's got the pocket eights, so he's got the blockers himself. I didn't even see that. So Carl with a mandatory bet as well. If it have to fire that card after choosing to fire flop.
Luton. This is the schedule for the rest of the week. We're halfway through. There we go. We're on Wednesday, as you can see right there. That's what's going on. And then tomorrow, day 1A starts at midday. We'll be in at 3:30 for the high roller day 2. And then the main event, cash out satellite, will be working as well. Oh, they did a cash out satellite in Malta.
Did they?
But they did it where if you got 130,000 over the line, you can stay for the 30,000 and crack on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. Try and win another seat.
Ah, that's all right. I like that idea.
That's what they did.
So, say for example, if I had 120k, I don't have to call the floor yet. If I don't want to for my seat, I can continue to
No,
gamble.
they'll take the 100k,
Yeah,
give you the ticket for a seat.
I understand that. Yeah,
And then carry on.
but what I'm saying, if I've got 120k in my stack,
So
I
you've got
don't
more
tell the
chips in it.
floor, and then potential to. Is that allowed?
I don't know. I'm not sure if that was the case, but I know you could carry on with your stack if you just you could. I think you can opt to do one or two things: leave when the chips are spread around, as we do, or take the 100k, leave sit with 20 and carry.
Why
on.
would you have them spread around, even if you got 1k back?
Well, you might not want to play anymore. That's the idea of a cash out satellite, isn't
Who
it?
on earth would take that option?
Bed, bar. That's the idea of a cash out satellite. If you get to 100,000 as quickly as you can, off you go.
Oh, that's a shame. This flop's got spades on it. This would have been action if this was rainbow, but unfortunately, 3 spades on board here. No player other than Carl with the flush. To talk about straight flush actually, and now Carl is praying someone's got the nut flush here.
Any straight flushes about? Fold, fold. Damn, he says. He says, damn. Mo Muse will be back, so too will Neil. 7-handed. As we only can get 7 players playing the 6 card. Especially when we run it twice, use every card.
Plus more. Have to start pulling the burns out.
Delicious. Oh yeah. So that should be the rule. If you want to run it twice, you should play with a joker. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Jokers are wild.
So Mitch here, pretty trash aces these ones, but aces are aces, so we're going to bump it up. Obviously when we have 2 aces in our hand as well, it's very unlikely we're ever going to get free bet from gun. So raises to 75, and Gary does have a hand though that does want a free bet here, blocking aces himself with kings. One's a nut suit and second nut suit.
3 nice ones. Off to the flop. 5, 9, 6, 2 diamonds with a flush draw for Carl.
Yeah, big flop here for Carl Tower, 2 pair nut flush draw.
Mitch has got the flopped straight.
Yeah, so it's just going to get in here between Mitch and Carl with stack sizes in question. And Carl's actually slight favourite here, 9-5 odd diamond working, and that's
9.
dead on the turn for Mitch.
Shows his cards already.
As I think both aces are dead. So 8 on the river. They're probably running it twice. No, they're not. Just running it the once. And Mitch says 9-5 is good.
Yep. So all in for his 320. Mitch pulls up again. Carl Shaw is like gold.
Yeah.
He's got the lot. 23. A 5-way all-in was the big hand.
And I think Tower, he's only in for 4K because I know he started with 2 and then he pulled up another 2 when he got stacked. So I think he's only in for 4 bag, which, if that's correct, sporting a 20 grand win. And we've still got 4 hours left of the session. Min is 1K, Gunnar Ash, there is no max. If you want to come down here, pull up 25K, have Cole covered, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, absolutely.
He won a 21K pot, 5-way all in, had everyone covered and scooped. Don't see no 5-way all ins in Holden Pre, do you, Tower?
Absolutely not. Ace King for Cole.
Yeah, an Ace King. Not the best. We are working with a nut suit 2, 3, 5, 6. It's going to give us nice work on the lowest of board coverage, but one we can definitely limp call on the button. He's chose the limp here. Thought he opened, so it's going to limp call. Marks in. Now folding. Once it's back round to him, Gary's going to come along for 125 more.
Mark gets out of the way. And Mitch is in again. Ace 7-4. Don't think it's Mitch at all with what I've seen there on the camera.
Yeah, but smashes Cole here though, Tower. He's got top pair and he's got a wrap to go with it. Although it's not clean, it's still big flop for him, especially with position as well. Once checked to us here, want to be firing with Cole, we can get hands like Ace 4 out of there, 7-4 that are actually in front of us in terms of hand value. So does fire and just gets it through.
Any card under a 9 playing. I think we actually have I think the software now does dealer's choice. But it depends what games it is. I did see the list. We had a list in our chat this week on what games can actually are actually covered by the new software update.
Well, Riggy come up to me and he said about getting DC potentially on for Blackpool. He said get a DC game.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, I'd like
because
to get a DC game.
There used to be a big dealer's choice game in Blackpool 3 times a week.
Okay.
3 times a week. Blackpool used to have a massive dealer's choice. Well, massive for Blackpool, I suppose. 50 pence, £1. But we can run some games now on the new software update.
So these are the games, Tower.
Go on then.
I'm going to run you through.
I'll let you know what I can play.
We can play Texas Hold'em.
That's me.
We can play Short Deck.
Oh no, what's that?
Where the 2s, 3s, 4s and 5s are removed. And a flush beats a full house. Tower's face. We can play Omaha 4, 5 or 6.
Yeah, I'm good at that.
Omaha High-Low 4, 5 or 6.
I'm good at
that. Pineapple.
Love it on pizza.
We got Courchevel and Courchevel High-Low, which are basically Omaha and High-Low. You know, play Courchevel, don't you? I'm assuming, Tower.
No.
No?
No.
So Courchevel is exactly the same as Omaha and Omaha High-Low, depending if you're playing Courchevel High or Courchevel High-Low, except the first card of the flop is exposed with the pre-flop betting. So before you go any betting, you see a card that's going to be on the flop already. It's the nut peddlers game. That's what Courchevel is. It's the nut peddlers game. So that's one we can play. We've also got Deuce to 7 low ball. We got Deuce to 7 triple draw. Ace to 5 low. Ace to 5 low ball. Never heard of that. Triple draw.
Oh, can't you play that one? This is what you do.
But I'm guessing it's Ace to 5, but low ball. But surely Ace 2, 3, 4, 6 is going to be the nuts if it's low ball, not Ace to 5.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to question that one. If anyone in the chat help me out, we've got triple draw, Badoogie, Badusi, and Badacy, 7 card stud, 7 card stud, high low, and Raz.
There's no Maltese cross. I can play that.
So the only one I'm not too familiar on is the Ace to 5 low ball.
What's Badacy?
It's a variant of Badoogie.
And Paduki. Oh my days.
No Scottish or Irish, says Brad. They had a massive Scottish game in Blackpool last year. I remember we were talking.
Yeah, they did. Huge.
So pocket jacks here for Carl. Going to be good on the river, and once checking back turn, going to go for value here versus Mo.
So Carl 24.1 and the rest are pulling up because he had them all covered, 5-way all in and won, and just took everybody. Anyone else's Twitch stream sound keep dropping? I don't know if there's is the background noise still running okay on Twitch? We do turn the mic off every now and again if somebody comes in the room and we don't want to disturb the comms. If you know Luton at all, we're actually in a broom cupboard. I feel like Gordon the Gopher. But if it drops and there's no sound around the TV, we'll have a listen. We have to. So we'll check that for you. If it does drop completely. If it does drop completely and there's no table sound, we'll get that fixed for you. Well, if it is us, it's only because somebody comes in or Jay says he's off to order some food and don't need to know what he's ordering. Won't be salad, that is for sure. So we'll keep an eye on that. Thanks for telling us. Want it to be as good as possible. Neil 3 bets to 400. Jacks ace suited against Queens suited. And there's the Queen as well. Flop top set for Carl, who is running absolute pure at the minute. Gary with the Kings. Has to get them in the muck. And this could be the end of the hand. No redraws for Neil. No clubs in his hand. And the flop top set. And he just shows the lot. The flush draw, top set. Delightful. Carl Short wins another little one. Yeah, I've just checked the sound. It does go off completely when we mute it, so we'll change that. PK will be on the case, and we'll get that sorted. Thanks for letting us know that it does drop completely. Carl bought him for 4k. He was in for 4, 2,000 and 2,000. Was in for 4, and he has the absolute cake.
How much to make it go? One time. How much to make it go?
Give me 10 bag, Ali.
Man, don't push me. You know you want to go. Just imagine this table. How tilted.
More back of the table.
match is 5.
Can't leave, man. I've got unfinished business to attend to.
Huh?
I can't leave. I've got unfinished business to attend to.
You do? Me, I guess. You still want to bash them up, yeah?
King 8.
Yeah, give me 500, just leave it. Yeah, and then we all take together.
200.
Use them, we go.
Fold.
Do you need him?
Fold.
Fold.
I know you're going to have one. And then the deuce will come in the end.
Deuces as well.
Deuce of hearts.
You want to check Luton for the rest of rest of this week? We're on Wednesday the 12th. 5 events running today. The Turbo Satellite when we turned up this morning to set up the table. High Roller Day 1 started, the PLO started, the Mini Main Day 3, which we'll get the results of very soon. And the Cash Out Satellite is already running as we speak. Day 1A of the main event, but we're concentrating tomorrow on the High Roller Day 2, and we'll be crowning a champion on the stream. The Cash Out Satellite as well on Thursday. Main event day on Friday, B and C, Turbo being the C, and then Saturday for the 15th for the Bounty, and then Seniors and the £200 Turbo. Those are sneaky.
Yeah, I know it was.
Smoothly came in.
Have I missed much?
No. No, Carl just flopped the absolute world very shortly, about 2 hands ago.
Martin Chan helping me out. Ace 5 low ball follows the same hand rankings as the low. Okay, so Ace 2, 3, 4, 5 is the nuts.
Oh, right, okay.
Makes sense. Quick one, Martin. So, if Ace 2, 3, 4, 5 is the nuts in that game, is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 a 6 low, or would that be counted as a straight? Just a quick question.
So would a straight be a
Yeah. That's what I'm getting at. Like, is Ace just higher? Maybe. Well, obviously not as high as low ball, but I want to know if, like, if you make a straight and low ball, obviously it plays as a straight. So that's where my confusion is.
I'm not folding nothing.
Yeah, Badesi split between low ball and best Badoogie.
I'm having a look.
I've never actually played Badesi. I know the rules.
No, I'm not.
I'm not answering that question.
Who's played Paducah every now and again?
Paducah?
Yeah, I think that was that the original of Badesi, Paducah, Paducah, and all that.
I think Paducah was the original, and then the variants come out. How are we doing, Carl? Good evening to you. All aboard the 6-card streets. Pot limit Paducah when you're deep as anything. Now that is a game. That is a real bluffer's game when you're playing pot limit Paducah.
It is. When they're on about the dealer's choice in Blackpool, they used to play Maltese cross a lot. And so every now and again, when they got bored, they'd have reverse Maltese cross. So they'd deal the middle card turned up, obviously.
Yeah.
And then the betting starts with the middle card. And then you deal it backwards. It was bonkers. Literally, the middle card was dealt. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I'm all in, baby. I'm all in as well. Like, what on earth's going on?
I think there's a lot of skill in Paducah, boss. Like, I know you say it's a gambler's game, but like, if you're deep enough, like, just going after the patters and stuff like that, the people that get dealt a Paducah and they pat pre and being able to actually put them under it and then just raise first street and then just go after it, knowing that it's very unlikely they're ever going to be dished better than an 8 Paducah. Sometimes they will, and you're just going to do it in, but most of the time they're just going to be in a gross spot. I really like that factor of Paducah. The fact that you can really make some plays and go after it if you want to. Yeah, massive position is Carl in that game.
Evening, Carl. Would have enjoyed the football this evening.
So you've got Gary here with the...
That's a gambler's hand, isn't it? 5, 6, 8, 9, King Jack.
Yeah, well, it's got good workability, Tara. It's only one suit, but all 5, the 5's connecting with a 9, 9 connecting through with a king. And like even against aces, not going to be in the worst shape. Obviously prefer to be double suited at least, but obviously a bit on the gambly side. But Mo in a bit of a hole, happy to get it in. Neil's going to come along as well with a similar hand to Mo. So Gary's actually 46% here, we can see, Tower, which is huge to have free weight. Free flop.
Yep, 6-9-3 flop, 2 spades. Four diamonds. Does that give more? Well, it's checked all the way down again. So a small pot, 2 pair announced. Don't think Mo's got 5,
Jack 9,
7.
Jack 9 for Mo. Yeah, 9,
Yeah,
6
Jack
on
9.
the flop. Turning up and down to go with it.
Jack 6, we'll take.
What do you got there, Billy?
If we end up doing a mixed game in Blackpool, obviously we need the dealers to be on point. These are fantastic, these Omaha dealers, I must admit. Really, really on the ball. I would probably say maybe a maximum of 4, just so not to confuse everybody. But that's just me.
Not to confuse Tower.
Absolutely. Well, I'll pick the 4 games that I know.
Okay, thanks Martin, saying that 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is a 6 low in as the 5 low ball. Thank you.
Call Bellis, just going from the match. Nice night on the old football bay. You can't have back 7-1. You can't have. Not ever.
Yeah, Jakey, that is Dan on the rail. He's on the list to get on this one. Oh, Dan G.
Timer, mate. We won't play as here. We want to fucking gamble. You'll get a pity.
So there's a dealer change every 45 minutes, so you can time me if you want that. Go 25 please, mate.
Why are you asking me? If you'd have put the 50 in, I would have done the 100 anyway. I was waiting for you to put the 50.
100 shadow. Gold.
Stimesh,
This is going to end up
you and me. Oh, well.
being here. Unless this guy wants to rob it. Have a gamble, man. Just run it. I've got a 50 in Amazon. Run it out.
I haven't looked.
Yeah,
Yeah, run it out. Yeah.
Yeah, Mick Terry was there as well. Terry, I think, is on break in the high roller. So
Yeah, he said he was going to play this, but obviously high roller is more for him. Ace 10 9. All the cards on the backs.
all in pre between Mo and Neil. So big flop here for Neil. Flopping 2 pair, straight flush draw.
King.
And that's one of the straights.
No, it doesn't. I think that's Mo's card. I'm pretty
Has it
sure
not got 7-8?
Mo had 7-8. I'm pretty
Well,
sure
Mo's
Tower.
7-8.
Well, it doesn't matter because Neil river in the straight flush with the Queen Jack of clubs.
Oi, oi. They on the straight flush, baby.
Yeah, Mo got there on the turn with the 7-8. Did have the dummy and wrap. But Neil with the club on the river, back up above the 1K mark.
Straight flush. All over, mate.
Bunch of shops.
So probably it's your 25.
Excuse me.
Your 10. 5 please.
There you go.
Minutes remaining on the break. Please do begin to take your seats now. That's all my listeners.
50. Carl, one of
Shadow.
Seven 1. Liverpool. All right. Yeah, that's all right. Liverpool, Spurs, and Bayern with both teams to score. Very nice. Well done, Carl. Spend it wisely. Spend it wisely. Well done, Carl. Always nice to see somebody bash the bookies. It's never me though. But we will have a Towers treble on Saturday. walked into
I'm off if you're having a Towers treble.
walked into Malta. I literally just about to get on the plane, and he says, "Are you doing a Towers treble?" I had no idea who it was. He said, "Are you doing a Towers treble this weekend?" I'm like, really? Yeah. Why not?
All good now. Thank you.
And guess what? We got 2 out of 3 again. Who let us down this week? Oh, Derby County let us down. They had a man sent off. Ooh. Nice flop for Colt. Jack 3 on a Jack 3 flop. But we have a split with Mitch, who's all in with Jack 3 again. He could get unlucky if a Queen hit, or a 10, or a 6. Neil folds a 3. Gary can't call with the Kings. Or is he all in? Oh, he's all in. I do apologise. He is all in. It's an 8. It's an 8. So we've got a bigger house. And it's a Queen. So we've got Jack Queen for Carl. They both had the Jack 3, they both had the Jack 8. And obviously Carl rivered the Queen. And I think we've lost Mitch. Mitch Hynham has stood up, and we have lost Mitch. He has not had a good night on the streaming table, unfortunately.
It's coming back. Yes, it's coming back.
That was tough.
It's only Billy and myself. Billy
Jim. It was a bookie. He was probably a bookie teller wanting to thank you for paying for his trip to Malta.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jim.
We're winning, buddy.
There'll be another one. I can't believe Derby County lost, but they did have a man sent off,
Just
and
link
they
to
were
Carl.
1-0
Carl,
up.
send it back here, will you, please?
What can you do, eh? What can you do?
Straddle. How much is the pull-up there, please?
1800.
18. Yeah. Folds. 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 Cool. Cool. 200.
Queen 998, 8899. There's a 200 from Carl.
Raise. 800. Call. Forward. 875.
So we get us 890 in the middle from Neil. All pre. Rich Kelly as the aces, double suited.
No, there's still action.
There is still action because there are still chips.
I just want to know.
And that is a flop for the aces double suited. Rich Kelly flops the nut flush. But he's up against a set of jacks for Neil.
400.
Whoa. Yeah, they're in. It's all in as quickly as you can for Rich Kelly. So I think Cole might get rid of this. You're in race to 1,000. Well, has he announced call? He has announced call. 6 on the turn. Neil's going to need it to pair it. Oh, it's not the 10 of diamonds, so the nut flush for Rich Kelly. Neil was all in with a set of jacks, it didn't pair. And The third nut flush for Carl is no good. So Rich Kellett near trebles. Takes money out of Neil and Carl. Flopping the nuts, and it stayed in front. Mitch is back. I didn't see him hold the seat, but he is back. Mitch Heinem is back. Good to have you back, Mitch. Good luck.
Mitch pulled up 18. Neil pulled up another 5. Neil. Sorry, Neil.
Now we have a full ring of 7 players. Only play 7-handed with it being 6 card.
Straddle.
Yeah, just 7-handed as it's 6 card. Moore's back. Mitch is back as well. Mitch must have left a chip on the table or just told the dealer he will be back. King Jack 4, 2 clubs. Flush draw for Carl and for Neil, who has the best flush draw available. King Jack. There, 250 from Garrett. With 2 pair. But he has to get out of the way to the flush draw with no redraw. Tommy Tucker, good evening, watching on Twitch. Was up Tuesday, playing a minute, busted out kings into jacks, tilted towards roulette, threw £300, asked for 20, 18, 17 neighbours and rolled in 20, they paid 30, so we went, ha ha! Well done, Tommy. Got his money back, and a bit more. Well done indeed. Tomorrow we will be doing the high roller from 3:30 in the afternoon. So good afternoon, and good evening, good morning if you're in Australia. So kings, not very nice board of Jack 8-3, but it's checked all the way around, so nobody's betting the flush. Turn instead of 6 of hearts, and now Mo bets 250, and first bet will win. Hiya Tony, we'll get the results of the mini main. Yes, it has finished. I don't know the results. We'll get it from the room when we can, the mini main. We'll try and get you how they finished and in what order very soon, and we'll stick it on the screen within the next half an hour, hopefully. 5 to 11 GMT. We are on the stream until 2:30 in the morning. And then on stream tomorrow from 3:30 in the afternoon. The High Roller Day 2. Crowning a champion live on the stream. More raises to 50 pre. Jack's suited. So 5-way to the flop. King in the window. King 3-5, 2 spades. Nut flush draw for Carl. Second nut flush draw and top pair and 2 pair for Neil. So we won't be going anywhere. Neither will call. Neil just says, here, you've called, you might as well have it, you might know it. Well, if it's a spade on the turn, I think they're all going in. It is, it's a jack of spades. This will be going in. Better 4. This should be a raise. Oh no, it's just called. And now nut flush against second nut flush. Puts it all in. It says you can't have it. It says, have you got it? It says, I'm throwing away King Queen. You have to have it, he says. Yeah, it pays him off. A7 of spades. Neil with the King Queen. Unfortunate turn card. He had the 2 pair on the flop. Second nut flush draw. And still gets stacked by Carl Shaw.
I'll come back and just see Carl's stack getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, it's just stacked Neil. Neil's got the second nut flush draw and 2 pair on the flop. Spade comes on the turn. Got the second nut flush and 2 pair. Carl's just got the nut flush.
How are you doing, John? I think he's up 22. I'm pretty sure he's in for 4. I know he pulled up 2 originally. I know some got stacked on stream. There was about 45 minutes of play that we didn't catch before, but I'm pretty sure he's in for 4. I remember him pulling up 2k when he got felted and not been felted since then, so I think he's in for 4 bag. It's nil under the gun. Limping in with the ace, queen 8, 3-3 deuce. And marking the small blind. Not the most attractive kings. 10-9 ace working with them, but just one suit. Just going to get him for cheap. Probably been the most solid of this lineup. Mark, as well as Kellett as well, obviously. Kellett playing pretty snug, as you should be in this game. There are games where you can play in VPIP wider, but I think in this particular game, definitely one that you want it to be lower than usual.
John Bin's never seen 6 card. Well, enjoy, John, for the rest of the day. We're on till 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I love the way Mark's played this one tower. So he's check called kings on the flop here, and this is a sign of a good player. Just flatten the kings here out of position because he's aware of how deep he is with Carl, and like there's a lot of turn cards that are going to change kings. There's a nuts here, so better to play it like this as Mark, and then we can come in for the check raise. Oh, Mark's not in the hand. Oh wow, I saw the kings on the flop and they've just disappeared. That's strange.
Must have known the ace of spades was going to hit the river.
Yeah,
With a 10-4 for Carl.
Yeah, second nut flush. I'm going to go for some Val. I'm not going to get called from anyone in spot.
No, 10-50 is the bet.
Yeah, Gary did just fold king king. Yeah, I saw it. I was shocked. I'm just watching the hand back now, Gary. I'll let you know if it's correct. What I did notice, the last card that was pitched to Gary did sort of slide over his box. And he didn't have king king, because I've just watched it back, and he had ace 10, 9, 3, 3 king. So he didn't have pocket king, so that has to be to do with the card sliding over his box. Last card that was pitched from a dealer went across box 9 into Gary's box, so I'm guessing that was the king, and obviously didn't have kings. If you actually go back and watch when he's picking his cards up from this view, you can actually see his whole cards that he's holding in his hands, and he definitely didn't have pocket kings, so that makes a lot more sense there from Mark. If he did have kings, I would have been a big fan of just the check call on the flop and then going for the check raise on the turn. Very most important street on this game, the turn.
So Gary's back, sat there. It's not been easy for Gary Banks, sat in seat number 8.
And just going to limp the 3 queens in the cut-off. Marks in on the button.
10 Jack 5. So the queens pick up.
They got a gut shot.
Yes. Well, it pairs the Jack on the turn. And Jack 5 for more is good, as he only bets 100, and it's good enough to take the pot.
Con Hearts big up Riyadh on winning the mini main.
Well deserved, says Con Hearts.
Home casino as well for Riyadh. This is his local. Shipping it here.
Triple 5, 4, 7 queen for Carl. He will get involved. He's got the diamonds. Obviously comes 2 diamonds. King, king, queen. Gets king, king, 8.
And check through on the flop. We've checked him again here. Might take a stab here as Carl, but not going to an 8 on the river. So Neil's actually going to get the check mark here with queens, and Carl not taking a stab. Yeah, Ev strategy. Usually when we start the cash game and we go straight on, the players jump straight on and we start streaming from the first hand. However, today there was about 45 minutes of play that we didn't catch because we had to get something set with the table. So we're actually not aware of what everyone's in for exactly today at this point. So it's kind of difficult. And as well as that, it's more work for our action tracker, keeping count of what everyone's in for every time they pull up, making a note of that.
Ace King 7 7 6 2. Get it false.
Yeah, as he should do from
Yeah.
gun. Like Mark there, you can tell how Mark's playing tower really tight. Ace King Queen Jack 8-5 double suited, just letting it go from +1 effectively. And I think Mark might in his head be locking up the win. He's been playing snug. He's won a few pots, not been getting involved as much. Probably V-pipping the least out of everyone. Was our online qualifier. Span his bag up to what looks about 6k there. So maybe what's going through his head, potentially not wanting to get into a big pot and potentially do his profit.
Mitch flops best with the 5-6, and so too does Neil.
Yeah, not only got the 5-6 here,
Got
Mitch is having that 8 is massive tower because basically we're going to have the nuts on the turn as long as the board doesn't pair. So basically fading 9 outs and we will be having the nuts on the turn. So just under 80% of the time on this particular board texture, our straight's going to stay the nuts, which is very important.
So Neil's in, shows in the 5-6.
And Neil's getting free rolled. Won't want to see a 5 or a 6. Neil does have backdoor diamonds.
Oh, and there's the 6.
And that's going to be
The
Mitch's
7
pot.
Paducah.
No outs now for Neil. 8-9 not in there for him. So Mitch going to take it with a second nut straight. And Neil getting felted once more. Not much you can do there. Flopping the nuts. Mitch just with the redraw. And as I say, guys, like, very important just to have an understanding of what your hand is and what the board is and how often percentage wise that it's going to be staying the nuts on the turn, and then if you want to go one step further, how often percentage wise it's then going to be staying the nuts on the river. And having these little percentages in your head can really help you out. Gave an example earlier.
How would you have fared against these, Jay?
I think I would have held my own in this game. I think
Chips,
for sure would love to
3.5K.
get amongst it. It's a very good game. It's lots of action. Only thing is, not as deep as I'd like to see. I know Carl's basically got everyone's chips, so that's where all the chips are. But still potential to get deep as the game goes on. But if anyone has any questions regarding the game, anything you don't understand, anything you just want to ask about strategy or 6 card, fire away in the chat. This is basically my main game nowadays. I've been grinding it for probably 2-3 years. With a bit of DC in there as well.
straddle. Raise to 150.
Mo with a nice hand.
Cool.
The Neil, again with a playable hand. So we go. Is this a family pot?
150.
Looks like it could be.
I think it is. Mark's cards are in the middle, thank you very much. And then Gary.
Yeah, just no Kellett.
Now 6, 8, 10.
Cool.
7, 9's around.
Yeah, huge flop here for Mo straight off the bat here, Tower. This is a monster flop for
And Mitch is
Mo.
an up flush draw as well.
Yeah, Mo,
With a
yeah,
blocker.
flopping top end wrap, clean as can be, as well as second nut hearts, bottom set, and backdoor diamonds. Like Mo is happy to put the whole lot in here, Tower, with this particular hand. Yes, we can be up against ace-x of hearts, but we're never in bad shape unless we're up against, say, for example, ace-x of hearts with queen jack 9 as well, which is very unlikely. So happy to get a lot in here. It's Mo, and then Neil's got top 2 and then up and down himself. He's going to go with it. And Mitch with blocker 7s went for the bet into the whole field, and I understand it from Mitch with 7s there, but I'll come back to that after we get the turn. That play there from Mitch Hynam, king of diamonds on the turn. It just gets even sweeter for Mo now. Look at this, full wrap, diamonds, hearts, board pairs all working. It's the lot.
Action on the side.
And a jack on the river, so Mo does make the straight to the king. No one out there with ace queen, and Mo's going to take a 7.5k pot, but Mitch there with the blocker 7s fired away. And did have the nut flush draw to go with it, to be fair. I thought he just had blocker 7s when I looked, so that makes a lot more sense. Fine to lead that spot as Mitch, yeah, blocking 9-7, and then with the redraw, just in case.
Mo gets a near shoulder 7.5.
Queen 9.
So reload for Mitch. Reload for Neil.
Yeah, I'll change it if you don't mind. Let me get some lucky chips.
Thank you very much, Barry.
Live stream till 2:30 in the morning, so just over 3 hours to go on this crazy game. 6-card PLO. Carl Shaw at the moment, the huge winner.
Scooping the absolute lot.
Absolutely.
Might have to start borrowing him from these live stream games, Tower. Scoop the lot, last leg in Leeds in the Hold'em cash game. I'm going for back-to-backers.
He doesn't like even 100 chips. He doesn't want them.
Bringing big lumps of shit on the table.
Cheers, Mo.
Man's just angry. It's like,
I've had enough, man. I've tried Gary's things.
So about 350 with ace.
Cards.
Ace suited pair of 5s.
We've got the nut suit, 9, 6, 5, 5 and 3. I guess can some workability together. But Neil making sure the cards are being read for everyone to see.
Mitch Cole, what a hand for Mitch.
Yeah, beautiful.
Beautiful.
Tower. Lovely. I know we're not double suited to the nut suit, but still this ace, king, queen, queen 10, we're happy to put the whole lot in with this pre-flop. Just those higher end board coverage, it's just gonna smash it the times that we do get one of those high boards. We're making it 700. And like you see equity here, like Neil, what looks like a trash holding against this particular hand of Mitch, actually working with 40%. And all that's down to do, Tower, is the times that we do get that middle into low board coverage and one of those boards in there.
6-9, Jack, 2 clubs.
Yep, so wrap here for Mitch. No clubs for him though, and that's Queen 10 for Mitch. So that's going to seal the deal unless Neil, I believe he's got a 2 pair here, Tower. But I don't think it's Jack X. I think it was 6-8 that Neil was working with for his 2 pair. They didn't even have 2 pair actually. Oh, 6-9, he had 6-9. And Mitch going to take it with a Queen 10.
Queen 10 on the turn. And means Mitch doubles up.
1500 the way of Mitch Hynum.
Straights.
One of the bundles was £50 short. How much was it? 20 quid short. Gary, break that for us, please. Gary? Oh, I thought Gary's got all the money, sorry.
Rubbing it in, is it? It's just like...
So 6 card PLO all through the night.
Money, Carl.
Did have a very like 45 seconds.
What chips do we have in play? So, John, you see the yellow plaques there, 1k, the blue plaques there, 500. The blue chips, they're also 500. On top of Carl's chip stack there, you see a couple of blue chips on top of the stack.
Green.
They are 500 as well. Then the pinks are 100, 25 chips are the black as always, and the reds are the 5s.
Cool. Fold. You're going to 25 chip there.
Mark getting involved.
25 chip there.
The first time in a while.
Fold.
Any help is good.
Gary?
There's Queen double suited.
Sorry.
Gary, it's up to you. The real Gary.
Fold.
The real Billy. Oh yeah. I'm good. How you doing? Yeah. I'm the real Gary. I'm the governor.
Gary's become the swear word.
Jack 9-6, 2 clubs.
Mitch and Gary. Spread that hard to go.
Yeah, an up for straw for Mitch.
Yeah, one Mitch could have potentially started leading on here, Tower, even multi-way, because thin the field down and potential to start barreling some 10s and queens as well as bluffs, although Queen would have made us the nut straight of our block of kings. 5 of diamonds on the turn here now, though.
What's so nice about it?
Ah, so the Gary here somehow with the best equity with his 4-3 deuce dummy and wrap, and Mitch does opt to delay continue from the looks of things.
That's a diamond.
It's Mitch versus Neil here.
25.
So 8 on the river, so Queen 10 is the nuts, Bear 7,
Fold.
potential straight possibilities. Mitch shows the kings, which are no good. What Mitch just done there, guys, if you're just starting to play 6 card, that's a very important thing to do. Just at the end of the hand, rather than marking your hand, just put it down, because you might miss something, and the dealer will then
Yep.
obviously correct it, and the pot will go your way if you did miss something and had the best hand. Like if
Totally with you on that one.
are starting to play 6 card, there's no harm in just showing your hand every showdown, just in case you do miss something. Don't want to lose a pot that would have gone your way if you just exposed your hand. Odin Isaac, IJ, why is this your game of choice? It's just basically the game I've been playing since lockdown. Ended up playing a lot online of 5 card and then started playing 6 card. And then when we come out of lockdown, there was a lot of games which were 6 card PLO, so I just got a lot of hands in playing 6 card sort of. The great thing about 6 card as well, if you look online, there's nothing out there. There's nothing about strategies. Like even there's 4-card PLO solvers now. There's nothing like that. So everything that you find out or everything that you think is good, you're making your own assumptions on it, and that's actually something I really love about the game, that someone can't go away, go online, do a course and get really good at it. You have to do it off your own back, and obviously experience is something that's going to work, and the more hands you play, the better you're going to get. You're going to start understanding it a lot more, understanding how equities work, how they fare versus certain hands in this game. So that's another reason why I really like it. Like, you're not going to get these studious players who go and work with solvers all day and Hold'em that can just start pulling up all this stuff on 6-card online and get really good at the game. It's really hard to find anything out there on 6-card strategy and how it works and what's the best approach to playing it. And I think that's great in itself, that if you really do want to get good at the game, a lot of it does come off your own back or the people around you, if you're in a circle of people that do play this game, and you can obviously discuss strategy with them. But you look at most forms of poker and you go online and you can get a little course on it and get good at it and understand strategy, but there's nothing out there for 6-card at the moment, which is obviously a factor. No one can just go online and get good. They have to get good themselves and create their own ideas and own lines and sizes, if you like.
Well, Gary Banks with flop, top set and the wrap just got better and better. Oh, so Neil putting another diamond, to be fair.
Just queen for nil.
Not running well. Throws away the queen deuce. Showing the queens to say I'm not being lucky.
Why are you betting me? Check the one time, I bet the next time. Yeah, for doing that.
Fuck your little fungi.
Hey, Jaiwala, here's your fucking...
So 700, no changes to personnel.
Go.
Just yet, well, we have Chandra left after 5 minutes.
Telegram.
After winning the £11,000 in 15 minutes, he decided that was bedtime. And off he went. Mo Muse came in to sit down.
One ton, soup, gather.
Oh no, sorry, Mo was in seat 3, wasn't he? And he moved across. It was Mitch who came to sit down.
Almost 10, 12 bags. Calm down.
Ace King suited for Mitch, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nice starting hand. Kennett gets out of the way. 8's for Carl, he's involved as well.
200.
Raise. 200. Fold.
Queen, Queen, 7. 2 diamonds. Nobody has a queen, but we do have flush draws. No flush draw for Mitch.
You can't have all of it, Carl. I'll give you half of it.
And the flush draw also for Neil.
Check. Queen of hearts, 7 of hearts. Check.
It's called that reps the queen
450.
and gets the other 2 to get out of the way with the draws.
Fold.
Up to 28k from 4. 2 started with 2, pulled up another 2. And he's now on 28. How to run on a live stream. Mark Taylor sat in seat 9. Started with £1,000, has got about 5.5. Now nearly 6.5. So he's up 5k plus.
Yeah, it's not your ball. $50 shot alive.
Hey, Stuart, 4,000. 2 and 2. We started.
Billy, you been thinking about a game plan?
Nah, man.
You been?
Nah, it's no one calls me Gary. I'm good.
Like, it's all that bad, then, isn't it? As long as that happens.
Only joking, Billy. Only joking. No game plan, mate. I can see you. I can see you.
It's up to you, hurry up.
That's only
Yeah, maybe something to look into, Isaac, actually. I wouldn't know how to... I need a team behind me probably to get it all set up, looking one of them fancy websites, but obviously if there is a gap in the market,
200.
nothing there for 6 cards, something could look into potentially in the future. Yep, Darby, 2 from your hand, 3 from the board.
Neil, we'll just regular cards.
You have to use 2
Cards,
in PLO.
So 6, 7, 8, 4,
all good.
2 hearts, probably going to check to Gary, who has potential to bet here with a 6 blocker and the nut flush. If Gary did elect to bet, could have even chose pot sizing. Like these are the boards I was speaking about earlier, the 7, 8, 4, this 2 to a suit. So there's 30 outs tower for this for 6-5 not to be the nuts on the turn. So these are the type of the boards we want to have our biggest sizes. This board is a board that's going to change the most out of any board that can be dealt in PLO. And the 7-8-4 is the same as the 9-8-5 and the 10-9-6, for example. So it's the same sort of board, obviously. Same concept. Those are the type of boards, 2 to a suit, we can use our pot sizing as a continue. It's all about understanding
Check.
how often your hand will stay the nuts, and 6-5 on 7-8-4. 2 to a flush is actually around, I think it's around 1 in 20 tower, it's around 5%. So if you've got 6-5
Really?
here, if you've got bare 6-5 on 8-7-4, it's around 1 in 20 to stay the nuts by the river.
Wow.
Which is pretty insane.
They're the kind of stats you need to know to be good and make a living of this.
That's
Good fall from Garrett. He knows his drawing, and it had to be a heart.
yeah, so for example, with a flush draw there on that, so it's 32 outs to stay the nuts on the flop. So 26% of the time you're having the nuts on the turn. So then it's 35 outs to fade, assuming a clean turn. So then you're 17% by the turn to stay the nuts by the river, which brings it to just over 5% of the time that the flop nuts on this board is going to stay the nuts by the river. And that's a really great way of thinking of it. 1 in 20 times, like yes, you flop the nuts, but 19 out of 20 times it's not going to stay the nuts. These are the things that you need to know and understand. Like bare 6-5 there, you could just fold to 1 bet for that reason, especially in multi-way situations. Like you can't, just because the nuts changes, you can't instantly give your opponent credit for getting there. But obviously it's a dicier path, and we're not going to want to put any more chips in the pot when the board pairs, when the heart comes off, when the 6, 9, 10 or jack comes off, bringing a higher straight. These little things are what you want to be noting down while playing PLO, not looking at the hand in terms of value, looking at the hand in terms of equity. What is your equity within the pot? Yes, we got the nuts, but it's very unlikely to stay the nuts, so better to just get rid of it a lot of the time. And once you really get your head around how equities run in PLO, that's really going to make you a better player at the game. Understanding that you can flop the nuts and still only be 40% the times that you flop top set. There's situations where you're going to have the worst hand versus full reps.
22 fucking back down now. You've seen the 3 now, yeah. 23 back down. I'm a little bit injured. Let me go and recoup. I'll go and smoke 3 cigarettes and come back. Gary.
50.
Gary. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Gary, they don't feel too bad, man.
Is it me?
Nope. Wait to 150.
Raise to 150. Go on then.
Fold.
Fold that.
Fold. Folds.
Good fold. Yeah, just strong face.
Fold.
So me and Billy heads up.
No. We've got a foreigner.
Foreign. Yorkshire's a country.
So the Val Valley just walked in and offered us a drink. Thank you very much indeed. The coffee's on its way. We look round at the board and we see Ace, Jack, 2, 2 hearts. So we've got the flush draw for Mark. We've got the top 2 for Neil.
Yeah, once check 2, Neil's got a clear bet here with the Ace Jack with the stack sizes in question.
And they're in again.
SPR, unfortunately, just running into it here.
Set of jacks for Mo.
He's going to need to find an ace for Neil. I think he had 5-6 or something along there nice. So 4 might be good. Well, that doesn't do anything because the jack's full. I'm going to take it.
Yeah. Flushes and jacks full and all sorts going on there.
There's a Neil. Once check 2 betting the top 2 pair. And that's something you see as well, Tower, not from like the pros that play a lot of 6-card PLO, but this is something to take into account as well. Like once check 2 in position, a lot of the time, recreationals are never going to check a set or top 2 pair. It's just going to be 100% bet for them. Whereas pros will mix in some checks with sets and they'll mix in some checks with 2 pair, understanding what else is in their hand to make these good checks. But then you can start exploiting that fact. Like if you straight away come to that assumption that this player is always going to bet their top 2 and their sets in position, and then they check behind, like the times that the board pairs on the turn, we can just go after it a lot of the time that it comes a brick, we can go after it, because essentially what they're doing is they're capping themselves. They're not going to have any sets in their range, and they're not going to have the top 2 on the flop either. And I see it so often when check 2 from players. They're just always betting their top 2. They're always betting their sets in PLO. Not like in Hold'em where they might check a bit more than they're going to bet, but in PLO, if a player is in the position on the button and it's checked to them, and they check behind straight away with most of the population, you can just start ruling out the sets from their range, and then because of that you can start going after it and then start creating some potential bluff spots for yourself to try and win the pot without the goods. Like just little things like that, and start building a strategy around these assumptions and things that you think are going to work for you. And that's why I really do like the game, because it's like a puzzle. If you like, you can't go and cheat anywhere and look online and get good that way. You have to figure it all out yourself, and I think that's why I sort of fell in love with the game of 6-card, because there's so much more to it than first meets the eye. Everyone thinks it's just a crapshoot, you get the money in, best hand wins, but when you become deeper, there's so much to it.
Check.
But we haven't actually had a spot yet tonight as well, like where someone's ran a free street bluff with a like nut blocker or something. I don't even think there's been that opportunity at Rise.
Not been that kind of table, has it? Obviously Neil sat there doing the monkey or 1k at a time, and he wins a hand. Ladies and gentlemen, Neil wins one. Go on, Neil.
And Carl just quietly chipping up.
Yep.
Quietly, like every time I look over, his stack's just increasing. I haven't even seen him in a pot.
And he even lost one to Rich Kelly as well, and still got it back again.
Kelly's been fairly quiet, but
yeah,
that's in this particular game, especially with Kelly's seat with Carl on his direct left, he has to play pretty snug tower and then see the flop and then play accordingly on flops. Like, he's probably one of the people that long term will be winning at 6-card, and he'll know in these games we're not just going to want to get it in pre unless we've got the double suited aces and run these fine equities. It's better for us to see some flops and play accordingly.
Live stream, they were like, fucking hell, we ain't going Luton. Fucking hell. No one's safe. John just dropped in to listen to the live stream. See how the boys are getting on.
Imagine if they just cut it out at that point, the comments there.
So low raises to 100. Rich Kelly calls.
They mute some shit.
Yeah, that's one of the advantages of having
Down to Mitch. Kings double suited. Nice hand for Mitch. We know he's got the dangler, but it's working with the King 5.
Yeah, it's nice that it's a diamond. Gives us a second up flush draw, but these are beautiful kings here. Tower.
There we go. Cheers, Mo.
3 suits, blocking aces. And the Jack 10 working nicely with it. like having Jack 10 when you got kings or aces is actually a big factor as well. Obviously, when Jack 10 makes a straight, it's always going to be the nut straight, which is something to take account of as well. So, like Jack 10, having that with your big pairs is actually very nice to have for that reason. Not going to get any spots where you have like the second nut straight and you're faced with a bet. The times that you make a straight with using the Jack 10, it is always going to be the nuts.
Oh, 6 in play.
Yeah, so Kelly actually still in front here with the pocket jacks. Does have nut shot with the 10. Oh. So Kelly actually worst hand, but in front equity wise.
Second pair with the draw.
Like definitely a spot he could
Overpair.
bet here, Tower, simply because we've got some nice double barrels as bluffs as well. We can start bluffing on some 10s, potentially some 6s if check 2.
Yeah, half pot.
Well, 6 would make us a straight.
Mitch calls.
Yeah, so strange one here from Mitch Tower. Yes, we've got 2 backdoor flush draws and the gut shot, but obviously against Kellett here, out of the from the cut-off, still can have some straights himself, some sets.
4 of spades on the turn.
So nothing changing. 6-9 still the nuts here. However, bear 6 with a 9 through 3 would be a straight as well.
Mitch going for it. Repping the 6 has also got the spade draw.
Kellett's just got an easy fault here, Tower. Not going to be continuing as Kellett, but strange lead there from Mitch with no 6 blocker in there, and Kellett can have 6-9, and once he bets flop, a large proportion of his range will be 6-9. Have some sets as well in there, but the 4 not changing anything. Sometimes as Mitch there, we do just end up getting it in with a bare flush draw and the gut shot versus the nuts, and what, going to have 12 outs. Still going to have around 30% against those hands, I guess, but maybe going after the sets in Kellett's range, perhaps trying to get him off 8s or 7s. But strange lead without any blockers, but did work a treat on that occasion. The times that he was called, obviously could get there with his nut flush. Did actually have, was it 3 backdoor flush draws there as Mitch? That's another interesting one, Tower, about this game. If you do happen to have a triple suited hand,
yeah,
and it's rainbow, and you flop 3 backdoor flush draws, you're going to turn a flush 70% of the time, and you'll make your flush just over the 50% of the time by the river. So if you've actually if you've 15% of the time by the river. So
just 15.
So 70% of the time you turn the flush, and then it's 20% of the time after having the flush draw on the turn you're going to make the flush on the river. So it's around 15% equity that you increase just by having 3 backdoor flush draws. On a rainbow board, you're actually going to make a flush 15% of the time by the river. So just between 1 and 6 and 1 and 7, which is a pretty interesting fact as well. The times that you do get those situations, triple suited on rainbow, 1 in 6 times you will have a flush by the river. Or 1 in 7, 1 in 6, 1 at 15%.
2, 3, 5 rainbow. Talking of rainbow.
Yeah, no one with the goods. Not a single 4 out there.
Not one. A 4 on the turn would be nice.
There it is.
Oi. The 6-7s are playing now. The diamond draw.
Oh wow, and Gary's hand is massive here. Well, he's got 4 diamonds in his hand, but he's going up. Always going to have the nut straight unless it's a board pair or a diamond. So big turn here for Gary. We've got Mitch, who is blocking the nut straight. So going to take a stab here with the 7s. Don't mind it as Mitch. Like, I think we want to only start incorporating blockers, Tower, once we go 3-way or heads up. 4-way may be a bit of a stretch because of what I mentioned earlier. In 4 card, it's a completely different story because permutations are a lot smaller in terms of hands being dealt than they are in 6 card, whereas in 6 card the permutations become like so many astronomical, like how many different combinations of hands you can get dealt, that it is more likely, although we do have 50% of the blockers in our hands, that an opponent can still hold the other one, if that makes sense. So when you are playing 6 cards, you do want to tone your blocker bluffs down for that reason.
Any diamond for Gary? Oh, we're chopping it up. Oh,
we'll be chopping it up.
Yep. 6-7. No, 6-9 place for Gary. Oh yeah. No, don't.
Cool.
We are chopping it up, baby.
And small size here from Gary Tower. Like these are the other like mistakes people make. Not really a mistake because you're betting for value anyway, but like in these scenarios, too many players would just go pot on the river. They got the nuts on the turn. Like when nothing changes on the river and you have the nuts as a straight on the turn and the river doesn't change anything, that hand is still the nut straight. You just want to be choosing a small size on the river because nothing's changed on the turn a lot of the time. You're going to be up against some draws or sets, and you want to try and eke out some value from those type of hands, or second nut straights, for example. Whereas if you start going pot, you're only getting called by the hands that are chopping against you, obviously the nuts as well.
Raise 1500. Cool.
Chop it up, chop it up. Chop it up.
They've got it. I need to.
It feels weird like talking about 6 card like over the stream. I remember when I first started doing the Holland commentary, and it was really hard to get some of the thoughts out of my head when I first doing the Issue Tower, and I'm having like the same sort of thing how it's all in the head, but it's really hard to try and get it to come across to you guys how I want it to come across. And first time ever doing 6 card PLO commentary for myself, and a lot going on in my head, but trying to get it all out to you guys in a way that you can understand it. I think the more 6 card PLO streams we do, the better it will be, and maybe the easier it will be to understand for those watching at home.
Live stream finishing. If you are enjoying this 6 card PLO at 2:30 in the morning.
See Mr. Hardcastle on the wander. Probably busted the high roller. Mark's been fairly quiet. As I said, I think he's on the lock-up of the win, because this is a hand we're probably just always going to be free betting here on the button, aces on the button, even versus gun. Like you're a lot more wary in PLO free betting gun, because when you do get 4-bet, it's just always aces. And in this particular game, though, I think we're just always going to want to free bet these as Mark, try and get freeway heads up and take our aces 1 suit to a flop. But just going to flat on this occasion on the button.
5-5-2 flop. I don't know if Richard has got a 5, but we know Mark has in C9.
Yeah, and these are the spots where want to be choosing a small size here as Mark. As I say, these paired boards want to opt for the smaller sizing. Goes just north of half here, 200 into 375. But like even on these boards down, even 5-way, can choose as small as 125 here, third pot. Like I say, use that Hold'em foundation that you guys will have if you've played a lot of Hold'em, understanding like what sizes you're using on what boards, and obviously the drier board textures are the ones you usually go smaller on. I know there's scenarios where we'll have some big bets on some drier boards, but trying to have that as a foundation. The drier board textures are the smaller bets, and the wetter boards are going to be the bigger bets for us here.
King of diamonds on the river. Doesn't make a difference to the hand. Check mark goes to Mark in sheet 9. Checkity check. Here come the coffees, ladies and gentlemen. Woohoo!
Lovely, thank you very much.
Thank you. Stuck in the broom cupboard and they still remember us. So Mark wins his first pot for a while.
Still in for his original 1K though.
Yeah,
Taylor.
absolutely. Up to 5.5k. A decent profit on the night. Looks like 6.5k. Looks like it's about 1k out that because he's got 2 stacks of hundreds and then ponies there. 3 stacks of ponies. That looks like 6.5k. Well, 2, 4, 5.5k obviously.
Rich hasn't even been dealt yet, and he's got a pair tower.
But bum. Is streaming fan on Twitch at a great night in Tenerife. Very nice, Tony Tats. How are you doing, Tony? How's Tenerife? Can't believe you missed Malta for Tenerife. Should have been at the Battle of Malta, man. Went to Tenerife because he did Malta in April. You know this is the real one in October. Is chat turned off on YouTube? Got a message saying chat turned off.
Oh yeah, chat disabled for this live stream.
Why is that?
I have no idea. It's just come up. I've just checked now, Tower. He's not lying.
Yeah. Chat is disabled. Why is that then? Never had that before. We will see what we can do. Tony's on his way home on Friday. You play the seniors here on Sunday, Tony. You're only half an hour around the corner.
Cool. Goes to 300.
Enable chat.
I'm trying. I've only got the option to hide chat.
Yeah. Are you a mod?
Yeah, I'm a
Where's
mod on
Mick
YouTube.
when you need him?
Mick's Twitch based.
Cool.
So the enable then, I thought that was it. Obviously not. Queen 10, an absolute complete wrap for Rich Kelly. What's that called?
Super.
Super wrap.
Any 8 through ace for Rich. And what's Neil got here? Just puts it in with the top pair. King Queen is Neil's hand and he's going to go with it. And that is dead
That's
on
it.
the turn. He
Dead
does
on
have a
the
chop out. Can find an ace to chop. Rich has 2 in his hand though. And a jack on the river. So Neil going to get stacked by Rich. Rich back up to over 5k. What he started with needs to be set to adult on YouTube, says 75 CDT.
Cheers, Frankie. Frankie Thomas it is.
It's set to children and kids. Thank you.
There you go. Go on then, sort it out. See, the expert when it comes to 6-card PLO. Can he turn chat on and off? Not a chance.
PK.
Don't end the stream,
Oh,
alright?
yeah,
Don't press that red
be-
button.
What's this do? Oh.
Oh, is he back on?
Yep, chat's back on.
Type something in.
Is that you?
It certainly weren't you, was it?
Oh, it was me. It was me.
You can take credit for it, but I'll tell everybody else you weren't you.
Nah, I've done it. Cheers, 75. It was easy to do. Cheers for that, mate. Thanks very much. I couldn't believe I missed it.
Just run through what you did.
Set the chat to enabled. That's what I done.
By the way he stuffed that in, he's had a nice pair.
Yeah. Nice of the guys to put all the fruit on again as they did in Leeds.
Oh yeah, missed that.
Water's in the fridge. Soft drinks in the fridge, all free for the players. Always a nice touch on the old GUKPTs now. And lovely aces here for Mitch.
Look at them.
King, yeah, King Jack 9-5.
50 straddle. Goes to 150. Fold.
And Kellett with double suited aces of his own. And just going to flat this one in the big blind and see it flop.
And it's black. So the aces for Rich Kellett have the advantage.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Rich to make a flush
It
with
is, look at
Gary's hand. And now should be small bet here from Mitch. Once this king comes on the turn, should be check to Mitch and small bet from him. Like could 250, 300 size I'd like to see from Mitch here. But no, he's going to choose to check this one. And letting everyone realise equity for free.
Well then.
But he must have known. Quads on the end for Mitch here. And oh wow, Kellett's going to have to pay this one off tower. Or he's going to lead himself. But if it was check to Mitch, would have probably have to call, because a lot of the time one of the assumptions we're going to make is that Mitch is just going to fire King X once check to him. And now chooses to raise small. Makes it 500. And now back on Kellett, who's going to play it off and sees the quad kings.
Bad news.
Could have been a bigger pot potentially if Kellett did elect to free bet the aces pre, but just flatting. Not the most attractive aces. Yes, they're double suited, but 9-6, 3-3. Not really the best of workers for us with them.
You get everything of a 3-bet 3. You get a lot of a 3-bet 3.
Frank Thomas, how are we doing? It was only so I could reminisce about Blackpool Dealers game. Roll your own.
Roll your own.
Shifting sands. I've
Yeah.
never heard of that. What's shifting sands?
You want to roll your own?
No, I haven't heard of roll your own.
They make them up in Blackpool and then expect when everybody comes to GUKPT, they'll say we're playing roll your own, and everybody from outside of Blackpool or one street in Blackpool said, "What's that?" It was where I think you got dealt 2 cards and then 1 face up, and then your next card was either up or down, and you had to say it before the dealer dealt it. So then if you wanted it down, you had to turn the next one up, and it rolled on like that. And it was like a stud high-low kind of game.
Sounds fun.
It was, yeah. I never could work out shifting sands though.
25.
Yeah, we were talking about reverse Maltese as well, Frankie.
Fold. Goes to 100. Fold.
Why is that a 1-0?
Fold. Fold.
King Ace 3, 2 clubs.
Again, yeah?
The 9, 10 of clubs is playing for Mo. Pairs up on the turn.
Check. Check.
Mo with trip 3s.
Check. Check.
And 1 bet from Mo. Oh, it's calm.
525, please. Fold. 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 That's 525. Fold.
That's correct. Another Blackpool watcher. Roll your own is 1 up, 1 down. The wild card is... The down card is wild for the high and low. Yeah, that's right. And then shifting stands is stud, but your highest card is wild for the low and your lowest card is wild for the high, which just baffled and absolutely mangled your brain when you're trying to work it out. Great game, but horrible to deal. Nice one, Kyle. Hope you're well. Evening, Kev. Blackpool's GUKPT on the horizon. They've also announced some juicy satellites as well, haven't they? In Blackpool's card room. Oh, plenty get to play. Cheers, Carl. There is that.
Everyone except for Rich to spread the cards, please.
So 5 to the flop, as it's just limped and then called all the way around. 3, 5, 7.
Thank you, everybody. Check.
Not many diamonds playing, to be fair. Queen 2 of diamonds for Mark. Corbett's 125. Rich will call. Neil will call. Oh, sorry, the A6 of diamonds for Kelly. He's got the nut flush for him. And there it is. Boom. The check mark already for Rich.
Bristol's a new city, isn't it? No, I mean, it's a lot of money on you.
Check. Check. So this is how it goes.
Yeah, no, it's good price. Good here.
300.
And the 4th diamond on the board. Still the nuts for Rich.
Cool. Fold.
Probably a check fold. Yeah, indeed it was.
Check.
Back over 5k, Mr. Rich Kellett. Evening, everybody, wherever you may be, watching the first ever 6-card PLO live stream in the world.
Fold.
And we do have options to play Deuce 7 Lobo and Badusi and Baduki and all sorts going on.
They just must make these up.
They do. That's exactly what they did. They sat there one night and they just thought, how can we do it? And Kyle used to deal them. Ingham. Ingham won. Kyle used to deal them. 1 up, 1 down, and a wild card for the low. And then shifting sands is.
The only other wild card I played in DC was we used to play 5-card draw deuces a wild, or 1-eye jacks a wild. The person that used to choose it used to
Yeah.
Samo with a nice one here. Looking for a 10 on the flop. That's the key card for Mo's hand.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Doesn't get it.
Jack 9-2 rainbow.
Yeah, it does flop top 2 here, Mo, with gut shot and 2 backdoor flush draws. So potential to start firing here as Mo blocking top and middle set. And then times we are up against a set. Do have equities still to get there with the 2 backdoor flush draws and a 10 to the nuts.
Check.
Mitch not going to be going anywhere here. Mitch with a clean wrap.
The 10 of hearts. We'll do it.
So Mitch pings the rat on the turn and turning second nut hearts to go with it. So Mitch is going to have the heart redraw, Mo's going to have the jack on 9 redraw, so Mitch is going to be slight equity favourite here. Guessing most of the jacks and 9s are in the muck tower because this should be a lot closer than what the equities say. Maybe all the hearts alive as well. Obviously our RFID accounting for the dead cards. But Mo should have 4 outs here, so around 12% free roll. And Mitch with 3 hearts in his hand should have 8 outs, so around 20% free roll, just over.
There it is.
Mo got it in him, tower. Has he got it in him? Can we find it? Now this is one of the bluff spots that I talk about. Like people ask me, how do you find bluffs in PLO? When are you going to decide to bluff? And now here is an ideal situation for Mo, and he's going to take it. This is great from him. So basically Mo was the better on the flop, so he can have jacks, he can have 9s, he can have hands. Well, Mitch has called. He's called straight away, non-believer.
He's got a full house.
And he's going to see. Oh, Mitch has got the full house. Mitch backdoored into 10 deuce. I didn't even realise how. I thought Mitch had the
flush.
King Queen. No, yeah, King Queen and then rivered the flush. That makes sense. But back to that, like Mo's bluffed absolutely fine here because he's the player with the jacks and the 9s on the flop. Mitch should never have these hands, tower. And once Mitch leads turn, his range is just going to be weighted to what it is. A lot of the time, hands like King Queen 10, King Queen, Ace with like a gammy 2 pair maybe. But these are the really nice bluff spots when check 2 with position. When the river card changes the board drastically, like the deuce of hearts here, we use these jack and 9 blockers, knowing that we're the only player that should really ever have jacks or 9s here, and just going after it and putting pressure on all of Mitch's King Queen and flushes. Unfortunately, on that occasion, Mitch did actually find a hand to call with, the 10 deuce. Actually missed that, sorry guys, but Tower was here to help me, that's why he's here.
We're nearly up to 11k now, Mitch.
Yeah, but I'm a big fan of Mo's bluff there, to be honest with Tower. It's a really nice bluff, and these are the lines that you are going to want to take in 6 card, just understanding that we've got the sets on the flop, and a lot of the time once Mitch leads turn, his range is going to be weighted towards just King Queen and some heart draws as well, so really go after it on that occasion. Mitch actually rivering the boat himself.
10, please.
I'm not saying anything, but I'm meditating.
Straight up. Cool.
Literally up to 10.9. Just like that.
Cool. Cool.
Bumps it up with a double suited king, 6, 7, 8, 3, and gets called in all 4 spots. Kellett with double suited kings, one to the nut suit himself.
Jack high flop, Jack 5-2.
It's a fairly dry board texture here. 5-way, shouldn't really be betting as Mitch. No need to continue here into the whole field, actually 6-way, sorry, so this should be a check from him. And not anyone with too much going on here, Tower. And Neil's just going to take his top 2 pair and run it. 1.2. Probably going to work. Don't think he's going to get called in any spot. Mo be a braver man than me if he wants to call it off of bottom 2.
Mitch is called.
Wow.
Put a biscuit in.
Yeah, I guess he's got a gut shot. And I guess against
He's
Neil,
got the overpair as well.
yeah, maybe thinking against Neil can just have random like 4-3 jack here, stuff like that. Mo can't overcall here, surely, Tower.
Nope, he cannot, and he doesn't. So Mitch and Neil.
Yeah, so Mitch in search of a deuce, 4 or king at the moment.
A deuce.
And there it is. So Neil now going to need a jack or a 5. And that's all he's got, Tower.
And there's a 7.
So Mitch gonna felt Neil once more.
Running ill is Neil. He has not had any luck whatsoever.
Mitch up to 13.6k. What a session for Mr. Heinen.
Yeah, he got back all his buy-ins.
I think he's only in for 4, maybe 5 tower. It's only been 1k pull-ups at a time. Yeah, of course, Mo did fold the Jack Deuce.
He did indeed, he folded Jack Deuce.
No, we'll be back. Just left the chip there to the cash desk.
Evening, Jamie, watching on YouTube. How does the table pick up 6 cards? It's a good table.
Yeah. It was actually stripped back. The boss,
It was.
I spent loads of hours after we had one of the legs before the Goliath where not many were picking up, and he ripped it all apart.
Yeah.
He put some stronger antennas in.
And more.
And more, yeah.
More antennas so we can have Omaha. And we've ended up with a live stream for the first time in the world of 6 card PLO.
Blinds are 4,000, 8,000 with 4 cards. Dealers, please deal 1 hand.
I think a great thing as well, Tower, you can tell how much PLO someone plays from how they squeeze their whole cards. If you look at Kellett and Banksy, they do it in the fashion that a lot of people that play 6 card would. They just peel it like you would a hold'em hand. Everyone else at the table picks them up, puts them in front of their face and holds them like that, like old Del Boy on Open Balls and Horses.
I got 2 pair.
And I think if you're sitting in a random 6 card game and you're unaware of the field that you're up against, that's a very good indication of skill level perhaps, and how much 6 cards someone has played just from how they peel their whole cards in itself.
Cool. Check. Check. 600. Fold.
Neil's back for more. It's Cole. With a wrap, not clean, but wrap's a wrap on a rainbow board. Going to increase in value a lot more when you do flop the wraps on rainbow boards, then onto to a flush board. Cole just letting go after getting check raised by Kellett to 2.4. Not getting involved.
2k.
I think a Carl Shaw in the hole would have called that hand.
Yep.
But 20 plus bags in profit.
Need a Pete.
Not going anywhere.
2 minutes. I'll leave you this line in charge. I think
you go have 10, 15 in one.
Oh,
I'm alright.
I miss
You
you.
got no scheduled breaks.
Yeah, but I miss you.
Miss me. You saw me last week.
Oh, I just like, where do I put them?
I'll put him away with.
No, it's just, I like it.
So how's Bristol then?
It's full.
If you trust your game in Birmingham, teams, we have the...
I've been to Birmingham a few times, so I know Sam. I went to Fazzy's
Would you like to buy the bottom 35?
At the end of every hand, Stanley, you'll see the stacks come up on the graphic. Carl's the big winner here. Mark's sporting about a 5k win. I think Mitch is about the same. Banksy's losing a bit. Mo's down a lot. Neil's down a heap. Chandra come 110 bag and went. What's the next stop on the tour? Jay Bynes, etc. Next stop is Blackpool. So after this hand, we've only got the Luton schedule up, but Blackpool's going to be nigh on identical to Luton, I believe. It's usually the same sort of schedule. So I'll chuck the Luton schedule up for you, and we're off to Blackpool at the start of November. That's going to be the next leg for us after Luton, and the schedule for that's going to be fairly similar. So what I'll show you after this hand, it's going to be very similar Blackpool schedule. As we see the 8-5-3 2-diamond board here. So nut flush draw for Cole. As well as that, he has a dummy end wrap here with the ace-4 deuce working.
Yeah, they know about it.
Nothing at all for nil. Cole coming out firing for 475.
Yep.
And that should be the end of the hand. But Neil does have pocket tens out the way, as he should be getting out the way. Carl shows him the ace-4 deuce and diamonds. So this is Luton. Oh, I'm not sure what's going on there. We'll have to get the camera fixed. I'll drop PK a message. But that's the Luton schedule, Jamie, and the Blackpool schedule is probably going to be near identical. There may be a few changes just before that, but that is the schedule that we are looking at for Luton this week, and Blackpool is probably going to be very similar. Obviously, main event always Thursday through Sunday, the last week of the tour. So there it is. And best thing to do, what a lot of people do if you're watching on laptop, phone, just screenshot and crop the schedule out so you got it on your phone and don't have to wait for Tower or I to flick it up. You can just keep going back to it.
Straddle.
So Gary here, double suited queens. Right, under the gun here. I think in this game this is just easy limp call for us. Well, he's clicked it up, he's made it 50. That could also be a straddle as well. That might not be a raise, guys, from Gary. Mo making it 200 on the button. Mo just with the Raz here. Queen 10-8, 3-4-5. Putting on his punting shoes. And now Gary's just got an easy call here. Closing the action. The double suited queens. King 7-5. 2-spade board. So top two here for Kellett with spade draw. Future blockers in there as well, these pocket nines. And Kellett's actually going to lead this one with his top two. So fires for 800. So pot size bet from Rich. And that will be that for the hand. No action for him. Yeah, one of them boards that we can opt for the pot size continue. King 7-5, and he 8-9, 6-4, 3, or spade changing the nuts. So over 50% of the time, nuts is going to be changed on the turn. So one of them boards that we do want to opt for the larger size in. And just with top two flush draw, some future blockers with the nines. Times we can go after it on sixes and eights. Takes it down.
Raise 75. Fold. Call.
So ace 10-5, 2-spade board. And Kellett flopping top set here. Yeah, so another board that Kellett going to want to choose the big size on. We've got deuces, threes, fours, king, queens, jacks and spades, changing the nuts. So Want to choose the big size and goes for the full pot from the looks of things, 450.
Check.
Over to Banksy here. As an insta folded. Wants to raise it up. Therefore 500 them chips. So I'm guessing Gary here has to have King, Queen, Jack with spades. Kellett being the initial opener, I'm assuming pre. I actually missed the pre-flop action here, guys, sorry, but I'm assuming it went a couple of limps and Kellett bumped it up. So the fact that Gary's raising into this range, if Kellett was the aggressor pre-flop, which I still could be incorrect on, but has to have King, Queen, Jack with spades, or King, Deuce, 3, 4 with nut spades. And that's all Gary should have here, guys. If Kellett may not have raised this pre, actually. He may have just chose to flat this one on the button. So Gary could actually have pocket tens here, making the assumption that Kellett hasn't got aces because he just flatted pre, but he does have these pretty dicey aces. But I think a lot of the time it's just going to be King, Queen, Jack with nut spades. But there's King, Queen of spades there, so he's got the Jack and the spade draw. And the King on the turn.
Twice, yeah.
And 3 of diamonds on the river. Is there a 4 deuce in there for Gary? Has he got any 4 deuce working? No, he doesn't. 10 on the turn, and that will seal the deal. Gary can find the case 10, but it is the 3 of spades. So Kellett going to be up to 9.6k. Banksy getting stacked. Surprised Gary there 2.7k deep. Kellett's continued for 450. Like just with bare nut spades. Kellett's been playing really snug. Maybe we can just flat. If we had King, Queen, Jack with nut spades, obviously we can happily get it in because we're going to be near coin flip against the sets. But I think we're just bare King, high spades and gut shot against probably one of the players that's playing the most snug at the table. Maybe we can just flat, but then obviously sometimes we just have to check fold turn and get blasted off our equity, not getting to see all 5 cards. Maybe knowing that Kellett would run it twice is another factor as well. We get to see 2 boards. Yeah, Lee, cheers for that pre. Mitch made it 75, everyone called. That makes a lot more sense.
Thing is with that board, like Queen, King, 2, 3, 4, he changes it.
Banksy will be back, I'm guessing.
5, 10, 25, please.
Some extra chips. There you go, 50. Live a little. Let it be, let it be. Let it be.
5, 10, 25. This is
100 shot alive.
Mark Paul J. Pretty sure the blue chips are 1k and the blue plaques are 500. Yeah, I'm guessing that's the case as Gary raised to 1.7. You're spot on there actually. So the blue plaques are 500 and the blue chips must be 1k. I've never actually seen these blue chips out in Luton before, so the blue chips denomination is 1000. Has to be Gary flicking 2 out and raise going as 1.7. The pot raise.
400.
Here he comes.
There is he.
Yeah, Neil's going to get himself in a world of hurt here.
Check.
All in for 1.4. And Kellett's got an easy ISO with the nuts here. Tower. Just want to flush out the like Queen, Jack 10s, the nut hearts, these type of hands. So we want to be potting this as Kellett here with the kings, and there is the pot. Never ever want to flat this spot on this board. Way too dicey. We've got the nuts. We're just happy to get heads up versus Neil. And as we can see, Neil's drawing dead tower. He needs specifically runners here. So he's not drawing dead, but he hasn't got a direct out. He needs some specific runners, and that's it. That's dead for Neil.
Can he not hit an 8?
He cannot. Oh, hit an 8 tower.
Has it gone?
No. You'll see why. You'll see why.
Oh, just quads.
Tell me why he can't hit an 8.
He's got 2 8s in his hand. Oh, he's got 3 8s in his hand. I didn't see the 8 of hearts. I thought it was the 9 of hearts.
That's why. So Kelly with the kings makes quads on the river and up to 12.2k. And, Neil getting stacked. And not been Neil's day, unfortunately. He's run pretty bad.
Thanks, Rich.
How's the high roller numbers looking? I never noticed. Let's have a quick butchers on the app. Everybody should have the app, including me. High roller. 64. You'll be day 2 buying for that, to be fair. And they're down to the final 19 at the minute. Don't know how many levels they actually play. Structure. They're on level number 12. I think that 12 might be the final level.
Yeah, it is.
Are they just bagging? So level 12 is the final. So they're on 19 for the high roller that we're going to be covering tomorrow.
Yeah, Leeson. That is all cash, 26k.
It is. Only hard-earned cash.
They're alright. Got a pair of fives, pair of kings, 6 deuce.
Just to straddle.
The 6 deuce.
Ace is double suited for more.
Yeah, and in the third straddle, always going to be defending this as Carl. Like in heads-up coups, when you're in straddle, and or even the big blind and people are opening, you can defend very wide, obviously, as we spoke about. Equities in this game just running so fine. And Carl even here, heads-up tower, against Mo, could potentially pill this one, knowing that a lot of the time he's just going to have aces here. Once he limp raises. Well, actually, Mo's been chucking it in with lots, so could actually just have a whole host here. But with position here, Carl gonna pill. And I like fold to 3-bet with position. It should be really low in PLO. Like if it's 5%, it's too high. It needs to be lower.
2 pair. Flopped top set against 2 pair.
Yeah, but just an easy fold for Carl. Dead versus aces.
Someone commented underneath saying 20k pot, £10 rake, and then tagged like 3 people in there, but it must be people that like run games and do it.
Oh, wow, what a legend.
Did you tumble over it as well? Where did you find it? In the alley? You know, from my shoes, from my mum, my nan. Oh.
How much is the cash?
980, I've not changed the outfit. What you got there, guys? Hey? 980. It's a bag. Cheers, mate.
Chips, 1k.
Neil, if you want chips, no one minds me giving it.
So we've got Gary here. With pretty raggy kings. Like these are ones that I'm probably just happy to limp under the gun tower and limp call these particular kings, and that's exactly what Gary's done. Dealing with these particular kings. Like this decision.
Take whatever I want.
25.
Yeah, give me another 5 then.
Oh, you are into 10. So
That's 10, yeah? Yeah. Thank you.
Is it to me?
Yep, 25 to play.
Yes, Mr. Chandra, it's to you. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, bro.
I just realised that
Cole, can you give Gary
Been on holiday.
he's
Been on
slightly
holiday.
darker than you, though, little fucker. He's darker than you. He's from Somalia as well. Can you see? He smells nourished.
Mate, you can't
doing
carry
well,
that
mate.
much hate.
I do carry that with him.
Yeah, Mark on Facebook. There are biscuits on there as well, the 1K biscuits.
Totally unnecessary.
Yeah, I thought I had 500 tower because I've never seen the blue chips come out anywhere. I've never seen them chips, so I just made an assumption they must be monkeys. But
Yeah, the 1K biscuits.
Cool.
Can you cash out any time? Yes, you can. We saw it about 20 minutes into the stream.
yeah, literally.
300.
Chandra had 1K in front of him. 15 minutes later and 2 hours later, he had 11,000 in front of him, and that was it. I'm off to bed. You can indeed.
He had the news at 10 with his Horlicks tower, and he had to go.
Yep.
2 hands after winning that huge pot. That is the thing with casinos, people can just get up and go whenever they want. Obviously there's etiquette at the table. There's not much you can do. If someone wins a massive pot and wants to cash out the very next hand, or 2 hands I think it was.
Give us some time. Thank you.
Wrong turn for me, Carl. Wrong turn for me. Or a spade. 9 spades would be nice. Like you doing, I don't pick the last card.
Raise to
So
100.
double suited kings for Mark. Just going to limp these ones. Oh, going to call, sorry. Gary raising from gun. Kellett in the big blind with the aces. Trash aces really. You do have 1 nut suit. But Kellett just calling for that reason.
Cool. Cool.
And with aces and kings out there, not sure what Gary's going to be raising up to 100 under the gun. I guess it could be something like a queen through 8 rundown, something like that.
Jack 4.
Which wouldn't be a bad flop for Gary.
Yeah, Mo's little jack.
Go and adjust the
And the nut flush draw.
Cutting it off tomorrow. Hey? Cutting it off tomorrow.
Check. Check.
Small bet from Mo.
Check.
No more than 300 tower, but he is going to opt for a larger sizing. I spoke about it earlier, these paired boards don't ever really want to go more than half as the better on flops. We need to think about what we're trying to get called by, what are going to be the continues against us, and a lot of the time it's just going to be the Jack X and pocket 4s on that particular board. So what the small bet does, it flushes out like hands like with middling pairs in there, queens, kings, stuff like that, that could still turn the best hand, or even some gammy diamond draws when we don't have diamonds. So why you want to opt for the smaller size and choice on the paired boards, want to be opting for less than half when the board does pair, and you are going to bet the flop. Shouldn't really have no bigger sizing on those particular textures.
I've got to go to Birmingham tomorrow. Got a long day in Birmingham.
And that's just all down to what we're getting continues from and what we're trying to fold out. Just flushing out the small equity with a small bet. And obviously still potential to get check raised there by Jack 4 as Mo. And 6 card could definitely be out there.
Have you seen these? Hang on, let's
Still plenty watching 12:30 on a Wednesday night.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you may be. Good morning if you're in Australia.
Good morning if you're in the UK.
Well, yeah, it's still night to the week,
Yeah.
good morning.
200 shuttle.
I've been sat in a game like at 10, 11 in the morning and being like, yeah, I've got to go because I've got to do something tomorrow. Talking about that day because I haven't been asleep there. Talking about
that's what I've been
that
doing, yeah.
particular day. It's all about when you're falling asleep. I agree, Tower. Once you wake up, that's a new day. So lovely looking hand here for Mo. King for 8 with a pair in that. And looks like Carl's going to get it in. So I'm guessing this is aces for Carl because he's been a lot more snug Then he started after boasting a 20k profit. Well, it's not aces, but what a dream. The full Broadway with a free dangler, 2 suits as well. And what a flop for Carl, flopping top 2, clean, full wrap on a rainbow board. 3 of spades on the turn.
Check the way around.
It's all in, tower. It's
all in,
freeway all in. And a deuce, a king 10 for Carl. I think this is going to be a chop. I think Mo's got king 10 as well.
No, king jack.
King jack. Well, king
10 for Neil.
King 10 for Neil. Oh, king 10 for Carl. I knew Carl had king 10 and king 10 for Mo. So Neil and Carl were going to chop it up. Neil was blind. The old all in 1,500 quid blind tower. Neil and Carl chop this one up, and Mo gets felted. Carl takes a lovely side pot from Mo, so going to sport over a 2.5k profit from that hand.
Play blind, Neil. You play better.
I'll have to stop you, won't I? Right, deal me in, call, raise, do the fucking lot. Yeah, I'm going. I'm going ahead,
Not been Mo's day either. How are we doing on Twitch, Jay? Good evening. How are we doing, Ian Roberts? Good evening to you. Loving the 6 card, missed the early run up. Will he not be invited in the future? It's up to the players who they want in the game.
Yeah.
I think if it was this sort of lineup with these faces again, probably not. But as I say, it's up to the player if they want to get up. If you're aware of poker etiquette, then you'd at least play for an hour at the table. And another thing that I did mention in there, I think it's like when you get to the older generation of players, the super seniors, if you like, that play, maybe they're a bit less clued up on etiquette at the table and how long you should stay after winning a 5-figure pot, whereas the young guns are a lot more clued in on that nowadays. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure there's plenty of people at an old age that are aware of etiquette as well and wouldn't do the same, but I think when it is done, a lot of the time it's from a generation when that weren't a thing when they were playing, so it's not a thing now. Yeah, that's the thing about a poker table, like you're playing against other players, you're not playing against a casino. Casino don't say anything when you win 40 bag on blackjack and go cash it in at the desk straight away.
Yeah, absolutely.
They don't go, oh, you're at him running.
Nice try.
Super seniors.
It's a polite way of saying over 60, Ian. It's the politest way I had. 2 hours left of the stream today, guys.
You know what's going on here? They asked for you, yeah? They asked for you.
You'll play when you're ready.
Central packing back to Liverpool. He wanted a new dealer and a new jack, and he got you.
Right, whoever wanted water.
Jim.
That was me.
Alright, I'll check. So straight after this we'll show you what happened in the mini-main.
25 to play.
As Neil raises it up.
Excuse me, you'll play.
Sorry, Ian. Much love to all our older viewers out there.
You'll play 20 points.
Yes. Neil on one.
What do you want me to do?
But what a game, Tower. It's been action, it's been fast, it's no one taking their time with decisions, it's just been hand after hand and really good watch for us.
Should I put my blindfold on?
It's the first time I've ever seen this dealer, Tower. I think this might be one of his first gigs as a freelancer and they're chucking him on the 5, 10, 25, 6 card PLO, so talk about throwing someone in at the deep end.
Absolutely. If there's a baptism of fire, this is it.
I'm sure he can hold his own if he's been thrown on it.
Yep.
Jack 8 the best hand for Neil. Oh, he's folded.
Yeah, I like that fold from Neil. Tower. Big fan of the fold. Did have the fourth nuts, but obviously can't withstand the heat of second barrel, and River's going to have to fold on board pairs, so just get out of the way. Like these third, fourth nut flushes aren't going to do the best
We're
yet.
freezed.
Whoa, we're going to have to get...
We've got the result right there. We're looking right at it. Raid Solomon, £25,040.
Riyadh.
Riyadh.
Yeah, he's from Luton. This is his local, so
awesome.
He'll be chuffed with that.
Well done. Look at there, the old Graham Pound.
Matt Davenport there again.
No, who's that?
Matt Davenport, top of the National League.
Is he any good, this Matt Davenport? Will he be any good this year?
And your favourite player finishing in 8th tower, what's his name again?
Yeah, Prasanna. Suryanarayanan.
Yeah, that was alright. That was alright. I like it. Better than I would have done. Tina Van Dyle is back, I see, making the FT.
Well, Tina.
Nicholas Filoni.
Well, Tony Filoni getting some more points for his top 10. I think he's in the top 10 now. He needs to keep pushing on. Paul Remain, well done, Paul. The Rock himself. Simon Pridis.
Ali Zini as well. I haven't seen him in about a year, Tower. He's back on the scene.
Nathan Lee cashing in Luton as well. Another one we don't see very often. Danny Pike cashing. Les Fenton, Goliath winner, cashing as well.
Plenty of names. And after this, guys, we'll get you the high roller chip counts up for the end of the day. So, got another little exclusive coming through from the chip counts out there on the floor as they're bagging.
What's the matter? Just a call. Hang on, let me bomb.
How many bags for tomorrow? 10?
Yeah, I think 10's good. I think that sounds good, Tower. So this is just always going to be aces for Kellett here, Tower, especially when he's this deep with me. It's just going to flush the rest of the field out of the way and try and get heads up here with either Neil or Mo or both. It's going to be a three-way all in. Neil's got 10, 10, 8, 7, 6, deuce. Yeah, and if this isn't aces for Kellett, double suited, I'd be very shocked, Tower. Simply because we know that Neil's always going to be putting it in once he makes it this size, so we just want to have the best hand that we can be dealt going in 3 in 6 card, which is going to be double suited aces. Flopping Jack 4, 4, so nothing there. And Jack on the turn. And a 9 on the river, so I'm not sure if Mo had a Jack. I know Neil didn't. Mo did have a Jack. There's
Jack 9
for Mo. So it looks like Mo's going to take a nice one. 4.8k pot. And Kellett's going to win a small side versus Neil. And I'm guessing Kellett did have aces, Tower.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah, he's got them in front of every other card.
No, yeah, there we
Jack Hardcastle's in the building. He's going to be buying into the high roller tomorrow.
If he's got the money to do it, Gary, and he's enjoying himself, I'm sure he's happy at the table.
Absolutely. Got some news from, just while we're just doing the other hand, got some news for everybody out there from London as well. The Vic is back open. They had a massive outage. I think somebody was drilling and they must have gone through some power cables or something like that. They had a bit of an outage today, but the Vic is back open, back to normal. If you fancy a bit of late night poker, the Vic is open and everything is back to normal. And as you can see there,
James ran.
Sam Grafton. He's not won much in the last couple of weeks, has he?
Just the 3 point, what was it, 5 million?
5.5 and 4 days before won $1 million. Yeah, but what did he win last week?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Has he won a GUKPT?
Yes.
Nah, he hasn't. Has he?
He won grand final.
Oh, ignore that. Ignore that. So Sam Grafton, fresh off his Triton win.
Macapac.
Up there.
Francis.
Up there.
Oh my days.
Dave Doherty.
Bixie. On fire this year, Bixie.
Antoine Sahu. Big name in there.
Yeah, Antoine South.
David Courtney.
What about Dave Doherty?
That's it, Dave.
Who's come home with a trophy?
So Dave Courtney, used to play with him a lot. Really nice guy. I haven't seen much of him in a long time, Tower. But to see that he's bagged up there for a high roller in a tough field.
Just quickly run back to that because we are all in pre. We'll come back to them chip counts after the hand.
And I didn't catch any single hand pre-flop there, guys. I'm sorry. So no rundown here on the run-outs of what we need to miss or what we need to win for each player. We'll just see at showdown. And 8-6 of hearts for Banksy. He's going to be good for Gary. He's going to take it with his flush. Got a flop for Carl again. Flopping the wrap. And top pair.
So Gary gets it in for his last 725. So up to 2.2. Unless...
Oh, Neil's got the nut flush.
Ah, ace-5 of hearts now the cards are shown. The ace-5 of hearts. Well, Gary's his chips back.
Yeah, that's strange.
How's Gary? Unless he's just bought in again.
Yeah, it must be Gary's stack must have been wrong.
Yeah.
Gary won the side between him and Carl.
Yeah, we'll put his stack back into the mix. Quickly going back to the chip counts there, some big names there in the top. Oh, stick it up.
There we go.
Big names. Jack will be buying into day 2 of the high roller tomorrow. There's some cracking names there. Dave Doherty. Did you see he had to Google if he could take his trophy on board as extra luggage? And they said yes. Because he won a siren, didn't he, in France? And the trophy's about this big.
Yeah. I never knew he won a side of
He won, I think, either 1K or the 2K.
Oh, nice.
Well, the high roller he won for 52 large. He got it in, but the trophy was like, nah.
Didn't get the trophy in the luggage.
He had to Google, can I bring a trophy home as extra luggage? And they said yes. So, well done, David.
Well done, Dave. Didn't even know.
Well done, Dave.
I haven't chatted with him yet, so that's probably why.
Macapaka won the last GUKPT in Leeds on £500,000. There's some big names in that high roller.
50 on the side.
Yeah, we got about 2 hours left, guys.
We have bang on 2:30. We will finish, and bang on 3:30. We'll be back tomorrow.
100.
No, Jamie, that's not David from the Goliath. That was David Reed, the man from the Goliath that kept us all on the edge of our seats, who would not get stacked. No matter how many times he got it in, good or bad, he would not get stacked, old David Reed. So, one suit aces here for Mitch. Jack 8-5 for the rainbow. So Carl here actually flopping best with wrap and top and bottom. This is a huge flop for Carl with the king queen in there as well. And Mo with bottom 2 is in a world of hurt here, Tower. He's going to need to find an 8 and only an 8 to do this directly. Backdoor spades working, hearts aren't in there. So Mo, for a 6.8k pop, is literally drawing here to 2 8s or runners. And Neil's put it in as well with just yeah, double gut shot for Neil. 10 would make him the nuts, 6 would make him the nuts. So. And that's going to seal the deal for Carl. It's dead on the turn. That is it. Deads them both on the turn, Tower. As the aces weren't live, because Mitch had aces as well. So Carl got the check mark on the turn and is up to 33k. Nearly 30 bag profit for Mr. Shaw.
Wow.
Doesn't get any better than that. And once more, the chip's heading his way. And Neil and Mo stacked once more.
You turn over a jack 5 and not look at the other cards going, what the fuck is going on here?
Oh yeah, I'm not with you to act after, I'm not going to be fucking about, you already know.
So 700 for the PLO 6 card.
Yeah, remember guys, we're in at 3:30 tomorrow on stream.
So that's what we're doing.
Covering the high roll up. There we go.
19 runners bagging up today. We reckon about 10 buy-ins tomorrow for the 2K, and we're on at 3:30. What are you doing? Sleeping till 3?
My alarm will go off at 2:15, Tower.
2:15?
At 2:15, I'll rock in at 3:15
with coffee.
With all my notes.
Which coffee station do you normally use?
Which coffee?
Yeah.
I usually it's Starbucks, because I basically live on one, so I'm always at Starbucks.
Well, okay.
Why is that?
Because one of them is doing a pumpkin, spicy pumpkin.
Yeah, that's Starbucks.
I'll let you bring them in.
Well, I didn't say there's. I don't know where there's a Starbucks in Luton.
I've seen it.
Where?
Somewhere. I saw it. Spicy pumpkin.
At the airport?
No. Spicy pumpkin. I saw it. With my own eyes. I was there. Spicy pumpkin.
You want a spiced pumpkin latte, yeah? Alright, I'll see what I can do. If I get up early enough, Tower, I'll
get up early enough when I started till 3:30.
Yeah, but we finish at 2:30. I need my sleep.
You certainly do.
Yeah, how we doing? Mystery one, is that Vikesh in the chat? If it is, how we doing, boy?
Is that raised to 225?
7-7 deuce.
Is that the whip?
The whip, yeah, I like it. The cool whip.
I mean, double whips.
When someone ever says that, you ever seen Family Guy?
Very rarely.
Oh, there's
very, to be fair, Aunt Boo, they could recite everyone.
Stewie and Brian, the cool whip, the way Stewie said, that's them two, that little scene between them. Anyone that watches Family Guy will know what I'm talking about, but I haven't actually watched it in years, but that used to crack me up, the old cool whip scene. And Mark here with top pair, Mo with bottom 2, and Neil with just pocket 7s here at the moment, so not much here for anyone. Mark with top pair.
Yeah, looks like your pot's it.
Ambitious pot in this particular hand against these two particular players with stack sizes, but it's going to work on this occasion because Neil cannot continue with this one.
And also it could be his image as well, because he's not played too much since he built his stack up from 1k to 5.5. He's hovered around that since. He gets involved pre-flop and then pots it. He's not played too many hands for him to be a non-believer. So it's been a great stream, really enjoyed it. PLO 6 card. I'll be online tonight as a professional.
Taking in everything, Tal. To be honest, it's been one of the games I've tried to get as much out as I can with the hands in question, but because of how deep it's been going post, it's been pretty shallow. So regarding post flop analysis, talking about bluff spots, had a couple of hands, we've got over
this
a couple
table's
of
not
things.
the one to be doing it on, is it?
But in terms of strategy on this table, you just basically do what Rich and Mark have been doing, Tower. You play pretty snug, you lower your VPIP to what it would usually be, and you wait for your big equity hands, and then you run it. And that's as simple as that in these type of games. It's as easy as that. If you want to sport a profit in the long run, it can be swingy.
So just announced call. Oh, is that raised to 650? Raised to 800 it is. Mo gets out of the way. Mitch gets out of the way as well. Right now to Neil, who calls. He has kings, but he is up against aces.
Page 25. Cool.
Jack, Queen, 7, 2 diamonds. The ace as well out in front.
Yeah, and we flopped up and down to the end, both ends to the nuts. King working with the nuts. 7, 8's going to be the nuts for us here as Mark. We've got diamonds in there as well. And Neil, just with a 7 here, checks this one over to Kellett, who's going to take a freebie here. Double gut shot of his own, only one into the nuts.
Well, that's the flush for Mark in 9.
That's it.
Without confidence, is he?
Well, it's an easy check for us here as Mark. Like, no need to bet a third nut flush here in this scenario. We can definitely just put our check call shoes on for one street. And Kellett is going to take the initiative here.
Bit of 1k.
Yeah, and this is interesting because how often do we expect as Mark for Rich to be checking back a nut flush draw here, for example? Like, he can definitely have some King X of diamonds that would be bets here, but then they're going to be checks on rivers. So Mark's going to call here and just see if Kellett's going to run it without a blocker. And to be honest with you, on this board here, this should just be a give up here for Kellett Tower, simply because there's 3 straight flushes out there. Yeah. Ace King of diamonds, King 9 of diamonds, Late 9 of diamonds all in there. So I think as Kellett here, we're probably going to want to shut down, simply because we can start thinking that our opponent is going to make the assumption that we're going to be betting a lot of our nut flush draws on the flop, and shows the 9 high flush, which is good. And Rich slowed down. Not sure if it would have worked if he went for it. Would have been interesting to see, but just firing there without the block up, and that was just to do with position. Position very important in this game. If Rich doesn't think anyone's checking the nut flush draw to him, he can plausibly go ahead and barrel. And I would prefer at least one diamond blocker in there.
So Mark up to 8.3. Gary's off to see Billy Idol, Killing Joke and Toya tomorrow. Jay would have no idea what you're talking about.
No, I know Billy Idol.
Do you?
Yeah, that's the one Will Young won back in like 2003, wasn't it? I know Billie Eilish, that's one I know.
A bit of old school punk. Toya, Billy Idol. And Killing Joke. Have a good night tomorrow. That should be a cracker.
Blind space.
It looks like we're on the break in the Omaha, only a few tables left in that one.
Cool.
We'll do it.
Cool. How much is it?
25.
25.
150 is about it.
If we can get him in.
Very nice looking.
Triple Queens. I go full house here. What's that game you play?
What, Sweets and Special? That is a very nice hand in Sweets and Special.
You're not wrong. King 4.
Yeah, Mark here, only player with a king. And Mo with aces is going to take a stab. Quickly raised. Oh no. Just moves all in here with his aces. And Mark's just got an easy call. Gary's going to get out of the way. Don't know what we're thinking about here as Mark.
One more player.
That's the call. Gary's not all in, that is for sure. And Mo has one out, Tower. Just the one out here for Mo. It's a mix up from our action tracker here, guys. Mo's all in and Mark has called. Mark has a king, so Mo drawing to, oh, well, was it run out? It says Mo was all in. Or did he fold? I don't know. I have no idea what happened there.
The action tracker, Adamare.
Check, yeah.
Oh.
हाँ जी ये फुल लाल हो रही है कौन कौन कर रही है होते थे पैंट कौन सा आप लोग नहीं नहीं होते थे गोरा के कालो कालो Carlos is in the building. He knows it.
750.
So Jay just nipping out for 10, as you know. In cash there's no breaks, so we're running straight through. So we nip out for 10 minutes at a time just to cool off, and Jay nips out for a quick bit of fresh air and run up for his lungs.
Where's 100?
Right over Neil's face.
Kings for Garrett, raises to 100, get called in 2 spots. Not the best spot when you've got kings. Ace 10, 2, 2 spades. Ace 8 of spades, set of 2s. Mo is going absolutely nowhere. He's got an absolute lock on this hand and doesn't get any action, unfortunately, for Mo.
It's 325.
So the first ever 6-card PLO live stream, and I think it has been a bit of a success. It has been busy, action-packed. Yeah, Mark's had a good time,
Winner. You got 1-5.
but he's enjoyed it. Carl Shaw in C number 6 is having a well-earned rest and gone for a bite to eat. Mitch Einham's built his stack back up after his 5 buy-ins. He's now doubled his stack. And good to see you guys sticking with us for the live stream. The first of its kind. How you doing, Razor Kev? How's things, young man? Only been a couple of weeks since Leeds. Missed you. Mo's working out what he's got, but he has made. Oh, what's happened there? Yeah, he has called. Mo has called. Right on to Mark, who won't be folding. There's Mo. Ace suited, pocket 5s. Working straightening cards for Mo Muse. And Rich Kelly involved as well. He calls. So 4 to the flop, seats 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 4, 5 as it is. Ten, 7, Jack. Flopped straight for Mitch, who's going to be calling that from Neil, because everybody knows it's any 2 for Neil. Rich Kelly, unfortunately we can't see it, but he's got the, well, he does make the call, and I think Mitch is going to make the call as well. In fact, Mitch has made it 4,000. 4 biscuits. Neil knows is now drawing a bit thin.
Cool.
So Rich Kelly has to get out of the way, probably top set.
3,000 pounds.
Mitch turns over the 8-9.
Can't call for me, will you?
Straight, says Mitch. 9 queen, says Neil. I got there on the turn. Can you redo it? I've won a hand.
Come back.
No deal.
Neil gets there
Redo it. This is not fair.
on the turn.
Can you redo it, please? It's gone wrong.
What do you mean, can I redo it?
That eight's not supposed to be there. Well, that's. You went for a winner's walk now, lads.
So everybody's been watching on social media about the Vic being closed because of a power outage. I think somebody must have gone straight through some cables because it was closed for a while. But the Vic is now open, back to normal for the Vic, and everything will be announced online.
Advance, please. Are you in the sun?
Sorry?
Are you in the sun?
Please, if you don't mind. Is that alright with you?
Yeah.
I know I don't like playing every hand since I've sat here. Huh? Gaza? I said, I know I don't like playing every hand since I've sat here, but can I play this hand, please?
Rider! Great tune, by the way. Great song.
I need your permission. They say you're the governor here.
Riders on the stone,
Cool.
purple washing gone, wherever you may go, whatever you may do. That's a wrap for Gary. Ace, King, Queen, Jack 10. Broadway in your hand. You'd like to see high cards.
What, the cards are, or that particular hand is? It says they cost a lot of money. The fucking cards cost a lot. How much are they? £100 a deck? £200 a deck? I'll bag of that deck.
125.
I know, but how much are they?
3 bets with Broadway in his hand.
Fuck me, they should be...
Does Gary.
Degrading to say that the cards are expensive.
Mo's all in. Mitch is out of the way. Neil's not folding.
650.
No, is that 650?
That's 650, and this is call all in for 650.
And Gary Banks is in. Go on in, Gary, what we got? Ah, not the best flop for a Broadway in your hand. 4-8 Queen. Nobody's got a spade redraw. Nobody. So this could be Gary's hand. Mo's all in with aces, so he can't do anything about it, but Neil should get out of the way, but we know how Neil plays. And then Carl with the overpairs. And an inside gutter ball.
Sorry, Carl.
Pocket eights and that as well, mate.
And Carl gets out of the way. So the ace is in front at the minute.
Just a top 3 there.
Well, that's 2 pair with a Queen King.
We're still in the hand, right?
The reason I was pissed off is because I had 2 aces.
And I think he's drawing dead because he can't hit the ace on the river because it would be Broadway. No spades no spades involved. King Queen for 2 pair. And more drawing deed. He could have hit a 6. That was about it. He could have hit a 6.
That's still acting.
So back in, more Muse. Carl, big winner.
Billy.
Just under 30,000 profit for Carl Shaw. Nice profit for Mark Taylor in seat 9.
Mind if I change 1,000?
Mitch Hynam slightly in front.
Come on, lad, spin it up.
Good to have everybody with us. Thanks for tuning in. 90 minutes to go tonight.
I turned 2 pairs, so honestly, it's I've had a big diamond in your ear and again from me.
Well, exactly.
I can't do it, obviously, I can't have a big diamond. $3 grand a pop.
It works, obviously.
Yeah, but I'm sure I can't have not without like at least from the diamond.
50. Raise 200.
Alright guys, we'll continue where we left off. We're buying 5,000, 10,000 with 5 cards. Dealers, please get the deal.
My bad, right?
Yes, your bid.
Well, 3 bet to 200 from Mo. Called in 2 spots. Mark, King, Queen suited. An ace, 2, 7 flop. Bottom 2 for Neil in seat 4. Mo has to have an ace in his hand somewhere. Has to.
Lucky potion he needs.
So I bet a 650 for Mo, and it will win the hand. And he's going to show him a 7. So just under 90 minutes to go tonight. Been a great 6-card PLO. Loved it. Jay's thoroughly insightful regarding the PLO. He's a top lad. Top dude is old Jay with his analysis of this.
I try.
Yeah, top lad. That's all I can say. Top lad.
Only want to pay my 10.
Back to it. Hour and a half to go.
Mo's had to pull up again.
Is he?
Aye.
Look at that stack of plaques for Carl.
Yep. Indeedy, indeedy.
And they closed at 8 o'clock. From 5 to, sorry, 9.
How are we doing, Danny Ryder? See you tomorrow.
Indeedy, yep. Riders on the stone. Mitch Cole's a 1.1. Sonny Cole's a 650. I think it was 1.1, but has he raised it to 2,000? Mitch is definitely raised because there's 2 biscuits in there. Can't just call with 2 biscuits because there wasn't above 1,000. So it's definitely a 3 bet. There you go. It is now a 3 bet to 2,000. Neil's going to be in. Well, Mitch has got working trading cards.
Is that good?
I've got his cards here there. I'm all in.
Well, a 2 pair for Mitch.
Mitch is having a gamble here, Tower.
Yep.
When you get one time.
The 3 bet, the 2 kit.
I'm only going once. One time.
I see a 10 in Neil's hand.
Yeah,
Oh,
set of 9s. Set of 9s for Neil. Will win the hand.
You've done it twice. That wasn't my hand.
Yeah, so Mitch just maybe giving a bit of action back there. Strange one.
Yep.
He cried like a cat. Put 200 on me.
Thank you.
All the boys on the rail.
Absolutely. All wanted in.
Spritey, Willis, Dan Sun, Vikram. See these boys when I'm not working, Tower. I don't want to see them while I'm at work too. See enough of them when I'm not working.
A couple of medium
You may as well popped out there as well, Tower. I noticed, you know Landon Tice's. Have you heard the name?
No.
He's up and coming pro in America. He's here for the high roller.
Is he?
Yeah, I think he's just got here and he's playing tomorrow. I saw him speaking to Mr. Hardcastle at the bar. So no idea.
Landon Tice.
No idea what he's doing in Luton, but he's here. It was definitely him.
Young lad.
Yeah, young lad. I think
Yeah.
he's 23 maybe.
Oh, right, okay.
Something like that. Obviously knew Jack well from playing some of the 10Ks I think over in the States.
Awesome.
Of course. I don't expect you to follow for a lot of money, man.
I did see at the bar that Jack was sat with Riggy and Bousey and Andy, and Riggy was trying to convince Jack to go to Blackpool because Jack's never been to Blackpool to do a GUKPT.
Yeah.
He says, you need to come to Blackpool, it's the party central. You need to come to Blackpool, we'll all go out. You need to come to Blackpool. I'm sure Jack will probably give in. And if he does turn up in Blackpool, because of Riggy. So call Bluffing, but Neil will always.
Yeah, he asked for the river. Wanted to see the river.
The dealer got a bit overexcited with the cards. So just about 75 minutes to go until the end of today's stream. We're on till 2:30, and tomorrow we start the high roller coverage at 3:30, and these are the stacks from the high roller: James Rand, Sam Grafton, Alex Linsky, Francis Oberdon, Chris Johnson. All these names we know, and they're all on fire. Chris Johnson winning the last UKPT less than 2 weeks ago.
Atanas Pavlov. That name rings a bell.
Antoine Sau. Amazing. Some great names in there.
Winning Tan as well at the bottom.
Yeah, there will be buy-ins tomorrow. Jack Hardcastle will be flicking it into the eye roller as well.
Cheers, Kev. Night, mate.
Night, Kev. We'll see you during the week. Don't forget, Towers Treble Saturday. You'll be tuning in early. Oh, did you see Johnny Kelly's bets that he posted on social? He was over in Malta, obviously, well, because he actually did a bit of comms on the final table today. He's got score and win on all the 4 Premier League matches on the Wednesday. And they all came in.
Yeah.
The Man United one being the last one. He's got score and win on them all. Got all 4 teams correct as well. He's had both teams to score in every game. He's had all the trebles, the 4-timer. He's then had what else has he had? He had 4 bets, and all 4 came in.
That's an alright day.
All 4. And I think the score and win 4-timer was something like 200 to 1.
2001.
And he just managed a tenner on it, which was very nice. So he managed nice. When he posted it on social, it's not something I'm telling that is not common knowledge, because he posted it on social. Well done to Johnny. Back to the table, full house on the turn.
That's it.
That absolutely deads it. Neil's on fire. It's taken him 6 hours, but Neil's on fire, ladies and gentlemen.
Neil's there finally, where he wants to be.
He's Biggie stuck his head.
What a legend.
Ian Roberts says phone's about to run out of juice. Does that mean you're watching on your phone? If you're on about Johnny Kelly, he posted it on Facebook actually. He had 4 bets on Wednesday night. The score and win 4-timer paid 200 to 1, and he had a tenner on it.
Cheers, Ian. Good night to you. Good night, Jamie, as well. A few tuning out. Understand it's late. Some have work in the morning.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is just.
I would have been punting really bad to put it in there. I would have been punting really bad.
Yeah, Neil, enjoy watching the feed for the cash game. Thanks for the great commentary as usual. You need some deep pockets for this game. Good night.
Nice one, Ian. Aye, left charger in the office. Unlucky. And Lan says, have I tried
Is your one or son?
Carmine?
Are you in half the hole or the full hole?
How am I still getting green?
Just get it in there.
Close.
What the hell are you doing then? Get it in there, man. It's past midnight already.
Mark with a potential fall here on the button to not suit this nice middle and board coverage with 98755. Should be coming along with this one on the button.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Are you happy? Everybody okay with that? Yes? Yeah, whatever, Yes?
John Maddox is on the Havana 7 and Coke in Turkey at 3:15 in the morning.
And he's got the live stream on.
Nice one. Sweating one of the players. 3:15 in Turkey, be about 24 degrees. Lovely day ahead. 30 degrees in October in Turkey. Beautiful. Whereabouts are you, John?
974, 2 spade board. We've got bottom 2 for Gary with an up and down straight draw. Probably should just check this one 4-weight. We had spades as well, could be a candidate to fire. Does choose to check, and over to Mark here. It does have the 9-eye flush draw and top 2. There could potentially be a bet here from Mark with position, and does fire for 1,000. That should be the end of the hand tower. No one should really be peeling here.
Not seen equity like this all day. 49.51 on the flop.
Yeah, but shouldn't be going to a turn here.
No.
Good to see Gary let that one go.
Nice one, got it.
Can fall into the trap we're calling there, but oh, he did actually have the 5 of spades. I didn't actually see that tower. I thought Gary didn't have the flush draw there, so it could have even potentially been a bet candidate for him on flop.
In Antalya, 27 in pure sun. There was a thunderstorm in Malta on Monday.
Was there?
Thunder, lightning, torrential rain, like flooding the street torrential rain, lightning to light up the sky. I walked into work and missed it. Completely missed it. Somebody said, "Did you see that storm earlier?" I went, "Nope."
What a life, John.
Absolutely.
5, 10, 25.
Enjoy. I was in Ishmael in May. Beautiful place. Beautiful.
It's new dealer's handy, isn't he?
Yes, very good. Very good. He might not have been on the stream before. He might be on the stream in future. All 3 of them being super, haven't they?
Yeah, Don and Sean.
All 3 of them.
Very good dealers. I've known them for a while.
Being very, very good.
Always nice when you see a new face doing a job well. Getting plenty of hands out to the players.
Yeah. Cards in the box, Mark, for us, please.
Yeah, and Kellett here with some very nice
Suited ace
kings.
kings and suited ace queens.
Triple suited kings here. Kellett going to be bumping this one up, I hope. Does make it 500.
Triple suited kings against triple suited queens, same suits. The queens get out of the way.
Yeah, nil. Pretty nice hand actually, Tower. Assuming we get one of these middling to low boards. That's not one of them.
No.
And Kellett here flopping nut flush draw to go with his top 2, and we got blockers to Broadway as well. So this is a huge flop here for Kellett with his top 2 and nut flush draw. Just want to get as much money in the pot here as possible, and that should be the end of the hand. This is a fold from Neil. Like, we don't want to be calling here with 3rd nut flush draws. Potential to be up against bigger flush draws in this spot as Neil. But Neil, we know he likes to put the money in. But this particular hand should be letting it go.
And it is his biggest stack of the day, to be fair. And he does let it go. There's been no straddling, has there?
There's been a few 50. There's 50 on now, Tower.
Has there where?
There's 50. There's 100 on now. Mitch has got the 100 on.
Oh. I was just thinking there were no straddles.
There's definitely been a lot of 50s, and obviously it's 5, 10 optional 25, so
yeah,
25's been on every hand. I think the players agreed to make it 5, 10, 25 when they sat anyway.
Right.
So 100 straddle here from Mitch and Neil on the button. Cool. Kellett out the way with the ace, king, jack, 10, 8 deuce. You can tell Kellett plays a lot of PLO tower, small blind.
Yeah.
Like is the position we do not want to be getting involved in as much as anywhere else. Want to play tightest from the small.
He picks his sort of spots so well.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what you got to do. You sit there and you wait, and then you get it in with usually the best equity, and you've just got to find the hold.
There's 7-3 rainbow.
Can you guys put your cards in the box?
There's not much for anyone that has cards showing here. We have double gut shot, and that's about it. It's not even a double gut shot, sorry for Mark, it's a single gut shot, 5 making him the same straight. And Carl just firing and everyone out the way.
No, mate.
Gary off for a wander. Mo's not been back for a while. Well, Rich Kelly comes in, he's on the button, and back he comes. Do they do that in cash where if you miss blinds you pay something?
It depends.
Like a penalty.
It depends where you come in. Usually, if you come in the position that isn't the blinds, you just sit straight back down. However, if you come in the blinds, you usually have the option to buy the button, and that's how it should work.
Yeah.
I know some casinos do the miss blind chip, and you have to pay a blind when you sit back down. But a game like this, that's not going to be the case. Just sit back down when you want, and if you're in the blinds, then give them the option to.
Have you ever had a situation where somebody will purposely stand up when it's coming to the blinds, knowing there's no miss blind button?
Not really in the games I play, Tower. Not for a few quid, I don't think so. I've never noticed it with anyone else, but.
You told Gary to leave, so you don't have to put the one
Because obviously players around the table would notice, wouldn't they? And they'd say something.
Carl, you know when we have a proper Omaha, yeah? We can't have fucking Disneyland here. Cool.
Action only.
There's 3-4, 2 clubs.
Mate, you send me, I punt. You seen that hand that I put it in 6-7 game.
No 5 deuce out there. So Neil actually best hand equity wise with his up and down and 10 high clubs working. Best hand at the moment though is Mitch with his top 2. That's in terms of hand value, in terms of equity. Neil actually slight favourite.
Five of diamonds on the turn. Deuce 4 for Mitch. Deuce 6 for Mr. Kelly.
6-7 for Kelly. Tower. So he's
Deuce 6. He's got the lot. He has the lot. His equity's quite high. Oh, he's got the flush draw.
Yeah, he's got the flush draw. He's got a 5 of 3. He's also got a 7 working as well, Tower. Yeah. So that's why.
Yeah, it's fold. Mr. Kelly pulls in more. Big shout out to the Runcorn unit massive. That Runcorn bridge is pretty impressive. I've been over it a couple of times.
Runcorn unit massive. Big Nick Callum and Run Bad Matty. Poor old Matty.
Poor old Matty gets the lot.
And Dex the Sunrunner. Maybe Matty should stop getting in hand with Dex and start playing against someone else.
Yeah.
How are you doing, John?
Yeah, I've never actually been to Runcorn. I've been over the bridge on the way to Wales from Liverpool, but that's about it. What's in Runcorn? Apart from the unit, obviously.
Once a play.
Runcorn used to have a fantastic, non-league football team. And they were always getting to the FA Cup third round back in the day, years ago. Because that's their Wembley, isn't it? A non-league team get to the third round. That's there. We get it. You want Tottenham, you want Arsenal, you want Man United, and then you end up playing Rotherham. And it's like, no. Yeah, I've been over the bridge, but that's about it. I've not really done much else in Runcorn, I must admit.
Jack, Jack 9 board.
9 of clubs, Jack of clubs, Jack of clubs.
So Neil flops the nuts and fires.
I think that's on the to-do list as well next year.
What's that?
Bratislava.
I've never been, Tower.
Me neither.
I've never been Bratislava.
And that's why it's on the to-do list. Because the poker seems to be getting bigger. More and more festivals always seem to be on the calendar. I do think Bratislava is going to be on the calendar in 2023 for Tower. I might see you there. 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps, the only decent thing to come out of Runcorn.
Is it my 100 straddle again? Yeah.
Something I've never watched either. Maybe it's the Runcorn thing. Never been to Runcorn, never seen 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps either.
Mo's back.
Moore's back. That's got to come back. See, you had Kings. You saw them then. You had Kings, Moore. There they are.
Exactly the same, isn't it?
Cool.
8, 10, Queen, 2 hearts. Not the best lot for Kings. And we don't have the heart draw. Neil, the nut flush draw with the ace 5 of hearts in his hand, and flopped the nuts with Jack 9. So Neil's going nowhere.
That's 4.
We've got Jack 9 also for Carl. There's a spade redraw now for Carl. Rich Kelly's in the hand as well.
There's a Neil with a heart redraw. Carl with a spade redraw.
And they've both got Jack 9.
Yeah, Neil got the king working for him as well.
And Kelly's in.
Wow.
Oh, yeah,
this is going to be a monster.
Yep. Rich Kelly is all in.
There's a Kelly has to have Jack 9 as well here.
He has to have Jack 9 with a king with the redraw, do you reckon?
Jack 9, I reckon he's going to be King Jack 9 with King Jack 9 ace with ace X of spades and King X of hearts.
I was thinking King's Jack 9.
This is going to be a biggie. And Carl Shaw here with the nuts himself and 2 flush redraws. But we're not in love with this spot tower. Yes, we have 2 flush redraws, but we can decipher correctly now that Rich is always going to have Jack 9, and a lot of the time he's going to have at least one of our flush draws dominated in this spot, and potential for a huge one here, guys.
Carl's thinking, have you got Jack 9? I've got 2 of them.
Well, they both got Jack 9.
Yeah.
Well, Kellett has to have it. I know we can see
Yeah.
that there's only 1 9 left and 2 jacks left, but Kellett's not just going to go wild here with ace king jack with ace X of spades.
It's just a shame with all the cards in the boxes and we just can't see Kellett's hand for some reason.
Well, we're going to get to see it because Neil's not folding the nuts tower. I can tell you that already with the nut flush redraw and the king going as well. So we'll get to see Kellett's hand by the river.
Yeah.
But Carl here with the nuts himself. In a real predicament. He doesn't have any money invested on the turn. That's the good thing. So only put the 400 in from the flop here as Carl. He could potentially just let this one go.
And even his spade redraw could be drawing dead.
That's the thing, Tower. Like, Kellett can have like ace jack
Kelly's
9.
obviously got the 9 of spades.
Yeah.
So he could have the ace of spades.
Yeah. I think that's what it is. I think it's going to be jack 9, ace of spades with a king as well. I think going higher, and huge pot potentially here. The rail stood up. Wow, he lets it go.
That's a good. Well, I'm guessing it's a good fold, potentially knowing that there's redraws and he doesn't have one. We know Neil does. He has a redraw with a jack 9, and it's a club, so that's a dry. Jack 9 has. Yeah, I've all got it. He had an extension with the king.
He must have spades as well, Kelly. Otherwise, it's a bit.
I don't think he did. He says I've only got the extension with the king.
Has to have spades, Tower. I don't care if he's got King Jack 9 after that action. I think it's going to be spades as well. I don't.
So they have chopped it up. Would have been a three-way chop, but can't got out of the way.
Yeah, Mikey's just asked the dealer to put it in the middle of the screen so he can
You'll
input.
just see momentarily for Kelly's hand, he's just going to add a card in. There's one of them probably not registered or not registering. Unfortunately, with the RFID tape, the cards, unfortunately, they do just die, which is weird. And it happened in Malta as well. I was watching the guys in Malta, and he's like,
I think it's just wear and tear of the table. Tower.
Yeah, it's obviously the cards with the RFID in the card. If when they're riffling all the time, and
this is the best way I explain it, because you ever heard of Hustler Casino?
Yeah,
anyone in the chat ever heard of Hustler Casino? But basically, when they started streaming just over 12 months ago, they had no hole card problems. A couple of months ago was when they first started having hole cards not picking up on the reader. Right. So that's a great example. It's just the table. It's just wear and tear of the table. It's all it can ever be. Yeah, it was a joke, Michael. Of course, everyone knows Hustler Casino now. If you didn't know it a few weeks ago, everyone's aware of it now. But that's what I noticed, because I always used to watch this. Well, I still always watch the streams for them, and when they first started, they never ever had any problems with hole cards, and only after the last couple of months or so, there's actually been some hole cards not showing on their stream as well. So it's all down to do with wear and tear of the table.
And nothing's happened in the last few days, anyway.
You wondered why I was tired, Tal, when I got here. It's hard to watch an 11-hour stream every day.
Exactly. You love it. Loving it like that.
An hour to go, guys.
1 hour.
It's been a great stream. Really enjoyed it. So Kelly, been a night of double suited aces for him. He's had them catalogue of times, Tower. Once more going to be bumping this up. Makes it 300 to go. Mitch still in the green.
This is double suited. It's always nice to see. $10-9 deuce rainbow.
What flop for Mo? Full wrap here with the 8 as well in there on this rainbow board. So we're happy to put all the chips in here as Mo with our stack size. This is just heaps of equity, which you want in PLO. Yes, we've only got king high, but all about equity this game. Not about what your hand is. You need to be thinking what your equity within the pot is. How often do we turn the nuts? How often do we have the nuts by the river? You want to completely change the way you think while I'm playing 6 card.
It's just cool.
So it's all gone in between Mitch and Mo.
It has. King of diamonds on the turn. What's Mitch going to turn? What's Mitch going to show? 6 of spades on the river.
So Queen Jack gets there, which
Queen
is the nuts.
Jack.
And they both got Queen Jack. Are they going to chop it? Yes,
Take your money back. Yes, they are. All the best, Tony. Enjoy the rest of your holiday in Tenerife.
Cheers, Tony.
All the best, young man, and we will see you for the seniors on Sunday. Make sure you come and say hello. You and Denise. Make sure you come and say hello. It has been good fun. This lad knows his shizzle, let me tell you.
I did. Queen Jack and the Glazed News, back to our heart. You want that call, right?
Just under an hour to go till the end of the streaming. Out come the cards yet again. We've got about 50 minutes. 5-0. 50 minutes to go. Been a great stream.
Yeah, it has.
First time ever we've had a 6-card PLO. We're still. Sorry, Roland. We know it's not Roland the Wolf, as we know.
It might be Roland the Wolf. He might just be a very
well
big viewer of the stream tower.
It could well be. It could well be.
Hey, Roland.
It should well. It should on a 6-card PLO. It should be Jay and the non-knowledgeable tower.
I think I told you this story. I used to get called Roland from when I first started
From
playing.
Grange Hill?
From basically when I was like 21, 22. Obviously, I used to wear glasses. I had a few more pounds on me. You know,
Yeah.
Mickey Black.
Yeah.
He came up with a nickname of Roland from me from Grange Hill. Yeah. You always just go Roland.
Roland.
Yeah. Oh, Mickey Black.
Oh,
God bless you. Wherever Mickey is, I haven't seen him in a while, but very good power of mine.
The original cast get together quite a lot, don't they?
I don't know. I've never seen Grange Hill. Do you know what? The only reason
it was the 80s.
I found out what he looked like. I got home one night when I was still at Mum's. This was years and years ago, and I go to her. Do you ever watch Grange Hill? And she goes, yeah. She goes, do you know a guy called Roland from it? And then I went, Mick down the club keeps calling me it, and she just was pissing herself, Tower, honestly. She just couldn't stop laughing, and I was like, yeah, cheers, Mum, meant to be on my side. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. Roland de Wolf is the only person that I know during the GUKPT has flopped a Royal. In the Vic, when we were just doing videos before, pre live streaming. When we were doing the videos when we used to work for AWOP, so it must be 2009, 2010, and it flopped, and it was in clubs, and he flopped it, the Royal.
Roland, I played the Mystery, I played the Turbo, late register Turbo on the Saturday. Then busted that. I ended up going to a game, so I didn't bother buying in Sunday at midday. And then the Mini I didn't bother playing because I wanted to be here with Tower for the 6-card stream. I know usually if I make day 3 of the Mini, not on the cash game stream until I bust or until whenever, but with this one I wanted to just in case. I know it's probably a 1 in 1,000 shot of me making day 3 of the Mini, but just in case I thought I better give the Mini a miss this time. Don't want to leave Tower in the realms of 6-card by himself.
Evening, Chris. Macapac, well done in Leeds. And a nice little chat with Chris yesterday as he was coming back from the what was he playing yesterday? Was it Mini? Bust out the Mini and turned up with the hotel.
Well, we backed up third in chips in the high roller, didn't we?
Third in chips. Well, we're looking forward to see you on the stream again tomorrow, Chris. Good luck in the high roller. Third in chips with 500,000. Be a nice addition. That's straight after the Leeds main event, the high roller in Luton.
We've got Carl turning a set here and kill it with second nut diamonds, but definitely can be some ace-X of diamonds in Carl's range here, so just letting this one go. There we go, we'll chuck them up for you guys. There they are.
Yeah.
Fifth and chip, sorry.
Flipping it, come on.
Sorry, I thought you were
We're bigging him up too
He's
much.
only 30. He's 3 big blinds behind third. It's
We're bigging him up
thing.
far too much. He's fifth in chips. That Chris Johnson. What does he know?
So there's the chip counts of the high roller guys. James Ram bagging up a nice chip lead. Nothing like Murph in lead though. How did Murph bag 1.3 million, Tower? How?
1.9, wasn't it? 20 bigs.
20 yeah, it was 1.9. It was
20x,
1.9.
wasn't it?
How?
Yeah.
That, we'll never see that again.
20x instead of run pure. no shizzle. But yeah, some good names in there. Antoine Sout in Luton. It's going to be. We reckon 10 buy-ins tomorrow. What do you reckon, Chris? We reckon 10 buy-ins for day 2. I know Jack Hardcastle's definitely one of them. Will that other guy play?
Landon Tice is another one.
Landon Tice.
Ewan McNicholas is another one.
There's 3.
That's 3 I know.
Roland de Wolf says Willie Tan is the only man whose name sounds like a question.
Willie Tan.
Oh, that's class. Oh, that's good.
So Mark, our online qualifier, he's in for £1,000. He's sporting a very nice profit.
Absolutely. No wonder he's locked up. You don't mind that at all. 10, Queen, 7 is the flop. Rainbow.
There's not much going on for anyone
No,
here.
not at all.
The aces of Mark actually still in front
It could
in
be the
terms
first
of.
bet wins, you know.
Well, Mo's going to lead here with his double gut shot, one end to the nuts. Jack blockers in there as well, so potential to bluff on.
I'm saying that, yeah, Mark's got the overs as well. He's got the gutter ball to the Broadway. When he's got the back draw.
We're just not deep enough to. Like if Mo was 9k deep, this is just a mandatory call for us here. As Mark, with our particular hand, we've got the future blockers, the Broadway with the aces in there, backdoor clubs and top pair. So a hand that's definitely workable with position if deep enough. However, with those stack sizes, just sitting with one pair and a gut shot and backdoor clubs, always going to be a fold there. And that's the thing with PLO. When the deeper you get, the wider you can peel. Just because there's going to be more playability on the streets in terms of stack sizes, rather than just say, for example, there we call Mo's always going to be all in on the turn. We want to be peeling hands like that when we've got plenty of play down the streets. So 45 minutes to go for us, everyone. But we're back tomorrow for the high roller. That will be starting 3:30 on stream.
Yes, we will. 3:30. Look forward to it. High roller day 2, crowning the champion on the live stream at whatever time that will be. Chris reckons 10 to 15 buy-ins.
Yeah, I think that's the sweet spot. Tower always usually is in the high rollers. Unless we're at the Vic and get 30 something like we did that time, yeah.
Yeah.
Just the board that should change. That's the burn.
This is the burn.
Need 10-4 rainbow.
Yeah, it's a middle set here for Kellett. Up and down working with it as well. So really nice flop this for Rich Kellett in the small blind. I'm mainly thinking about just leading into the field here, but it's going to choose to check. Prefer this from Kellett here, just checking with the 10s. I'm not the biggest fan of leading on boards that don't have straight or flush on them. I think most boards I'm always going to be checking to the aggressor in 6 card, unless they are the boards that contain a flop straight or flop flush, as well as board pairs as well. That's another example where we might start leading. But on the boards that there's no straight, there's no flush, and there's no board pair, like we just should always be checking to the aggressor 100% of the time. And now Kellett going to choose to check raise his middle set after Mo does choose to fire on the button here. makes it 900. So happy to get this in as Kelly. Yes, can be up against top set some of the times, but even then we're going to have direct outs to the nuts in terms of an ace and a 9. As well as that, we also have some backdoor club possibilities.
Well, the board pairs for an house for Rich Kelly. Well, unless Mo's got the queens, it's always going to Rich. We could have aces. Is that queens?
Well, Mo hasn't got up, so I'm guessing it must be queens out.
It is queens.
Cheers, Giles. Great game tonight, and the stream is puck. I learned a lot. I'm normally just gambling 6 card. Glad you're learning. I haven't actually been able to get too many nuggets in or insights. There's a few things I've thrown out when people have asked questions, but there's so much to this game that people don't realise, and I think I didn't realise it at first when I started playing, but with experience and playing lots and thousands of hands of 6 cards, you do start understanding it a lot more, how equities are working, what are the good bluff spots, what are the good lead spots. And as I said earlier, there's nothing out there online for 6 cards, so the best way to learn is experience and just making your own assumptions, building your own strategy, your own sizings around that, and what's working for you and what's printing you a profit over the long run. Maybe someone put in the chat earlier, may even see if we can do a little 6 card course. But like the main takeaway, someone asked earlier in the chat, they said like the 3 tips you give for PLO, and like the 3 main things to take away, I would say first thing, and it is the main one, is equities, and look at the hand in terms of equity, not terms of what your hand value is. So for example, you can flop the nut straight. I used this example earlier on 985 with 6-7. 6-7 on 985, 2 to a suit, is only going to stay the nuts 1 in 20 times, just over 5%. So stuff like that, being aware of these things, whereas on a board like 7-8-9 rainbow and you flop the straight with 10-9, the nut straight, that still will stay the nuts around 40% of the time by the river. So little things like that, just understanding how the board textures work and how your equity works on these boards, how often these boards are going to stay the nuts and how the nuts changes, is something to take into account. And I think that needs to be the biggest takeaway. Second tip would probably be sizing, and you can move off from the first point. So the boards where the nuts is more likely to change are going to be the boards that we use our larger sizing. The boards where the nuts is less likely to change, so a board like King, 7, Deuce, Rainbow for example, we want to choose smaller sizings. And then boards that are paired, these are boards we also want to choose smaller sizings, because you need to think about continue range, because it's only going to be trips or boats that usually continue against a size. So the small size still flushes out like the pairs in people's hands, the gammy flush draws on paired boards that may realise equity for 3 if you check. So that would probably be second tip, sizing wise. On the wettest of boards we choose the big size, on the driest of boards we choose smaller size, and in between obviously middling size. And then my third tip would probably be, you have to be able to fold in this game. You need to understand the situations where you're going to rock up with the second nuts a lot of time, but you still need to be able to fold it and understand when to fold it and when to perhaps hero call it. So they're probably the main 3 tips for those guys that are wanting to get into 6 card and take something away from it. It's a bit difficult here because we're not as deep as I like, even though there's probably about 50k on the table, but it's 5, 10, 25, 50 pretty much every hand. So SPR working a lot smaller, so can't really delve too much into post-flop analysis of the 6 card and pick out some bluff spots for you guys and what could potentially be the line to take.
Brilliant insight from Jay Howard on the PLO 6 card. Absolutely brilliant. Nobody's got a diamond draw. None of them. Gary Banks involved, drawing a bit thin. 7 of clubs on the river. Check mark goes to 2 pair of Rich Kelly. And this should just be a snap fold from Gary, which it is. Carl's more or less locked down, isn't he? 32,000 from his original 2 plus 2, which is 4.
Talking to the boss. Hey, Tommy Tucker on a
Oi, oi.
215 FT. Good luck, man. That's going to be a chunk up top. What day is it? Wednesday? Thursday? I know, Wednesday technically when you started the tournament. What's that, 10 baggins, Tommy? Something like that?
Very nice.
Probably, actually, it's probably the big 215. It's probably like 4K if it's that tournament I'm thinking of.
Walked up.
Yeah, I reckon this is Wednesday night. If it's the big 215, I reckon it's only going to be about 4 or 5 baggins. If it's not, good luck whatever you're playing for. Neil, this is a hand that's a fold tower, but Neil probably. Oh, he's already called.
Yep. Fold to most.
Well, no, I think he called blind because his 50's in after Mo's 50, so I think he just called 50 blind
right,
there,
okay.
which makes sense. And Carl with double suited aces, King 853 workers with it. Ah, it's the bounty builder, 3k lock, 600 in bounty so far. Good luck, sir.
Very nice indeed.
That's a very nice spot to be in.
592, 2 hearts.
And no hearts for anyone here.
Yeah, nothing for anybody really.
Yeah, Carl's ace is still out in front. Neil does have some 2 pair outs with a King, 5, deuce or 8 on the turn.
Checkity check.
And 3 of diamonds on the turn. Does bring in backdoor diamond draw here now for Carl. And not choosing to delay c-bet this one. Which is straight. There we go. Does delay c-bet for 600. And this is nice tower. This is simply like a player like Neil's probably always going to lead 6-4 and ace-4 here.
Yeah.
So this 3 on the turn doesn't actually change anything, and we can start blasting him off with some hands that are still going to have equity against our aces, like some bear 9x that can river 2 pair, stuff like that. Some gammy hearts that are in there, these type of hands. And Carl does choose to delay c-bet this one. And that's the other thing. If you're aware of who you're playing against in 6 card, there's a lot of players that will just lead when they make the nuts a lot of the time, and then they cap themselves when they check to you and you have position and potential to bluff a couple of streets and blast them off what they're holding may be.
$35 to go until the end of the session and the end of the stream. This game could continue all night.
You sound like Ram.
But we finish at 2:30, and then we're back tomorrow for day 2 of the high roller with 19 at the minute. We're reckon between 10 and 15 buy-ins tomorrow, and a big day 2 for a lot of the players. Maccapac 5th in chips, Chris Johnson, 500,000, James Ranchip leader. And I'm going to get to see Landon Tice playing poker as well.
200.
Neil 3 bets with a legit aces, ace queen suited.
3 bag. This is 5k still.
Mo says, have some of that. Try it all. Well, they're all in because Neil's got best pair pre. Just finding out what Aces against aces, is it? Could well be aces against aces. It is aces against aces. Yep. Diamonds and spades. We think the ace of spades might have died. That's what we think is the trouble card for not showing Mo's whole cards. Because if one card is dead, then the whole hand won't show. So I think they're just trying to input the cards before they go. But it is aces against aces. Clubs and hearts against diamonds and spades. Hearts have got a redraw.
Good to go, yeah.
And it's who's got the best hand. We'll flick it over to the guys on the action tracking that will tell us. He's just inputting the cards by the sounds of it. So it's 2 pair with a 5 deuce. King 9 for Mo. King 9. Aces, King 9. Thanks for Mikey. Inputted all the cards individually. Might be the ace of spades of the trouble card. But King 9 for Mo doubles to 9.3. Aces against aces pre. Spades against clubs. And King 9 comes out victorious.
Yeah, unfortunately, I won that one for nil. Tower after getting a bit of a spin back.
Yeah. I think Mo's just about level now, isn't he?
It's like lines, is that, innit?
Half an hour to go of the first ever PLO 6-card live stream.
I think I'm bruised now. I've got some bruises showing. Gary, you got any bruises, Gary? Huh? You ain't got any bruises. Can you take those aces out of that thing and chuck them in the fucking bin?
Nice starting on for Neil.
Going to bump it up.
Yeah, his stack's a little bit out. He has only got 50 behind. He has got about 550, I think. He's got more, actually.
Yeah, well over a bag there.
Yeah.
To nil. And flops nut flush draw, so that's good enough for nil. There's the pot.
So he's all in for 850. Not 50. There we go, 850.
Gary with a decision here. Lets it go. Mitch does the same. No action for Neil with his nut flush draw, but we'll pick up a nice little 1700.
Good luck, Tommy Tucker. Let us know how you do if you're still in. Let us know how many are eliminated on the FT. Well, that's not a bad reply.
Yeah, that's as good as it gets.
Chip lead out with 8 left. That's as good as it gets. Good luck, sir.
They catch him on one card, don't they?
Mark's been very quiet. Just sat there quietly.
Yeah.
Picked his spots when he can. Won a few pots. It's not bad, is it, Tower? Winning the old rake race online, getting £1,000 into the cash game and sitting with 9 bags.
Yeah, beautiful.
Is it me? Yeah. Cool. 400, yeah.
So Gary potting it here, and Mark's just going to happily get this one in versus Gary. In comes the repot. Just want to flush out all the hands behind us. Gary's probably just got aces here as well though, Tower. Doubt Banksy's the type to put this amount in without the boots here. And that should just be a repot here from Mark.
There it is.
There we go.
A lot.
Fold from Mo, fold from Carl, sorry, fold from Neil, fold from Carl, and then aces v aces. I can't see Gary's hand, but I know Gary well, and I just don't think he's ever going to be putting it in here with anything less than aces, Tower. Yeah, and Gary is all in, makes the call. And it's over to Carl. He's thinking about going after Mark here, Tower, with a Jack 10, 8, 7, 6, 6. Aware that he has aces, like Carl will be aware that he's definitely up against aces here, so maybe thinking having a little bit of a gamble here and potentially crack him. And the thing is, in 6-card Tower, it's not even necessarily a gamble. Like, we can see now, look how close Carl's equity is running against the aces of Mark here with 6 through Jack with a pair in here, and only 1 suit or 2 suits, diamonds working as well, sorry, but he does let it go.
He does let it go.
But I think he was just aware there that it's very likely to be up against aces and aces. Looks like Gary's got aces, and the way Mark's played, it's always going to be aces for him as well. So we will see. Oh, Gary hasn't got aces.
He hasn't got aces.
Oh my word!
He might have diamonds.
Well, it's going to be some sort of like
he might have diamonds.
King through 8 rundown or something like that, double suited.
Yeah.
King Queen Jack 10 9 8 double. Maybe have an ace in his hand himself.
Mikey will be inputting the cards. That's why it's stuck on the flop. He'll be asking the dealer what are the cards, and he'll be inputting the cards. He's got to have diamonds, surely, Gary. Got to have diamonds, hasn't he?
You're going to have to take out the burn now.
Well, the king 2 of diamonds.
How many cards have you got left there?
For Mark.
Oh yeah, of course, Mark.
It's the nut flush.
What a flop for Mark. I've just seen this flop from him. You've got the wheel drawer in there, his
It's
backup.
the nut flush and everything.
So they're running it twice. I want to know what Gary's got. Tower, what's he put it in with here? Surely he's got to have the ace of hearts in his hand, right?
Wow.
Just mucks. Just mucks. We'll never know.
He has mucked a lot.
So run it twice and Mark scooping both. And unfortunate for Banksy.
The three would have been the diamond on the top. The 3 would have been the diamond on the top.
So I think we've run it twice, and Gary Banks has gone.
The 7 and the 9 would have been burned, but the 3 would have been the 3 would have been
Chip there,
oh no, there's a chip for later.
No surrender for Banksy.
Absolutely. We'll be back in a bit.
I'll tell you what's great about this game, other than Chandra, the 7 players we had since Kellett sat down have stayed the 7 players throughout the whole string tower.
Yeah. So the last 20 minutes is upon us. What a great stream.
All these people watching at this time.
Yeah.
Go to bed. You got work in the morning.
At the moment, it's 5-handed. Rich has gone for a wander. Gary has gone to reload.
Tenner for you.
So it's a true, like a true,
You're 25, buddy.
Yeah.
just a true run out, basically.
First one.
You're 50 if you want.
We'll show you what's coming up on the live stream
Billy.
after this hand for the rest of the week.
Oh, all right, you've done it. Never mind.
Yeah. We'll leave them in for tomorrow, I suppose.
Do something now. Don't just sit there.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Leave me alone. For
So Gary
just leave
calls
me
the one.
alone. Fucking bombing. I've bombed everything so far. And he's backfired at me. He's completely fucking come back to me to bite me. 8 times in a fucking night.
Carl Shaw broke it. What a life. No, we haven't got a profit and loss screen, unfortunately, because when this started this game, it played for about an hour before we ended up covering from the live stream. So,
but we know Carl's in for 4.
Yeah, Carl's in for 4. Mitch is in for 5, I believe. Mark's in for 1k. And Neil and Mo, you can take your own guess of what these boys are in for.
Yeah. Round about 20.
Tommy, I'm in.
Listen, there's the button.
What's that? I'm the captain.
You're the flipping captain.
Well, the biggest winners on the table.
Well, Carl's just
Carl
30k up.
smashed a lot.
Yeah, 30 bag up.
And also Mark Taylor in seat 9's about 8,000 up as well. He started with 1k.
Kellett and Mitch winning small, a couple of grand, something like that. But I say winning small in terms of the game, it is.
Yeah, yeah.
In comparison to the game, let's say winning small.
Yeah, you win a bag and you're upset.
Goes like that sometimes. Sometimes you do 5 bag and you're happy, Tower. Trust me, in these games, sometimes you can be in a 30, 40k hole and lose 5 bag and you go home skipping. And then there's other times you're up 30, 40 bag and you win 5 and you go home like with a sad face. It's incredible.
Small pot, 9 queen ace, 9 7. Ace queen for 2 pair. But we don't know what Carl has, unfortunately.
Yeah, and this is just mandatory bluff spot here, Tower, for Mo. He's probably not going to take it, but he's the opener pre. He's got the aces and the queens. Carl just should never have these hands in the straddle. And we're blocking, obviously, the 2 nut boats here. So if I'm Mo here, I'm just always raising this spot just to get Carl off of some 9x, some queen 9, even ace 9. Going to have a hard time calling.
Looks like it is, no.
Well, looks like ace queen's good. Queen? Ace queen was good. So Carl was at it. Carl was at it. The ace queen was actually good there. But those type of spots there, like they're the ones you need to recognise as right. We need to go for it here. We've got the aces and the queens. It's very rare our opponent's ever going to have queens. They can have kind of never have aces because they're going to 3-bet our button open unless they're absolute razzadazz aces. So just finding these little spots with little blockers are the way you're going to make some money with bluffs in this game. But Mo just chose to call and was correct on that occasion with the ace queen.
What's a razzadazz ace?
It's like terrible, like the Raz, absolute Raz aces.
How is there a game in poker where you win money by having the worst hand?
Oh yeah, I understand that. Yeah. I was on about
Someone just thought reverse psychology. You have to have the worst hand and you can win money.
I should have been on the turn.
Bizarre game. A bizarre game. 20 minutes to go till the end of the session.
Raise 4.
So Mitch here, 10 through 7 rundown with ace queen of diamonds to back it up. Nice little hand to have here. This is what you want in 6 cards. You want a hand where you got all your cards working together. Times where you can flop not only the nuts but decent redraws to go with it. And Jack 6-3 rainbow, not going to be much there for Mitch. Does have some fairly nice backdoor equity here though. Wrapped around that Jack with a Queen 10.
Box them up.
But four-way here as Mitch probably just want to check this one. I think if we have a king in our hand, this could definitely be a continue. If that ace was a king instead, I think we could continue this one, but this particular hand just going to check.
Yeah, so I didn't realise you had that much. So.
And turn the top is the pairs. Checks through once more. Looks like a king on the river, so Queen 10 is going to get there for Mitch Hynum. So after some deliberation, Mark finally checks, and Mitch going to fire for value. Just 100 from him, so trying to eke some out here. "15 minutes to go, guys. Thanks to everyone that's still tuned in at this hour. It's been a really great stream. There's been action. We said it would be an action game. It has been an action game. Neil gonna make the call here with two pair aces and sixes, getting this price. Sees the Queen 10 of Mitch, eke the little £100 out of Neil there. Even Carl called. Oh, everyone called. Carl called. Mark called. Extra 300 quid for Mitch there. Choosing that size with the Queen 10. There you are, sir.
100 each, yeah. 100 quid each. Might raise. Oh, it's the best bet ever.
Well, it's going to bet 25.
Seven and a half now.
No, just butchered two hands over because I'm my head somewhere else. I butchered that end against you and I've got jacks out.
Yeah, John, at this time tends to get a lot quieter with people with work and whatnot in the morning, and
absolutely
people tuning out. But had 4.5, 500 I think at one point watching tonight, which was great for our first 6-card stream.
It is 2:15 in the morning. Anybody can rewatch it when they want to on YouTube and Twitch.
And Carl is going to say his goodbyes. Great session from him. Yeah, very nice. Nearly £30,000 in the green.
Top effort.
He's going to go home smiling for sure.
Yeah, it locked up about an hour ago, and I think he wanted just to hang on a little bit until the near end.
It was funny though when he won that 20k pot and he went to the table. "Get me a rack, please, guys." After the Chandra antics. We can actually get this spot on here if we watch what he's racking up. So there's 8 bag there. Just gave the DNO 1 a tip. Is that a 1 a tip?
It is.
Look at that.
You know where I'm at, bro?
Very nice.
Grab a stack of your cards.
£100 tip to the dealers.
Give me the 1K. 1K in black.
10 bag there. So let's count the plaques. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It looks like 4 500s. That's 10 bag there.
I don't think his stack was pretty wrong at all, to be fair. It was always around about 32,000.
10. It looks about 25, 26 I'll make it. 25, 26k, something like that. 8 plaques, 20. I'll make it, yeah, 25k-ish tower. For Carl. So it's at least 20k win for him. And he'll be happy with that. Off to the cash desk he goes.
Must be sick. Yeah. I'm gonna cash it over. Where are we? Just 25.
We're bringing the last 10 minutes just over, guys. Neil finds aces. I'm going to be bumping it up.
You've got to bump it up, don't you know? Bump it up. You've got to bump it up, don't you know? Bump it up.
300.
One of the dealers in Malta had obviously dealt Goliath.
Yeah.
And I just walked through the room for the first days of so obviously blogging. So I just wandered through my little laptop, wandering through and I'm just dodging through all tables. And this dealer looked up and he started going, "You gotta pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up."
Joker's wild. So Neil's all in versus Mark.
Yeah.
You're gonna break some legs.
So the aces for Neil. We got kings, queen 10. I don't think that's any help for Mark in seat number 9.
No.
No, you're right. It's late.
We might have a chance with the club. And it's not. I think the aces hold it.
Ace 4, 6 4, 8 6
Yeah,
tower. All the 2 pairs.
I think the aces. Oh no, it's aces. 6 8. No,
No,
kings.
it's just got a 5. That's it. Just a 5 and king. So you're right, Tal. The aces do hold versus a random hand on that board.
So all in for an ace of 625.
First time in 9.
Yeah, with 600.
Yeah, and Neil and Mo really put on a show for us today, to be fair to them. See the V-pips there getting involved.
Do we think Gary Banks has left a £5 chip on there as a tip
Yes, please.
and not coming back?
I'm not sure.
Yes, please.
He's been gone about 20 minutes.
Is that Kelly going as well?
No, Kelly. I thought Kelly was moving moving chairs, wasn't he? Oh no, Mark's gone. Well, Mark's moving chairs. Neil's moving chairs.
Neil's moving chairs.
Is Kelly moving chairs? Yes. No, Kelly's in the same one.
Yo, you fucking stripped me already, so somebody, I might as well.
So Neil moves to 7.
Thank you.
Where are you going?
Trying a different seat.
Chairs, yeah.
Freddie comes to the table, back end of the day.
Oi, oi.
Can I have a dinner, please?
Seat 3 is open. Just said Gary might be coming back.
I'm sure the deal is there. Is it gone? Is this guy gone
Seat
or not?
3 is open.
No.
You sure?
Yeah, he's coming. He's just got 3 bags from.
So maybe if he does come back, then we'll let you know.
One. Which one is it? This one or this one?
125 chips.
Oh, you put it from
Where's
No, no,
the?
no.
That's just the 25. That's the 5.
10 minutes to go of the live stream,
Is it this one?
and then the play will carry on until the early hours.
No, are they both of them? They're both
If it's not the early hours already.
75.
Chips on feature.
I think I'll be in this one. Yeah.
175 for both. Chips on feature. What? 6.
How much you got? Like
About
1.5k?
10,000.
No,
So Queen 9-3. I think Neil is all in. He's got aces again, apparently. Well, unless there's a 3 on the flop. Unless somebody's holding a 3, then Neil will win again. Aces again. No 10 jack. No 3. Neil doubles again.
Billy on the spin up. Good timing for the chair.
All in for 1.2.
The 10 jack.
Yes,
fucking
a double.
stick stands on. The aces are
Good
fucked
timing.
up.
Good timing from
What
chair.
timing? Fucking 1,200 quid.
Yeah, but I'm not calling loads more, am I? Like, I'm only calling a spin and I'm not calling
13.
I need to 13.
Huh?
Good chair. Good idea. Good idea. That chair hasn't seen action for a while, so.
10 minutes to go, just under. And then we come back for more of the same. Not more of the same, but we come back tomorrow with a high roller. In fact, I'll quickly show you when we're streaming, just to make sure that you guys know. Tomorrow at 3:30 PM. Don't come in at 12 and say, "Where are you?" You know, I'm
get lying.
why aren't you on streaming? It's 12:30. None of that tomorrow. 3:30. The high roller day 2. There's 19 runners at the moment. We reckon between 10 and 15 buy-ins for day 2. And then Friday, Saturday and Sunday we concentrate on the main event. But tomorrow is this lad's live.
They got lists as well.
You want to come in the same?
Probably stayed. You're just taking a seat.
Yeah, well, you got an absolute pigeon.
Allow it for...
I'll come and find out.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know when you was a kid?
Yep.
And you went from school to work?
I wasn't twice.
No, maybe not. I was going to say, what was the latest you ever go?
To be honest with you, she's probably not watching because it's pretty late, but my mum will remember this. And when I was like 16, 17,
Yeah.
I used to go to work with the old man for like 60 quid a day.
Yeah.
With his firm, doing manual labour, like double glazing and stuff.
All right.
And doing manual labour. And I hated it, Tal, to be honest with you. And I'll tell you this now.
You thought I've got to be good at something.
The amount of mornings he'd come into my room at like 6 in the morning and wake me up, and I'd be like, no, I'm going to leave it today. it was probably about 50-50 whether I'd get up or whether I'd stay in bed and not go to work, literally. And the amount of times I was still in bed, I was like, no, I'll leave it today and I'll just stay in bed. And yeah, I remember those sort of days and having to get up fairly early. But that's a long time ago now. Something that's overlooked as a poker player a lot of the time is how privileged we are to be able to build our own schedules, do what we want on any given day, and like just be able to live the free life if you live. And I think all poker players should be aware of that and very grateful for the fact that they get to go and play cards for their living and be able to choose their own time when they play. It's something that a lot of them take for granted, and I think I took for granted a lot of the time in my early 20s, but I think as you get older you start realising when you've got people around you who are going to graft 5-6 days a week for their living, and you've got it pretty cushy. Obviously there's bad times as a poker player, you're always going to go on downswings, it's impossible not to in this game, but the good times obviously can be very good, and we are very privileged, everyone out here that does play the game or knows the game and is lucky enough to be able to play for a living. Something that does get overlooked. So Mo with a monster here, Tower. This is a huge hand. Set, wrap and nut flush draw. This is things dreams are made of when you get this sort of flop here.
And Freddie's always...
Yeah. This is a dreamy flop for Mo.
So we're going to do it to the turn. There's a nut flush. And unless it pairs, which it doesn't, unless 6-7 of clubs is a thing. Which it's not, because Mo's got the 6 of clubs as the blocker. Freddie is pulling up again.
Like there's boys at the bar tonight that have just bagged up in the high roller and obviously back for day 2 or planning for day 2. Like they can go and have 6-7 beers tonight and wake up at 2 in the afternoon and just rock into work as they call it, and just sit down and play some poker. And obviously I know there's a lot that put a lot of study in and work hard to get where they are within the poker community. But
So what happened to seat 7?
Banksy,
Well, here he is back again.
but someone's taking his seat. Who's that sat down?
That's his chip. They moved it to one side.
It is his seat.
It has to be Gary Seeks left a chip on the table.
Yeah, he had the £5 chip there, Tower. He should be his seat.
He hasn't left that 5 is.
Nothing worse when you're doing it in. You go and get some chips, you come back and someone's taking your seat.
Oh, the right's gone.
There we go. Good luck, Tommy Tucker. 5 left, second in chips in the 215 online tonight.
Cheers, Gary. Thanks for tuning in just about all night.
Yeah. Literally all night.
Real one hand, maybe 2. But it won't be many more. There won't be any more. Chips on the feature as we are ending the night. Could well be one more hand after this and then that's it.
Cool. Chips on feature.
Looks like Neil's gone. Is Neil gone, Tower? Or has he just left his coat there and moved his chips?
Chips
I
on
know his
feature.
chips are still there.
His
and
chips
his
are still
phone's
there.
there, so Neil will be back. So this is going to be the last hand of the
Last
stream, guys.
hand,
One more hand.
one more hand. This is going to be the last hand.
Half 2 in the morning, we made it. Tower made it, more importantly.
I've learnt so much. I'm going straight home, back in, 6 card, online. Might not be in tomorrow, I'll won that much. Tommy Tucker's 3 left, chip leader. Come on!
Heads up now. God, that was a quick
Whoa,
one.
whoa,
He went 5 left, second in chips, 3 left, chip leader, heads up. Well, we might leave you, Tommy, to battle out your heads up because this is the last hand for Tower and I. And
It'll be over before we finish his hand. You watch.
And then we
Last hand.
are off for bed. And we're back tomorrow from 3:30.
Oops. Oh, didn't mean to put that on at all. I meant to put that on because that's what time we're coming in tomorrow at 3:30. But straight after this one. Last flop of the night. Thank you, one and all. Thanks to this lad. Been amazing.
This hour and he's minus here.
975.
How much money you got? How much cash there?
Kellett firing. Mitch is going to be folding here. Has the ace of hearts, but we're not floating to just bluff heart turns, so going to get out of the way.
1950.
Ready. Unaware, he needs to put the cards in the boxes. And this will be the last turn and the last river of the evening.
Yeah, we get to the river. Turn obviously changing the nuts here, so may see Kellett start checking. Still could definitely have 9s or 7s though. Once check 2 in position. Freddie. Kellett is going to double barrel here. Just good to see smaller size, well still fairly large. A little bit more.
The very last hand, and we don't get to see the cards.
Yeah.
Freddie's not put them in the box, he's got them in his hand. And Rich is hovering them above. They just need to be spread.
Freddie's just checking that he's got the 1k. Oh, we've gone off Tower. There we are. Why don't you leave the stream running? Because you wouldn't see any action, because our action tracker right now as we speak is in bed. So there'd be no action. You'd just see the whole cards. Wouldn't actually get to see what the bet sizings was. You wouldn't know who it was on.
No. You know, if there's a stream running somewhere in the world, there's always somebody working, and we don't leave one person working just to run a live stream. Whether there's comms, whether there's no comms, whether there's just the overhead camera, there's always somebody working in the background.
So Freddie taking the last pot of the day. So that's it, Tower.
Brilliant.
Should we get to bed?
Well done, sir. Well done. Well done. I had no idea George Michael knew as much about PLO 6 card in my life. But they did! Really enjoyed it. First ever live stream of 6 card PLO in the world. This guy has been amazing. He really enjoyed it. Enjoyed it?
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. I thoroughly enjoyed it, to be fair. It's getting to grips with when I started this job, same as I said with Hold'em, saying what's in my head and trying to portray it to you guys in a way that you can understand.
Yeah.
It's probably the hardest part of it, but with time, if we do more 6 card streams, that's going to come, and hopefully the viewers can pick a lot more up. So I've enjoyed it, thoroughly enjoyed it.
When we let you know how many games there are now available with the new software and anything like that, anything could happen in Blackpool. That's all we're saying. Been amazing. Thanks to you guys who've been watching all night. It has been a cracker. Most of the guys have now left on the table. The table's still running. It's actually still running in the room, as we know. We know that we're on a 30-minute delay because of the security and everything, but it is still running, and it runs for a long time. But we're off. We'll see you tomorrow with this event. James ran chip leader in the high roller. Sam Grafton, who's on a massive heater, who's won 6.5 million the last month. Well, he won nothing last week.
No good, is it?
But the final 19 there. There will be buy-ins tomorrow for day 2. We reckon between 10 and 15. So over 30 players coming back for day 2 of the high roller, and we will crown a champion of the high roller tomorrow on the live stream. Thanks everybody. It has been a first ever PLO 6 card live stream. We've loved it, and it's been absolutely brilliant that you guys have joined us all night. And we're back tomorrow from 3:30 in the afternoon with the high roller and crowning a champion sometime on stream. For me and Jay,
good night, guys.
Ta-ta.
Seats open on